Yeah, not the Seymours. Who'd have guessed? This is kind of like an intermission between my first trilogy about the Seymours and my next trilogy about Elizabeth. So this is like, you know, a little bit. And I know that we talked about food yesterday. Victoria did an amazing job. She gave us what the food actually tasted like. I'm not really a cook. And so I'm going to talk more, I'm going to keep it more about the theory. And, you know, I'm going to keep it very intellectual as opposed to tasting. And it's very detailed. So I will be referring to notes because you'll see when I get into it. I'm going to start with the broad and then bring it down to the details. So the broad was the entire meal system. And I'm sorry. Oh, that's the slide that should have been done. We're going to start with this one. Yes, I know they're Spanish. The same way we don't like being photographed while we're eating, they didn't like it either. There aren't a lot of slides of people at dinner. So putting that out there. Point being that it was common throughout the entire world, well, Europe at the time, that people ate 2 meals a day. Dinner, which was at midday, 11 to 12, and then supper around 5. Dinner was the bigger deal. Supper was a little bit more leftovery from what you had eaten already. The meals would have been served on a large banqueting table in a house's great hall. The nature of that table changed over the course of the Tudor era. Earlier in Tudor times, it would simply be a board resting on wooden trestles. Now, again, not a lot of meal photos. I'm using this photograph to suggest the trestle and the table on top of that. So the reason they did that was that in early castles, early manor houses, early Tudor spaces, living spaces were small. They were at a premium. If you've been to like Tudor Castle, you look at it and you go, I thought this was going to be a lot bigger. You know, you see Anne Boleyn's bedroom and it's relatively small. So this gave the opportunity to just not use up a lot of the space. This was, fun fact, the origin of the rule about keeping your elbows off the table, because the trestle was, the board was not actually, you know, or fastened to the trestle. So if you put your elbows down, the food could go flying. So there you go. As the era went on, houses became larger, and point being, you think about like the Elizabethan homes, like Kenilworth, Hardwick Hall, you know, all of a sudden they're getting really big. And partway through, we start to see actual tables. This is a picture from 1540. It is an early table, but here you go. You have like the large banqueting table. Anyway, the whole household would eat together. If it was a very large household, they would eat sequentially. The lord and lady, with their guests and attendants, would eat first at the top table. Servants would eat what was left, senior servants first, then juniors. Any food that was left over was given to the poor. So here, I'm sorry. It's talking. Yeah.
I think that'll be it.
Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Here you've got a little top table, which is higher than the others. As you can see, the place settings were indicated by a trencher, which could be made either of wood or stale bread. We'll get to that. And a napkin, which you would place over your shoulder, your left shoulder with a little flick, because that was where the devil sat, and you had to hit him in the face. You wouldn't see cutlery because you were expected to bring your own, and everyone did. And I did not know that I was supposed to do. Your things were
Just click.
Here we go. You would have a knife, a pricker, and a spoon. Forks existed, but they were real status symbols, only for the rich. Prickers served the same purpose as a fork. That's how you would pick up your food. Well, that and a spoon, of course, and a spoon everyone received at their christening. Rich people used silver spoons, therefore they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. People of middling wealth used spoons made out of horn, and poorer folk would just use wood. Servants would bring the food in messes and place the dishes in the center of the table for people to then serve themselves. We're going to go back to this picture, but this time I'm showing it because of the platters set in the center of the table. So double dipping rules, there was none. People were very careful about that. They may not have understood about germs, but they didn't want people touching their food. So for soft foods, you would use your spoon not to eat the food, but to spoon it out of the middle dish and put it on your plate, which you would then pick up with your bread, sop up with your bread. None of the saliva would enter the communal bowl, essentially. If you wanted meat, you would grasp the piece you wanted with the thumb and 2 fingers, sorry, of your left hand, but I'm holding my right left hand, so I'm not doing that. You'd sever it from the joint using your knife, and again, making sure your fingers touch only your own portion. So people were really watching out about that. Now that I've told you how they ate, I'm going to step back to talk about what they ate. Tudor dinners usually consisted of 3 courses. There could be more depending on the occasion and the person's rank. We'll get to that too. Starters were typically pottage and bread. Pottage was a stew that was cheap and filling. It mainly consisted of root vegetables, but if you were rich or having a good day, it could also have meat. Fun fact, that's where the term potluck comes from finding meat in your pottage. Bread was served at every meal. This is not Tudor bread, this is just a really great picture of bread. It was the main source of carbohydrates. Quality varied. The cheapest bread available was Carter's bread, which was a mixture of rye and wheat. The middle class or prosperous tends to eat rattle, also known as yeoman's bread, made of wholemeal. And the most expensive bread was manchet, made of white wheat flour. Next came the main course or main courses, if you were rich, which were really varied. Surprisingly so. There were pies, pastries, meats, salads, casseroles, quiches, and cheeses. No surprise on the cheeses. England had long been a dairying culture. Milk, butter, and cheese were really staple foods. When I say meat, I'm going to say meat or fish because, as we heard from Victoria yesterday, but I'm going for it again, people had to eat meat 3 days a week on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Wednesdays and Fridays being religious fish days, which were a Catholic hangover tradition, and Saturdays were government fish days. And yes, Elizabeth was very happy during the Armada years to have her fishermen, people who were used to working on the boats. Back to me. Even if you were quite poor, you might still eat meat on Sunday. That was the day that you'd be shooting for in terms of meat. It was more likely to be pork or mutton because chicken was considered more expensive because they were so valued for their eggs. You would also, for meat, eat something that you happened to catch. Rabbits or birds as much as you could. I mean, there was a lot of foraging for that. That's one of the reasons that the kasha, I think I'm pronouncing that right, is called a cook's bird, because if you did manage to have one of those birds you could have meat a lot. At Christmas, even the poorest would try to spring for the Christmas goose. Both Henry VIII and Elizabeth I tried to introduce turkey at Christmas, but English stubbornly stuck to goose for a few hundred years after that. Finally, you got to subtleties. Often served with spiced wine, known as hypocras. Fruit pies were common, especially with apples. I got a thing for apples. There were also custard tarts, biscuits, flans, blancmange, which I always thought was only Victorian, but I found it in Tudor times, and plum puddings. Sugar was used, but most often the best way of using it was to be sprinkled on top of the dishes to be a feast for the eyes rather than incorporated inside. At court, you might get wafers after your full meal. They were forbidden to all but the highest ranks. Thin, crisp biscuits made by pressing flavored batter between hot iron. I don't know, I'm like sitting there going, Victoria talked about this, but I'm moving past that. This course for the biscuits was eaten standing. It was known as the void, which can be taken as meaning that the table had been cleared or that the course was eaten in a smaller room, therefore voiding the hall. This was where you went off to the banqueting houses, or correction, this was where some of the guests went off to the banqueting houses, and you could tell exactly where you were on, how valued you were, whether you were invited to the banqueting houses. They were smaller, temporary dwellings, usually. And the reason that's exactly why we don't have all that many left today, because they were largely temporary dwellings. We have a couple of amazing examples, the banqueting house at Hampton Court and the one at Whitehall. Now, the Whitehall one, that is not the one that Elizabeth went to. Elizabeth built the tent in 1585. And when James came to the throne, he liked the space and so rebuilt the tent as the banqueting house. So I'm going to guess that he made it a little bit, more intense, but that was the thing. I just mentioned a lot of foods. You would not get them all at a single meal unless you were at court. You probably know about the sumptuary laws as they relate to clothes. Like this one. This is the sumptuary law as it relates to clothes. They did not bother, or I could not find the part of the text that related to food, but it was absolutely there. You were regulated in terms of the number of dishes that could be served per course per meal. And a dish contained a set amount of a particular item, so you couldn't really cheat over there. One swan, one bustard, one peacock, that was one dish, and those were also dishes that were only eaten by the very high ranks. But you could get away with 4 smaller fowl or 12 very small birds, such as larks. A cardinal could serve 9 dishes. Dukes, marquises, bishops, and earls could serve 7. Lower-ranking lords could get 6, and the gentry class, and this was defined as an income between 40 and 100 pounds a year, could serve 3. The poor it typically had only a single dish per course, so 3 dishes for the entire meal. A typical meal for them would consist of dark bread, Parker's bread, and pottage, your standard starter, cheese rather than meat, and then maybe a bowl of curds. You didn't want the higher ranks to feel deprived if they went out to visit someone else. So you could serve the number of dishes that related to your highest ranking guest. And weddings were also exempt. You could go nuts the same way we do today. You could go nuts, which is a good time to bring us to food itself. I know we usually think of spices as too expensive for common use, but spices were actually characteristic of Tudor and even medieval times. According to Bruno Larieux, a food historian specializing in medieval times, 3/4 of the recipes that we still have and that existed then had spices. People ate a lot of spices, mainly for social distinction, but because the spices were obviously expensive, but also because of medical ones. Spices were supposed to make digestion easier and balance the humors. Before we get to humors, I want to stick a little bit more on medicinal spices. We had another food historian, Morin, who studied the huge coincidences between spices and the dietary advice given in health books. So the medieval gastronomy, we had the cardamom eases digestion, cinnamon was for respiratory and digestive ailments, cloves were an antiseptic, and also to ease child delivery, coriander reduced fever, and it really goes on because people knew about spices and incorporated them in foods, but they incorporated them even more than for specific ailments. They also had the detailed medical imperatives coming from humors, and that really dominated your food choices. So I'm going to start in Tudor times. Medical theory was still rooted in the beliefs of a Greek doctor called Galenus, who lived in the Roman period. Hippocrates had noticed that health was influenced by humors. Galen really kind of got this down. So the human body was made up of 4 elements, or believed to be: air, which was hot and wet; fire, which was hot and dry; earth, which was cold and dry; and water, which was cold and wet. These elements manifested in the 4 liquids of the body. Blood corresponded to air, yellow bile, fire, black bile, earth, and phlegm, water. These were the humors. Every single person had a different humoral balance based on a combination of a lot of factors. So first, physical characteristics. Blood and air corresponded to a reddish complexion and pretty skin, and also a tendency to put on weight. Yellow bile or fire corresponded to yellow skin, red hair. Black bile or earth corresponded to black hair and black eyes, rather thin with a gray complexion. And phlegm or water corresponded to white hair, thin and limp, pale complexion. These physical characteristics were not the only things that determined your humors. Temperament also. You could tell somebody's temperament by the humoral balance by their temperament. Blood and air, you were sanguine, enthusiastic, vigorous, social. Yellow bile or fire was choleric, bitter, short-tempered, and nervous. Black bile or earth, melancholic, lazy, fearful, sickly, and phlegm or water was phlegmatic, low-spirited, forgetful. As if that wasn't complicated enough, the seasons of the year and the ages of man also played a role in your humoral balance. Sanguine corresponded to spring or infancy. Choleric corresponded to summer or youth. Melancholic was autumn or adulthood, and phlegmatic corresponded to winter, old age. That's so much. So I have a chart. So the whole idea was staying healthy depended on your keeping all of these humors in balance. And recovering from sickness required getting the humors back into balance by, kind of overcompensating in certain areas. You would do this by manipulating the body's liquids, which could be done by sweating, urinating, bloodletting, apparently lusty singing, and food. So I'm going to be sticking with food. Here are the basics. Each character is drawn to the foods that represent their own humor. So sanguine, which is hot and wet, likes meat with sauces and wine. Choleric, hot and dry, likes grilled meat or spices. Melancholic, cold and dry, likes roots coming from the earth. And phlegmatic, cold and wet, likes soup and raw vegetables. But here's the thing. You have to temper your tendencies with foods from the opposite quadrants. And that's where, oh, here we go. So you've got, for example, a phlegmatic that's cold and wet would be sure to drink wine, which was a choleric drink, in direct opposite humor, because it goes, and other hot, dry elements. That wasn't the only, I know it's really hard to see, there's a lot of stuff on there. You also needed to eat opposite to other things that could influence your humors. So just as your emotions made you a certain humor, when you experienced other emotions just because of stuff that happened, that was affecting your humor. So when people were sad, you were creating cold humors in your minds because these emotions were associated with black bile. So hope and friendliness were associated with a sanguine nature. Anger was choleric, forgetfulness involved phlegm, and whenever you were experiencing this, having a senior moment, you had to go and do something from the opposite quadrant. Same with the seasons themselves, since people needed to adjust their bodies to the effects of the weather. So in summer, and some of this came naturally. So in summer, the diet emphasized cooling foods like lettuce and lamb, prepared and served with cooling ingredients like rose water, lemon, or other citrus juices. In winter, a body needed more warmth. So you need to eat food that added heat by increasing the amount of fire and air humors in the body. That's when you'd eat your beef and pork. Illness, you got a cold, colds were flaming. Again, you go for hot and dry foods. The way of where foods entered into these different things were kind of decided by what people saw. So fruit grew on trees, came into contact with the air. Cattle were fed oats, which were hot and dry, so beef was hot and dry. Sheep ate grass, which was cold and wet, although sheep themselves were cool and dry. Go figure. Eggs were moist, though the yolk was hot while the white was cool. I'm sorry, I tried to go through my notes and change moist to wet every single time. There are a few holdovers, and I'm sorry about that. So this is why so many dishes were served at court, because people had to choose what was helpful for themselves. So this is a page from the Eltham Ordinances, which Cardinal Wolsey promulgated in 1526, which sets forth the dishes for dinner and supper at Henry's court. This page is for a flesh day. There are different rules for fish days. And I'm going to do a quick analysis of the first course for a flesh day dinner. So here you go. You've got the cheap bread and the manchet. Remember, manchet was the highest quality bread made from wheat, which was hot and wet. Cheap bread was bread made from the second quality of flour. I'm guessing the difference between nobles and servants. Remember, everyone at court had the right to be fed. They were owed that by the sovereign. At the higher ups, but everyone got to sit down and get a meal. Beer and ale were cold. Wine was hot, flesh, dry for pottage wet. They have no idea what rumors are. Nothing. I could not find that. Venison, hot and wet, in brew, cold and dry, or broth. Red deer, cold and dry. Point being, you get the point. I'm not going to go through the entire thing, but yes, I did do this, like looking at my little sheet the whole time. Point being, this was a full range of choices so that everyone could eat the food they needed for health. Now, even if you could not afford this many choices, you still were okay because you could balance the humors in specific dishes in a bunch of ways. And you probably started to intuit, although since I didn't go through every single one of them, maybe I, surprise, that I'm going to get more detailed now. So how you cooked a dish played a role. So roasting a dish made it dry and warm. You heated it up. Boiling it cooled it off and moistened it. For animals, when you ate them in their lives could affect their humoral influence. So veal was hot and wet, but beef was cold and dry. A kid goat was hot and dry, but a mature goat was hot and wet. Pigs stayed cold and wet throughout their lives, interestingly enough. The biggest and easiest way to change the balance of humors was by adding other elements. That was really easy to do with spices and condiments, and a lot of these combinations remain with us today. Pork, which was cold and wet, was usually paired, or often, depending on what you were trying to do. If you were trying to make a neutral dish, you would pair it with mustard, which was hot and dry. Salmon, cold and wet, was paired with lemon, which was hot and dry. You could warm up turkey, which was cold and dry, with sage, hot and dry. Or you could add onion, which would be hot and wet. So you could, again, manipulate your dishes based on what you did. Trick was, a lot of spices were warming, not just mustard and black pepper, but butter, sugar, cinnamon, ginger. Does that sound familiar? The association between warming spices and foods eaten during the cold weather became so ingrained that became the correct thing to eat, and that is what became our traditional Christmas foods. Like fruit cake, which counteracts the cold of the dried fruit with the warmth of the spices, butters, and eggs. Before we all long for a time when butter and sugar were considered health foods, there was one more factor that affected humors. Victoria mentioned it briefly, your class. And the thing was, farmers and laborers, they worked really, really hard all year round, and their activities produced heat. And so they needed to eat primarily cooling foods in order to maintain their health. So remember earlier when I said that a typical meal for a farmer was bread and pottage for the starter, cheese for the main course, and then curds for dessert? Well, pottage was usually filled with vegetables like beans, spinach, chard, pumpkin, zucchini. All of those were cold and wet. And dried beans, mushrooms, potatoes, and barley, which were cold and dry. Cheese was cold and wet, as were cheese curds, and there we go. So, yeah, this is complicated and not an exact science. Eating with or against your humor was good and bad. There was a lot of analysis and a lot of room for mistakes. So I'm going to play around. We saw this by yesterday. And, again, when I saw it yesterday, my first reaction when I look at this is, I don't look at the clothes. I want to look at the gold bars that Lady Cobham is wearing that echo the gold bars on my favorite portrait of Edward. I want to look at the little kids who, basically little tiny portraits that were going to focus on the food. I want to go right to what the children are eating, fruit. pure fruit, cold and wet. There is no sugar sprinkled on top of it to warm it up. So they must be hot by nature. So sure enough, they're little kids. Their age makes them sanguine. So does their looks. You know, you've got the little reddish cheeks and their healthy skin, and they've got little half smiles on their faces. So their temperament is also, you know, hot by nature. Very different from Lord Cobham. So I'm looking at his angry face and suggest that he's more color or yellow bile. And I was sitting here not understanding, like, well, how could he eat any of this? And then yesterday Victoria mentioned walnuts on the table. I'm like, yes! That's what he's going to be doing. The kids, triple sanguine, were eating the hot fruit, the golden fruit, and Lord Cobham got to go for his walnuts. I'll do this again with cookies of joy, and I am being shamed here right now because I was like, oh, there's no way that I can make enough cookies to give out to everyone over here. Yeah, well, here's the recipe. The recipe is designed to counteract melancholy, which is characterized by too much black bile, which is cold and wet. So all of the ingredients here are hot, and most of them are also dry. And, you know, the other thing I want to point out, oh my goodness, I made that small. I'm sorry. I will send the recipe to anyone who wants it. They had nutmeg, cinnamon, cloves in here. These also served as medicinal purposes, analgesic, respiratory issues, digestive, intestinal disorders. So fixing all of those certainly would have helped contribute to joy. And again, you look at the flavors, I'm going to guess that these cookies of joy were served around Christmas time. Because, you know, again, Christmas is falling in winter, you need to be promoting joy. You need to promote joy. And once again, I am going to argue that all of these butter and cinnamon and wonderful flavors are all health food. And I do have to tell the story. I was on a food-related panel with a woman who was talking about the Old West, and it turns out that one of their foods is alcohol. So, point being, if you take nothing else away from my talk today, take this as my gift, the ability to characterize butter, sugar, and alcohol as health foods. And on that note, let's go feast.
All right, so Victoria, I was very excited. You were here last year, and then you emailed and you said, how can I do something about the food and give some samples? And I thought, yes, that sounds amazing. So bring it on. Thank you. Let's do that whole setup.
And Gloria, can you reshare? Gloria, can you reshare the?
Yes, I will. So before we start, has everyone who wants a small glass of ale got one? And if not, put your hand up so my incredible husband can bring you one.
Maybe more. We got more.
So this ale, Old Speckled Hen, is from my home county in England, which I'm going to talk a little bit about that before I get into the food stuff. Old Speckled Hen.
Oh. Well, actually, it's sharing the, I think you selected Chrome or something instead of the.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can take that right out. I have one other little glitchy poo. Okay, I'm not used to microphones, so if you can't hear me, tell me.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Fantastic. Okay. I do want to thank my husband, Eric. He's going to be handing out all the samples today, and he didn't really have a choice in that. Yeah, well done. So my name is Victoria. I'm from the county of Suffolk. I'm going to show you where that is. This is Suffolk. London's here, so that's the relation. This is Norfolk, Essex, Cambridgeshire, and this is Suffolk. I'm from a little town called Woodbridge, right here on the coast. Ipswich is our county town. Interestingly, it's not a city because it doesn't have a cathedral. So Ipswich, before the late 1800s, Ipswich was actually part of the Diocese of Norwich. Norwich is off the map, but it's up here. In the late 1800s, maybe 1900, all of the dioceses were changed. They had been kept the same as pre-Reformation, just easier. So then Ipswich joined with Bury St Edmunds to form a new diocese. This is Bury St Edmunds, right here. Other points of interest would be Framlingham. Don't know if I can find it because the writing's a bit funny. Framlingham's there, right there. Framlingham is where Mary I gathered her supporters before they marched down to London and boosted Lady Jane Grey off the throne. Cavendish, Long Melford and Clare and Sudbury, those are all places where people like the Cavendishes lived. So Thomas Cavendish, one of the circumnavigators of the world. So also there's a fantastic house called Kentwell Hall, and I'll show you some pictures of that, which is in Long Melford. And that was owned by the Cloptons in the Tudor period. Ipswich has an amazing manor house called Christchurch Mansion, which was built on top of the Holy Trinity Priory, so taken down during the Reformation. That was owned by the Withypoles. It's a truly amazing building, and it was given to the town of Ipswich, the Corporation of Ipswich, in the mid to late 1800s, and it's remained there for us, the people of Suffolk and of the world, to come and see it. Truly amazing. If you ever get to Suffolk, Ipswich is a horrible town, but Christchurch Mansion is amazing. You have? Oh, nice. Okay. So we're going to skip back. Oh, by the way, do any of you know what famous person was born in Ipswich? Huh? Ed Sheeran. Yeah, actually, Framlingham. Remember the castle I told you about? He's from Framlingham. And yeah, you can't say anything bad about Ed Sheeran in Suffolk. But there's somebody else who has an ignoble end.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas
Yeah,
Wolsey.
absolutely. Thomas Wolsey, son of Suffolk, Ipswich.
You got it.
We're proud of him. Right. So is there any way I can get rid of these? Okay, that's okay. The reason I speak to you of Bury St Edmunds is all to do with ale and beer. The Great Abbey was built in 1086. Obviously, took a long time to build. It started in 1086, and the monks dug into the chalk that's underneath Bury St Edmunds, which is named after St Edmund. He's supposed to be buried there, but nobody knows where he's buried. So they dug their chalk wells. They brewed not just for themselves, but for the townspeople. They brewed a heck of a lot, and they sold a heck of a lot. So the health of the townspeople was very much to do with the monks. The abbey lies in ruins, as you can see. It is a national protected monument. The ruins are really well preserved, and they cover acres. It's a lovely place to visit if you're ever in that part of the country. They were dissolved. 1799, two brewers, Mr. Green and Mr. King, opened their own brewery. They decided they were going to resurrect those chalk wells. So the beer you are drinking or have just drunk is almost 1,000 years worth of history in the making because it uses the same chalk wells that the monks were using. So the difference between ale and beer is very simple. It's all about hops. Hops are from Belgium, the Flemish area of the Low Countries. They are a preservative. So ale lasts a few days and beer can last for months. That's the difference. So a lot of you probably already know this. Hops came in the late 1400s. Took a while for beer to become popular, but over the course of the 16th century, it became the more popular drink because it lasted for longer. So the ale wives didn't have to be brewing every single week. They could take a break if they wanted. And it's also, unfortunately, the time when ale passed from being a woman's preserve to being a commercial man's product. Because beer lasts longer, they could brew on a large scale, and they did. So it was ale and beer with a drink. The water wasn't safe enough. Everybody drank it, everyone from the poorest to the king or queen. It was so important that the powers that be decided that they ought to regulate the alcohol content, the ingredients, and whether it was safe to drink, and the cost. That's the most important thing. The cost was regulated. This was tied into grain. This is a picture of the assize book for the assize of ale, bundles of wood sticks, which were called they were called faggots at that time for lighting the fire, etc. And wheat for bread, and bread was also measured.
Oh no, I was going to press something.
Oh, I'm going backwards. I'm just using arrows. So, beer also gave people a lot of nutrients. I looked this up on the USDA website, and the nutrient content of beer is protein, all the B vitamins, potassium, magnesium, phosphorus, selenium, iron, and zinc. We all have those minerals within our own bodies, and we need those minerals to be able to, for our cells to grow and turn over, etc. So the average intake per day was between 4 and 8 pints. But it's not as bad as it seems because there were different levels of alcohol. Ale and beer, they're both made of barley. Barley is, so I watched a program on this. I don't know if you've seen the Tudor Monastery Farm. Yeah, so Ruth Goodman, who's incredible, she taught us through the process. The barley is hulled, and it's sprinkled with water, put in a hot room, and it's sprouted. When that barley has sprouted, it's then boiled for a really long time in water. And it's also flavoured. So you can add your hops in if you want. But before that, just ale, which I've given you. That's ale, not beer. It could be flavoured with honey, different herbs. Some of the herbs had medicinal properties. Tansy was used to relieve coughs and headaches. Today we know you can get tansy poisoning, so that's not used by us very much. Other herbs, hyssop, supposed to clear congestion, and also other things were preservatives. When I was little, my grandma used to take us to the sweet shop, and we used to get cough drops. I think they were flavoured with hyssop, and there's another herb, I can't remember the name of it. So these things were actually, these flavourings were used for hundreds of years. So the alcoholic content, the first mash was the strongest, The second one, so the second time the same mash was used, was weaker, but the third one was small ale or small beer that you've all heard of, because people drank that from Neolithic times all the way up into the 1800s. People were still drinking small beer, children in particular having the small beer. Oh, and ale wasn't taxed until the 17th century. So I cannot overstate how important ale was, not just as a drink, but for all the nutrients the body needs, particularly a working body. So, I found a drinking song from 1480. It's attributed to the Ipswich minstrel. I don't know who he or she was. It was found in the 1800s in Ipswich Corporation's records. I sent to a publisher, never came back. Somehow it ended up, or a copy of it ended up in the British Museum, and this is what we have here today. And I'm going to read it to you because it's an introduction to all the foods that you're going to learn about today. Yeah, I'm going to have to read it off the screen because I can't see that bit. Bring us in good ale, bring us in good ale. For our blessed Lady's sake, remember this is before the Reformation, said Mary, bring us in good ale. Bring us in no brown bread, for that is made of brown. Nor bring us in no white bread, for there is in no gain. But bring us in good ale. Bring us in no beef, for there is many bones. But bring us in good ale, for that goeth down at once, and bring us in good ale. Bring us in no bacon, for that is passing fat, but bring us in good ale, and give us enough of that, and bring us in good ale. Bring us in no mutton, for that is often lean, or bring us in no tripes, for they be seldom clean. You know what tripes are? That's what tripe is, yeah. I went to boarding school, and I had to eat all manner of strange meat off cuts. So I've no doubt had tripe, I can tell you. Well, I'm a vegetarian. So, no, bring us in no trials of it. Bring us in no eggs, for there are many shells, but bring us in good ale, give us nothing else. Bring us in good ale. Bring us in no butter, for there are no many hairs. I don't know who's doing the milking or the butter. Nor bring us in no pig's flesh, for that will make us bears or boars. I found two variations for that. But bring us in good ale. Bring us in no puddings, for therein is all God's good. Nor bring us in no venison, for that is not for our blood. But bring us in good ale. Bring us in no capon's flesh, for that is often dear. Nor bring us in no duck's flesh, for they slobber in the mere. Do you know what a mere is? It's a standing body of water, like a large pond, so it's stagnant. Oh, yeah, not very nice. But bring us in good ale.
Anybody need any more ale? Sorry, last call.
Yeah.
Last call.
Okay. On to bread. Bread is the second, I would say, to Tudors, the second most important food stuff that they had. Again, lots and lots of vitamins and other good things. It was graded. There are different types of bread according to the different grains that you used. Do you remember what the Ipswich minstrel said? White bread has no gain. It's made of white flour. Not as refined as we have today, it's still pretty refined. So they referred to the white flour as being double bolted or double sieved. That means they get all the bran out and the germ. The bran and the germ is the good stuff. So you take that out, you're getting some nutrition, but probably not enough. So starting at the top, Wheatsville and Manchette, both white breads, they are the rich person's bread. And if you were moderately wealthy, you could also eat a Manchette loaves. Manchette loaves are small, personal size loaves. These are examples from Kentwell Hall. these little ones here. This is the bread oven at Kentwell Hall. As you can see, the fire's underneath. So the oven part is the one with the black door up there. So the brown breads, all the other ones, cheap bread has half of the brown removed, so it's like a half and half bread. And that was, I would say that was for wealthier middle class and also the upper class. They didn't just eat white bread. Entertaining was expensive. So if you were in the nobility, the upper gentry, and you were entertaining a lot, if you didn't have guests, then you would try and save money. And we know this, people have documented it. So cheap bread was a good example of that. It was also raised with sourdough. Other breads, like the manchette rolls, they were made with ale balm, which is the scummy bit off the top of the beer that has yeast in it. And the yeast for the ale beer, they used to harvest it wild. Ruth Goodman did this. She had a bowl of barley flour and water, and she just left it in a field for a couple of hours. And then the whole bubbles appeared. She had captured wild yeast from the air into her flour and water mixture. So that's how it could have been done back then. So fibre, as you know, complex carbs keep us fuller for longer. So if you were a working man or woman, as somebody said, more than 80% of the population were working the land during that time, you could have been eating yeoman's bread or ravel, as it indicates. That's where you're a slightly wealthier farmer, yeoman farmer. That meant you owned your own farm, you weren't renting it off somebody. Maslin was a mixture of wheat and rye or wheat and barley. And that was usually the household bread for servants of the gentry and eaten by less wealthy farmers and also the labouring classes. Cheap horse bread. Horse bread, I think I'd really like it, to be honest, but it was eaten by the poorest if the harvest failed or if there was a general period of famine on it. And that was different, so wheat grains, lentil, oat, pea, bean, flour, everything you could make into flour, you could put in that loaf. Clap bread was a regional thing. That was like an oat cake. Have you ever eaten oat cakes? Not many of you. It's a Scottish thing. It's a Northern English thing. I love them. They're really good with cheese. They're quite easy to make. So thin flat bread with oats or barley. It's unleavened, eaten where wheat doesn't grow, and it's easier to cook than a leavened loaf. You just need a hot plate. So people would heat up a flat stone and use it to cook their oat cakes on that. I also looked up the nutrient content for this. According to USDA, 1 cup of hulled modern barley has 36% of your recommended daily allowance of iron, 30% vitamin B6, 61% magnesium, 23% potassium, 46% of your protein, and 128% of your dietary fiber. So you can presume that they were regular. So the average people ate a lot of bread. It was their main stuff that all the people ate. And they ate up to 2 pounds a day, which seems a lot. I make bread in a bread oven and I make a 2 pound loaf. There's no way I could eat that much in a day. It's just impossible. So again, I told you quality, weight and cost were strictly regulated. If a baker cheated, he was subject to a heavy fine. That is the origin of baker's dozen. So to be sure that he didn't stiff somebody, he would add an extra 1 or 2 loaves to the dozen that he was selling. 16th century physicians also had things to say about bread. Somebody called Andrew Ward and another physician, Thomas Cogan. Do you know these people? They were advocates of class-based eating, and they said that white bread could only be handled by a well-refined stomach. So the upper and upper middle classes, as you know, the class system is still alive and kicking in England today. They also said that whole wheat and whole grain breads and rough affair like cheese could not be handled by the well-refined stomach, but they could be handled by the labourer's digestive system, because he was also rough and outworking, outmoded ways of thinking. Sorry, getting backwards. Meat. The third most important category. The Ipswich Minstrel tells us that the different types of meat were eaten based on who could afford what and its suitability. Meat was divided into two categories: brown meats and white meats. White meats are milk, cheese, and butter. I eat all of those every single day. They provide a lot of my protein, and they provided a lot of protein for people back then who couldn't afford meat every day, or perhaps even couldn't afford meat for weeks. That was their good stuff. Cow's milk wasn't really drunk back then because it was too expensive. It was needed to make butter. And again, Thomas Cogan has a lot to say about that. Goat's milk was drunk. Little children, they drank milk if they needed to, and elderly people, and anyone who was ill, they could drink milk if the person looking after them could afford it. Brown meats, of all of the brown meats up there, the most important one, the one eaten by everybody, was the pig. The most ubiquitous because it was the cheapest. Am I talking too fast? So pigs were easy to keep. During the autumn, you could send them out into the woods, and you were allowed to do that back then, and they could forage. So we know that pigs like acorns, and they basically like anything, any roots, anything they could get their little snouts on. And so many poorer families could keep one because they could do that in autumn. The winter in England can be long, and it's so dark because we're so far north, and it's true that it rains most of the time, unfortunately. My county, Suffolk, is called sunny Suffolk because we get less rain than everybody else. And we're actually, ever since I've been alive, it's been run as it's the driest county in England, and it's been run on a drought system, which means that water is precious. So every year there are hose pipe bans. That means you're not allowed to run a hose pipe. Can't water your garden, can't water your vegetables, can't put your kids in a little wading pool, paddling pool. But it works for us. So what I was leading up to was, most people couldn't afford to feed a pig during the winter. You can't send him out or her out. You have to feed them for months. So that's when the tradition for slaughtering your pig on Martinmas, which is November the 11th, came about. And that, interestingly enough, was brought over here. I used to live in Arkansas. I did living history. Most of their history is 19th century. And so I learned all about how pigs were slaughtered every year on Martinmas, even over here, even in the 19th century. It was such a long-held tradition. To preserve the meat, they smoked it, they salted it. They used the bones flavouring their pottage. And that's all well and good until you run out. Unfortunately, some people just didn't have meat at all in the winter time. Mutton, being a sheep, they were useful for wool, so they generally weren't slaughtered until they were old and knackered and weren't really producing much anymore. So if you were wealthy, you could afford to slaughter a lamb. Didn't matter, you didn't need it. You had that overflow of riches. If you're a working man, yeah, your mutton once a sheep's old. Beef was exceedingly expensive, which is why the Ipswich minstrel says it's probably not for us. Also, he says for the bones. I don't know where he got that from, but it was a luxury. They were useful for milk production, which is another reason most people didn't slaughter their cows until they were old. This is a controversial meat. I am not in favour of it, veal. That was consumed quite a lot by the very, very wealthy. Goats, again, you slaughter them when they're old, or if you're super rich, you can slaughter them when they are kids. And they were also used for other things, gloves. Kids have gloves, they come from baby goats. If you're making cheese, you need rennet, which is from the calf's stomach. Today there are other alternatives to that. So wealthiest could slaughter an animal whenever they wanted, the not so wealthy. If you slaughter a young animal, then you're taking away all that future productivity. The upper Ipswich minstrel tells us all about venison as well. Venison was not for sale, it could only be hunted, so you had to have a lot of land, or you had to be invited to hunt for it. So that's why that was for the wealthy. Also have up here a picture of ways to cook meat. Meat was often boiled, but if it wasn't, it was put on a spit. This is Kentwell Hall. These are varieties of spits they have up here. This is Christchurch Mansion in Ipswich. You can see they've got a whole pig and something else, not sure what that is. There's an array of spits they have here, even got a pie. Pies are another way to cook meat. They steamed within they called it a coffin. I have some recipes for you. Recipe books are largely from the latter part of the 16th century. The one on your left is a proper new book of cookery. It was first printed in 1575, but it was Margaret Parker, the wife of Matthew Parker, the Bishop of Canterbury, had it in 1545, so it does have much older recipes. Most recipe books were hideously expensive. They were aimed at wealthy people because books were expensive and ingredients were also very expensive, as I'm about to show you. This isn't a recipe, it's a list of foods and when they should be eaten. Brawn, do you know what brawn is? No. No, it's actually much worse than that. It is meat from a calf or pig's head, potted, jellied. So this person says you can eat it starting on Michaelmas, which is the 29th of September, and finish eating it on Candlemas, the 2nd of February. A capon on there that is another sad type of food. The cockerel or rooster, castrated as a chick, and then force-fed. It's really sad. But people even up to the 20th century in England and in this country were eating. I've actually seen instruments from the 1920s for doing the job, which is pretty awful. Okay. So the Willoughby family in the Midlands were Midlands gentry. Dr. Mark Dawson studied household accounts for them, and they did do seasonal eating. Lamb, pigeon and veal, they ate in the spring and summer. Wild fowl, pork, they ate in the autumn and the winter, and goose and brawn, they ate at Christmas time. On the right, we've got recipes from The Good Housewife's Jewel by Thomas Dawson. So aristocratic families, they did share recipes. This book has a couple of recipes from different lords and ladies. This is the keeping of lard after the Marquess Dorset's way.
So, lard from pig. Very important, not just for cooking, but also for use as a lubricant on your body as well, if you needed something to moisturize with. We are moving on to fowl, poultry, wild birds. I couldn't find an English picture from this time period, so this is Dutch. As you can see, there are all sorts of types of birds on here. We have got a turkey. And they came to England in the 1520s, and it took a really long time for them to become popular. You could buy them in London in the 1540s, but really they became popular at the end of the Tudor period. We've also got grouse, pheasant. There's a little grouse. We have got, was either a chicken or a rooster up there? I can't tell exactly what it is. We've also got duck. Oh, there's a hare here. We've got duck. We have got, there's a snipe. I saw a snipe. Not going to be able to find it now. It has a really long beak. So if you can see a bird with a really long beak, it's a sea. There's a water bird, a wading water bird. We've also got songbirds. So these were weird. They were also game. And recipes for these include some ingredients we might not necessarily use today. To stew chickens, this one up here, take the best of your mutton broth. You've got to be wealthy enough to have also killed a sheep. So,
No,
in a couple of minutes. And thank you, you're working really well. Really appreciate it. Hand it out now, yeah. So remember, these recipes are for the wealthy. And the Ipswich Minstrel tells us that poultry was for the wealthier sort of person. As I said, sorry, I'm repeating myself here. Mace is a herb, is a spice, very spicy spice. You're going to be tasting it in just a moment. Sugar was very expensive, and I'll talk about that later. This also includes something called verjuice. Verjuice is from the crabapple. Crabapple is very sour. My mother, I'm from the countryside, and we used to forage for fruits and things like that. So my mother found some crabapples once and made crabapple jelly. Even with all the sugar in the world, it's too sour for me. Recipe 2, to stew birds. Fry them up in butter. All more than good. Use onions, sorrel. Sorrel is a herb. Oh no, sorry, wine. And more onions, cloves and mace and pepper. Again, all expensive. Expensive because they came from halfway across the world. You're going to be tasting cloves as well with the sample that we're handing out around right now. It also contains ginger and saffron. Saffron is still the most expensive spice in the world. These 2 recipes, I'm going to go through this quickly because I'm rambling on a bit too much. The 4th recipe includes lemons, imported, super expensive, wine, rose water, sugar mace, red currants, Red currants today we use in red currant jelly, which we eat with game. So that is 500 years worth of food history right there. And your first sample. Your first sample is my family recipe for something called bread sauce. Why can't I get this to move? On Christmas Day, we have turkey, the same as you do. And to accompany it, we have something called bread sauce. Thank you.
Yep.
Bread sauce harkens back to medieval and Tudor way of thickening a sauce, which was with breadcrumbs. It sounds kind of gross, but it's delicious. My husband is from here. The first time he came to my family for Christmas dinner, I kept talking about bread sauce and he had no idea what to expect. It's very simple. Whole milk. You start an onion with cloves. That's what these are. You put it in a pint of British Imperial pint of milk with bay leaves, allspice, which is very similar to mace, black peppercorns and nutmeg. And you bring it up to the boil and you take it off the boil and you let it infuse for over 2 hours. So all those aromatics, these are heavily aromatic spices. Here's the nutmeg. I use whole nutmeg that I grate. Black peppercorns, bay leaves, cloves, allspice. When it's infused, you take the onion out and you add white breadcrumbs. It's important that they're white. I made it once with whole wheat. It's horrible. This is an accompaniment to turkey. It's supposed to be like a gravy, but my family likes it thick enough to stand a spoon up in it. So I eat it without the turkey. It's actually my favourite Christmas dish. If you don't want to try it, that's totally fine. But get a good sniff, because you'll be able to smell all those aromatics that we use. And for me, it's the smell of Christmas. So, whilst my husband is handing these out, are you okay?
I think we have just enough.
That's good.
I'm starting to sweat.
Do you have, if you've started to try it, do you have any thoughts? Good. Thank you. Everyone has a slightly different recipe. My brother is an incredible cook, so I actually got all my recipes from him because I know that they'll be good. So whilst my husband is handing those out, you're going to get all your steps in today.
Yeah.
Well, my husband's handing those out, because I don't want to run along, that's not fair on the next presenter. I'm going to skip right to fish. Fish. So I'm actually pescatarian, but it's easier to say vegetarian because not everybody understand what that means. Throughout the Tudor period, fish days were when you weren't allowed to eat any meat at all. Those were Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. During Henry's reign, there were religious reasons for that. During Elizabeth's reign, she perpetuated fish days because that kept fishermen in work. And it also meant that the merchant navy, that's people who aren't in the Royal Navy, anyone who works at sea, were fit and ready if they needed to, say, get rid of the Spanish, like in the Armada. That's such a really smart move of hers. Today, at school, I know they still do it because I used to teach when I lived in England, like you do. Friday is still fish day. Every school I've ever been at, every school my parents were at, every school I taught at, Fridays are fish days. For us in England, what else do you think comes with the fish? Chips, fish and chips. I'm here to tell you that not all fish and chips are created equal. So fish, if you were poor, I'll just say that, if you were not wealthy, you had to resort to salt cod, got a picture of that here, Or stockfish. Stockfish is fish that's been dried but not salted. It sounds pretty awful. You have to reconstitute it in various changes of water, warm water, and it takes a couple of hours. So whoever was cooking, probably the lady, if it was a family, she'd be working for hours to do that. To take away the taste or to add flavour, everybody used mustard. That was everybody's favourite. Everyone could afford mustard. And in fact, when the first settlers, the first English settlers here in Jamestown, and people who were up in Massachusetts, they brought mustard with them. That's actually noted. So fish that other people could eat them. If you were a landowner, you had a river, or you were a tenant with river rights, you could eat freshwater fish that you caught: salmon, trout, eel, pike, bream, tench, roach, perch, lamprey, lots of things that we don't really eat today. Have you heard of the town of Ely? City of Ely, sorry. Yeah, it's in Cambridgeshire. Well, it's on the border actually of Cambridgeshire and Suffolk. It's in the Fens. So it was once an island, and they were famous for their eels, which is why they're called Ely. So fun derivation there. And they used to bake pies. They were known for eel pies. If you were wealthy and you had a moat, you could keep whatever fish you wanted. This is Kentwell Hall. These are carp. Carp are huge. My husband and I visited, and people were buying bags of fish food. So we watched for a moment. As soon as food hit the water was filled with thousands. It looked like the water was boiling. And you can see they sort of suck food in. So they're not the most attractive of fish, but they do taste delicious. And they are on Christmas Day in the Czech Republic. That's their meal. It's interesting. It actually comes from Eastern Europe, introduced over here. I don't know if it's before Tudor time. So wealthy, you could have fish brought to you from the sea, be wrapped in seaweed. You could also have a fish house, which Thomas Wolsey did at his London home, York Place. He had, it was like a little basically a palace. He had troughs with running water in them, which kept the fish alive, much like a fish farm does today. If you lived on the coast, you could eat saltwater fish. I'm from the coast. My family, big fish eaters, and that, went around the world. You live by the coast, you eat fish. This painting again, Dutch. We've got salmon. That's some sort of flatfish, maybe place of flounder. This is mackerel. That's a North Sea fish. It's amazing. I love mackerel so much. That, I think, might be a John Dory. The sort of gold, the gold one there. And these are little, I think those are herring. So fish that we're familiar with today. And they also ate shellfish. Fish alternatives were allowed. You've probably heard of one of them, the barnacle goose. Do you know why the barnacle goose was called a barnacle goose? No? So barnacle geese are actually they're from the north. They're a very northerly bird, so not from England, but from the northern part of the world. And because of that, they don't live in England, so they don't lay eggs in England. So people thought that they were born from barnacles. Barnacles are the little crusty bits on the bottom of a boat. Can you imagine what they look like? Yeah? Crazy, I don't know why they thought that, but they did. Also, they might have been fibbing a bit, because if they were born from barnacles, they were technically fish. So they could eat them. On Fish Day, they also ate otter, beaver, whale, porpoise, and seal. But that's if you were rich. I had to put this in because I thought it was hilarious. This is a Lenten custard. So you're not allowed to eat eggs in Lent. I'm not sure about the milk part. So to make a custard in Lent, take the milt of any manner of fresh fish. Do you know what milt is? Yeah, fish sperm. So a custard made out of fish sperm. I don't know why this graces us out so much because we eat fish eggs all the time, but it just seemed wrong. Okay, vegetables. We know we have to eat them. They were seasonal, like everything was back then. This is Kent Royal Hall again. They have Tudor days every September. I've never been able to go to one, unfortunately, but if you're there in September, do go. They did a good job with some of these. Leeks, onions, those are some sort of beans, parsnips. Those were things, other garlic as well. Those were vegetables that they were available in Tudor England and been there for years. The Romans actually introduced some of them. Have to check Ruth Goodman again for that. But they also put some anachronistic foods in that weren't introduced in Tudor times. Got rhubarb, that was introduced in the 1620s. This is a marrow. It's used in English cookery and Australian cookery. It's a fully grown zucchini. So when you eat zucchini, they're little. They're intentionally removed from the ground before they get mature. The marrow wasn't cultivated until the 19th century, so that's a huge anachronism that they've put in there. This is our same painter, our same Dutch painter, well, from the Netherlands, the Low Countries, Joachim Boyclair, does that sound right? He shows us what was available at that time in Europe and also over here. So you can pick out, we have got cabbage, yellow and purple carrots, peas and beans, lettuce. Up here, I think those are gooseberries, got red currants. I think that those are something called a bliss, which is a damson type fruit. Cauliflower, that came into England at the end of the Tudor period, more or less. And we've also got radishes and cucumbers and artichokes, which are all things that they ate. And they ate a variety of other things. They ate something called a skillet, which is like a small parsnip, turnips, kale, asparagus, spinach, nettles, cress, dandelion greens, spring onions, which are what you call scallions, samphire, which is from the coast, lentils, something we call rocket, and you call arugula. Did I say that right?
Arugula.
Yeah. Thank you. Olive and flowers. In the 1980s, there was a sudden new craze for putting flowers in your salad. This before we were sent away to school, so my mother came home from work with a big bag of nasturtium flowers. And they're really pretty. They're purple, they're orange, they're yellow. My mother added them to the salad, and we all thought that was a really odd thing to do. But we ate them, and it turns out they're delicious. I know they're not in vogue at the moment. And I wouldn't tell you to go into your garden and pick any old flower because you might die. If you see them at a restaurant, give them a go. Okay, herbs are a big part of this as well. Whenever I make a winter stew, I like to think of 4 herbs from Scarborough Fair. It's actually, yeah. Am I going to get it? Would you like to tell me?
No. No. Parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme.
Thank you. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. The perfect quartet of flavours for a winter stew. And they had those as well. They had rosemary, thyme, bay leaf, sage, mint, dill, parsley, chives, fennel, sorrel. They cooked the vegetables or they ate them raw. They used oil and vinegar much like you do today to flavour their their salads. And they could be simple or they could be multi-layered. If you were rich, you could add spices, sugar, raisins, currants, sultanas, and expensive fruit like oranges and lemons, and just put them up. Sometimes a salad was just a centerpiece. I found a recipe from the Book of Cookery by 8W5091. Fresh peas and beans were boiled, they were drained, they were put in boiling milk with egg yolks, breadcrumbs, ginger, parsley, saffron and salt, and served up as a pottage. Seasonal pottage was the main dish for people back then, if they were labourers, or anybody, even the rich did it. So they did anything they had, so pottage was seasonal. Everybody had it every day. You're going to have some right now. You're going to have peas pottage. And I have to rush through the next bit because I don't want to leave the next person short. So you're eating a peas pottage. If it's not hot, I apologise. It is. Okay. This is split peas, onions, leeks, parsnips, and carrots. I even went to Trader Joe's and I found you some traditional Tudor carrots, white, purple, yellow. I snuck in a modern orange one. I used rosemary from my garden, bay leaves, put bay in everything. These are all vegetables that you could have had during the winter back then, and I thought, well, if you couldn't afford meat, you wouldn't have stock in there. So there are no animal products in this one. So my husband's going to serve that to you, whilst I quickly go through the rest. There are only a couple of slides left, thank God. This is your dessert course. And I think what I'm going to ask you to do is actually come up here and get it for yourself, because there are 80 plates up here, and I'm not sure that we can hand them all out. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask you to come and grab your dessert, if that's all right with you. That would be fabulous, thank you. So this is your split pea. Whilst we're at it, I'm going to quickly talk about fruit. This is William Brooke, 10th Lord Cobham, 1567. Every single child looks the same. I know they're a family, but come on. I think they use the same model for everybody. They're a rich family, as you can tell. They've got grapes, which are imported. Red currants, I love red currants. You can't find them over here, unfortunately, but they're really tart, which is what I like. They've got apples, they've got nuts, they've got pears, nectarines, peaches, apricots, they were all imported. Henry VIII spent a heck of a lot of money building up an orchard, especially for peaches and apricots. He's a big fan of apricots. We've also got walnuts. Today, we have the English walnut, but that was imported too. We've also got some interesting playmates. We've got a parrot, we've got a monkey. I'm not an ornithologist, so I can't tell you what that is, but it's probably a song bird. Now, there was contradictory advice. Our friend Andrew Ward said that raw fruit was good for you, as long as you ate it with a big helping of sugar. Thomas Eliot, in The Castle of Health from 1541, says that fruit is bad unless you cook it with sugar. Yeah, sugar. So fruits that you can find in England, I've seen some of those, that you're ordering things like apples, pears. You had cherries, figs, quinces, damsons, gooseberries, strawberries, raspberries, mulberries, whortleberries, which are the European blueberry, they're called bilberries sometimes, blackberries, sloes, blackcurrants. Things that were introduced, peaches, apricots, and nectarines, they came from France and the Low Countries. Oranges and lemons were imported at great expense, so was melon, dried fruits and almonds, pomegranates. Tomatoes are a fruit, we know that. They weren't introduced until quite late in the 16th century, and they were often used purely for ornamentation because they weren't sure that they were safe to eat. You could preserve your fruit with sugar. You can preserve it with cider and other alcohol. And you can also make cider from apples and perry from pears. Perry is delicious. If you ever come across some, have a go. You won't be disappointed. I have a recipe for you. This is a tart of apples and oranges. Orange peels, actually, I should say. The oranges they used back then were really bitter, and they are even Seville oranges. But they were from Spain anyway, and they were so bitter that you had to use a lot of sugar with it. So this recipe for tart has a honey and water syrup, which is how they took away the bitterness of the orange peels. It has more sugar, cinnamon and ginger, and that's to flavour the apples, and that's what we use in apple pie today. By the way, apple pie, you won't be happy with this, but apple pie comes from England and Germany. We brought it over here, and Holland, and basically anywhere there are apples, there's apple pie. But some of your varieties over here, you actually introduced back to England. So there's a whole, like a world community of apples going on, which is fantastic. So this recipe, you layer your apples and your orange peels with an extra bit of sugar, and you top it with pastry. This is the interesting bit. Take out the tart before it's quite done. Take out the tart. Take a feather and spread rose water and sugar on the lid. So that's kind of like what we do today when we have a pie. Brush it with egg, and it produces lovely golden crust. So rose water back then was not as heavy as it is today. Today, you wouldn't want to eat it. It's too rosy, if you know what I mean. But back then it was used quite often to flavour things. This should be my second to last slide, sugar and spice. So I've talked a lot about spice. Up here I've got cinnamon sticks. I have got cloves, I've got ginger, allspice, black peppercorns, cardamom seeds. These all come from Asia. So, well, sugar, got this sugar mold here, and a sugar cone. Sugar came from, I think that came from Turkey. Actually, don't quote me on that. Look that one up, I'm not sure about that. But they all came from the east. Sugar then from the West Indies over here. I would actually argue that the quest to get sugar and spice are what drew people to this country, the first settlers, so the Jamestowns, the Pilgrims up north. So I would say sugar and spice are really why we're here today. So the wealthy use sugar and spice in almost everything, as you have seen. They believed sugar was good for digestion. This inspired a separate course, the banquet course. The banquet course was for sugar work, so marzipan and sugar paste. Comfits. A comfit is like a spice seed that's been candied. So aniseed balls, I don't know if you have them over here yet. No. Aniseed balls are amazing. They stood around when I was a kid. I'm not sure if they are now, but they're aniseed covered with layer upon layer of sugar. If you've ever watched Lucy Worsley on the television, she does one where she shows you how to make comfit. It takes hours. We also had spice wine known as the crass wafers. You could only eat those if you were posh. And suckets. Suckets were either wet or dry. Wet could be a marmalade. Quince paste. I don't know if you ever had membrillo from Spain. You could buy it in some supermarkets. There's a paste made out of quinces. You eat it with cheese. You also have candied peel. Your last 3 samples today are orange sockets, which is made from orange peel, sugar and water. You're going to try medieval gingerbread that was still being eaten during the Tudor period. And that is honey, ginger, cinnamon, pepper. Supposed to use white pepper. I couldn't find any sort of black pepper, so it might be kind of spicy. And again, white breadcrumbs. Simple, really simple. You're also going to try a modern gingerbread, just so you get the difference, because I said this is supposed to be about Tudor food today. So, your modern gingerbread is the dark stuff. It's made of all different kinds of sugar and syrups. The medieval gingerbread is the sticky stuff. If you don't like it, that's totally fine by me, because I do. And the candied peel is the stuff that looks like a French fry. And that's actually all I have to say to you today. These are my sources. If you've never watched Tudor Monastery Farm or any of the farm series that Ruth Goodman did, watch them. It's well worth your time. So, everyone's slowly getting the dessert. I really want to thank everyone who's helped hand stuff out today. I think that's amazing.
Hi everyone, how are you? I'm good, thank you. So we're going to talk about Catherine Swinford today, who Becky mentioned, and you'll actually hear some of the same people coming up in this presentation as Becky's awesome one. Okay, so we'll start with the basics. Who was Catherine Swinford? She was the queen mother to Henry IV. She was the sister-in-law of Chaucer, might have heard of him. The highest ranking lady in England actually for about a year, because there was no queen. She was the Duchess of Lancaster as the wife of a prince. And she was the mother to a duke, a marquess, a cardinal, and a countess. She was possibly also the mother to an abbess, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. She was the grandmother to a Scottish queen and the great-great-grandmother to 2 kings. Now, she's Tudor-centric because she is Henry VII's great-great-grandmother, and it is actually through her that Henry got his claims, through her Beaufort line. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. So, we don't know much about her early life, but she lived from about 1350 to 1403, and she's the direct ancestress to every monarch since Edward IV, including the current king. My notes still say queen. That's sure. So everyone since Edward IV is descended through her. Like I said, she's the forebearer really of the Tudor dynasty, and Henry IV actually referred to her as his mother during his reign. So she has a lot of historical ties, but without her, we wouldn't have any Tudors or Stuarts or any other preceding dynasty after that. So we'll start at the beginning. Like I said, we don't know for sure when Catherine was born, but probably around 1350. We think she was born in Hainaut, which is modern day Belgium, Netherlands. I kind of circled it there. That's a map of roughly what Europe looked like in the mid 14th century. So close to England, but still more of a Dutch territory. We know that she was the daughter of a knight, Pan de Roé, and we know that she had 3 siblings, a brother and 2 sisters. Now, her father, Pan, came to England probably when Catherine was little, and she probably came with him. And he came with the train of Queen Philippa of Hainaut, that is Edward III's wife. And he was highly respected by the royal family. They actually promoted him, and he comes up quite a bit in the history of Edward III's reign. And he was buried in Old St. Paul's Cathedral, the one that burned down in the fire in 1666. So that kind of signals his importance. So he was really beloved, but we don't even know who Catherine's mom was. She's not mentioned. So, let's see. Now, that picture looks familiar, but that's Edward III, and that's the tomb effigy of Queen Philippa. So when Catherine came to England, like I said, she was pretty young, and this was at the height of the chivalric age. This is when Edward III was really at the height of his power. The English had they won back a lot of French territories. They and won a lot of major battles, and kind of when you think of the medieval era, you think of knights and you think of a regal king and a humble queen, and Edward and Philippa kind of epitomized that. So we know that Catherine and one of her sisters named Philippa, now same thing, everyone has one of 5 names in this, so it's very confusing. There's Queen Philippa, but then Catherine has a sister, Philippa Roe. So her and her sister Philippa were kind of raised in the Queen's household. She was known to take in a lot of noble children into her household. She had 12 children of her own. And so it seems like Catherine and Philippa were kind of raised alongside her own daughters and were part of her household. And we think that Catherine's mother probably died when she was very young. And that's why there's no mention of her mom. And so Philippa, the queen, kind of acted as a surrogate mom to her. So she grew up kind of knowing all the ins and outs of the court. Court life is, that's where she grew up, and she was part of the royal household. So in a lot of ways, she had a more privileged life than a lot of other people of her typical class. So she would travel with the court palaces like Windsor, Westminster, and she would have been used to a pretty high standard of living, and she was probably a companion to the princesses. So we know that Geoffrey Chaucer was also held in high esteem by Edward III and some of his children. So it's her sister Philippa that goes on to marry Geoffrey. So the fact that they marry kind of signals her significance, and it kind of strengthens her ties to the monarchy, but she also strengthens his ties and helps in promoting him and his career, as we'll see. So at this time, Catherine would have known John of Gaunt, but he was about 10 years older, so they probably didn't spend a lot of time together. But they would have been familiar, they would have moved in the same circles, and she probably would have seemed more like a sister more than anything to him. So when she was about 15, we don't know for sure, probably somewhere around 1365, she married Hugh Swinburne. So Hugh was a knight in John of Gaunt's retinue. So he was part of John of Gaunt's household. And by the time of Catherine's marriage to him, she was actually part of Duchess Blanche's household. Now, Duchess Blanche was John of Gaunt's first wife. So Catherine was part of her household. Hugh was part of John's household. And it was kind of common for knights and lower-born noble women to marry each other, if they're from the same respective house of the lord and the lady. So he wasn't a very well-to-do knight, but he was respected, and he had 2 properties in Lincolnshire. One is Colby and one is Kettlethorpe. Kettlethorpe that was the nicer of the 2, and that's what you see in the picture. So the house that stands now, I think, is Victorian. There's not much that remains of anything from the medieval era, but the gatehouse right there, that is from Catherine's time. So if you imagine, that it would have been a little grander, maybe a wall around it, and then a house with probably a tower, stuff like that. That was Catherine's home. But her lifestyle would have actually taken a downturn when she got married, because she was used to living in palaces, and just her type of lifestyle would have actually kind of gone down a few notches. Kettlethorpe was pretty impoverished. The land there wasn't very good for farming and grazing, so the land wasn't very friendly to her, but she made the best of it, and she kind of moved into her role as Lady of Kettlethorpe, as she was known, pretty quickly, and in due course she started having children. Now we know for sure that she and Hugh had a daughter named Blanche, likely for Duchess Blanche, and we know that John of Gaunt was that daughter's godfather. as we'll talk about more, and that would actually have a lot of repercussions later on. We know that they had a son named Thomas, and he was born in February 1367. We know that because the births of boys were always kept track of, and the girls not so much. So there's evidence for a third daughter named Margaret. But we don't know for sure that she was Catherine and Hugh's daughter, but it seems like she was. So she was given over to Barking Abbey at the same time as Elizabeth Chaucer. That's Chaucer and Philippa Roe's daughter. And she was appointed by Edward III himself to be an office at Barking Abbey. So it seems like she was a person of some significance, probably Catherine Hugh's daughter, but we don't know for sure. And of course, there could have been other children that didn't survive childhood. But Blanche was betrothed to a Robert Davenport, and at some point around 1375, they think. But the marriage never took place, and we don't really hear much about her, so she probably died as a teenager. But Thomas did go on. He married, he had children. So they were a pretty typical, lower nobility family. Now, we've talked about John of Gaunt, but who is John of Gaunt? So, enter the man, the myth himself. So he was the third surviving son of Edward III. And Edward III was actually the first king to make royal dukes of his sons. And so the title that he gave John was Duke of Lancaster. And this was in right of his wife, Duchess Blanche. And so this actually made John the richest noble in the country after the king, even richer than the Prince of Wales, the firstborn son, and his older brother Lionel. So this family tree kind of it shows a little bit where the seeds of the Wars of the Roses were being laid. So, like I said, Edward III had 5 sons. They had seven, I think, and 2 of them died as babies. But the 5 sons were where the seeds were laid for the Wars of the Roses. And all the brothers actually got along with each other very well, but it was their descendants that ended up fighting for the throne. So the Black Prince, the father of Richard II, Lionel only had a daughter. Now she married one of the Mortimers, and I don't want to throw too many names out there, but it gets a little confusing. And so the Mortimers would eventually marry descendants of the Yorks, the 4th son of Edward III. And this is how they claimed that they had a better claim to the throne than the Lancastrians, because they had a claim through Edward III's 2nd son, but it was in the female line. John of Gaunt married 3 times altogether, and his first set of children, as I mentioned, were with Duchess Blanche, and so they became the Lancasters. His 3rd wife, Catherine Swinburne, their children became the Beauforts, and so they both end up in the Wars of the Roses, but that just kind of shows you which line goes where it's not. It skips a few generations. So he was, John was extremely wealthy, extremely powerful, but he was also pretty resented. Let me see here. Sorry. So we don't know exactly when John and Catherine's affair began, but they did begin an affair after both of their spouses had died. So it was after Duchess Blanche died, and probably sometime around his 2nd marriage. Now, his 2nd marriage was to Constance of Castile, and she actually had a claim to the throne of Castile. Her father was Pedro the Cruel, and he was murdered, and I think an uncle usurped the throne. So she actually was the rightful queen of Castile. She was 17, so John decided to marry her, and that's why he claimed that he was king in right of his wife of Castile, and he pursued that. Well, Catherine's husband, Hugh, died in 1371, but he died 2 months after John had married Constance. So we know that the affair started after Hugh died, but we don't know what would have happened if Hugh had died before John married Constance. You know, it's possible that John might have married Catherine at that point. You know, we really don't know. But he did marry Constance. 2 months later, Catherine is widowed, and it seems pretty quickly after that, he appointed her as governess to his Lancastrian children and kept her around. And they started an affair, probably within a few months, probably not long into his second marriage. So you'll see later that the timing of it with Hugh dying after the marriage with Constance is actually pretty significant. Let me see. So what we do know is that they were very attached to each other, John and Catherine, because their history went way back. They were, like I said, probably raised together, but at a different age. And she was very close to his first wife, Duchess Blanche, and he was faithful, as far as we know, to Blanche. So she probably stood as a tie to the original Duchess, and she was also governor to his children. So she was like a motherly figure. So they came together and they were kind of a comfort to each other. So Baroness Sarah Hogg actually, she lives at Kettleford. She's a Baroness and a Viscountess. And she said that someone said to her one day, Catherine's story is like Princess Diana. And she replied, no, she's Camilla. So and that's actually a comparison I had noticed. And historian Jeanette Lucraft has also made that too. So people might have mixed feelings about that, but you have to remember that, you know, John didn't know Constance. It was a dynastic marriage. People had to marry for certain reasons. Adultery is not okay, but, you know, they were a comfort to each other. So that's the way it wound up. Let me see. So they had 4 children altogether. And we think that the first one, John, was born probably about a year after the affair started, actually born around the same time as John's daughter with Constance, who was named Catherine, which is weird because there's no Catherine in the Spanish family, there's no Catherine in the English family, so we don't know if Catherine Swynford was a godmother, if she was a friend of Constance's, but that's a whole other story. So John Beaufort was their first son. And about 2 years later, Henry Beaufort came along. 2 years later, we think Thomas came along, and then 2 more years pass and Joan joins the family. And the reason why I put that slide up is because that is the Beaufort portcullis. And if you have the chance to go anywhere in England, like Westminster Abbey, Hampton Court, any palace, most cathedrals, you will see that portcullis everywhere. It's a royal symbol, but it actually originates from the Beauforts. That was their badge, and it began with them. So even to this day, the crown kind of, you know, harkens back to the Beaufort portcullis. Also, just quickly, why are they called the Beauforts? So they were his illegitimate children, and he didn't want their existence to kind of interfere with his legitimate son, who was going to be Henry IV. He didn't want them to interfere with his legitimate claims, so they couldn't be called of Lancaster. So he gave them the surname Beaufort. Beaufort is a castle that he had a claim to in France but never really owned. So it was kind of seen as like a non-threatening title that he could give his bastard children. So what was life like for Catherine? She was kind of the de facto duchess. Constance wasn't around much, maybe because her husband had a mistress and was living openly with her. But, you know, we don't know which came first. But Catherine was kind of the one that was front and center that traveled around with John. These are the remains of Kenilworth Castle, which is one of John of Gaunt's favorite residences. And if you see way in the background in the middle, those are remains of what's known as John of Gaunt's Hall. And it is, I mean, it is ruins, but it's still one of the largest surviving ruins, great halls in England. So he made a lot of improvements to the castle, but Catherine and him would have spent a lot of time there, probably had a lot of happy memories. He also loved his palace, the Savoy in London, which we'll talk a little bit more about later. And they would have spent a lot of time there. By all accounts, it was the grandest palace in certainly England, probably Christendom. It was a huge palace. So, you know, she still had the role of governess, but that was kind of in a way a veil to be at his side at all times. So, and I guess that's a good way to, you know, fit her in. Why is she here? But they lived pretty openly, and that's where the scandal started, because a lot of nobles, if not almost all of them, had mistresses, had illegitimate children, but they lived very openly, and this started to draw more and more criticism, especially as John of Gaunt's popularity waned. You know, they were looking for, his detractors were looking for easy things to point out about him, and living openly with a mistress and disrespecting his wife, who he called the queen, is certainly one of them. So when she wasn't at his side, she was still known as the Lady of Kelford, and she probably went there to give birth to her children, and she probably raised the Beauforts along with her Slinford children. Now, both John of Gaunt and Edward III endowed her with a lot of lands, a lot of gifts, a lot of money. But she didn't really take this to enrich herself. She actually made a lot of improvements to the house at Kelford, and what she was doing was increasing her son Thomas's inheritance. So she kind of used it for good, but there were always building projects going on at Kelford, which was her main residence. Colby not so much. Let's see. So Kelford, just to give you an idea, is, I think it's about 5 miles from Lincoln. That's a picture of Lincoln Cathedral, taken from Lincoln Castle. And the lands, they're about, I think 5 miles out. But Lincoln was still her hub when she wasn't with John, following him around. So she was building a lot of ties to Lincoln, which we'll hear about later, and even to the cathedral. Her and John were both very well connected. So I have to bring up Chaucer because he's Chaucer. So we don't know for sure what his relationship was like with Catherine, but we get some hints because at one point he does talk disparagingly about governesses with a past, and it seems like he's referring to her. We also can guess that his relationship with her sister Philippa, with his wife, wasn't good because he never dedicated any works to her, and he writes things such as in The Wife of Bath and the House of Fame, he refers to marriage as the trap of wedding, and he says that he doesn't know anything about love except for what he has read. And a lot of times his female characters are portrayed as nagging wives, and their husbands are kind of henpecked men. So we don't know for sure what Philippa was like as a wife, but it doesn't sound positive. So that may have had something to do with his feelings for his sister-in-law. He also really was devoted to Duchess Blanche, the first wife of John of Gaunt, and wrote the book of the Duchess about her. So it's possible that maybe he saw Catherine and John's affairs kind of disrespectful or a snub to her. But this is interesting because it was drawn in the early 1600s, so it was a long time after Chaucer was alive. But what's interesting is it's supposed to be the progeny of Geoffrey Chaucer. But if you notice, Pamela, that's Catherine and Philippa's dad, is at the top. Chaucer has his own wife as the daughter of Pam. Like, that's all he has. She doesn't even get a name. But he does list Catherine, his sister-in-law. And as you can see, he shows the descent of Catherine and John and their children all the way down. And like I said, this was made in the Tudor era, like late Elizabethan, early Stuart, I think. And so it kind of shows how he's related to the royal family, but that's all through Catherine. So it seems like maybe he wanted, you know, again, this was a couple hundred years after his death, but someone had the idea to kind of emphasize his ties to the royal family, so maybe he promoted those within his own lifetime. All right, so the Peasants' Revolt. So to give a little background, this happened in the summer of 1381, and it was in response to several different things, but mainly people were really starting to resent John of Gaunt's power, and he raised a tax, and this was just not popular, and people saw his demands for money as being just something to enrich himself and to help him with his claim to the Castilian throne, which everyone was like, well, okay, so your wife was queen, but how are you king? But he still wanted to go be king. So they didn't like how their taxes were being spent. They didn't like that he was so rich and powerful. And so on June 13th, a mob stormed London, and their main target was the Savoy Palace that I mentioned before. And luckily, none of John of Gaunt's family was home. If they had, they likely would have been killed. So they killed many members of his retinue. They killed one of his priests. And it kind of turned into a bloodbath just all over London, and 1,500 people were killed by the time it was over. But they ransacked the Savoy, threw most of the contents into the river, and burned it to the ground. There was actually a storage of, I don't think it was gunpowder, but something that caused an explosion, and they accidentally blew the whole thing up while there were still people inside helping themselves to the wine. So not a good day, but this was kind of shocking. So John was in Scotland on a diplomatic mission, but he was shaken to the core. You know, he was this all-powerful man. He, at this point, Edward III had died, and his oldest brother had died. So his nephew, Richard II, was king. So he was kind of the only grown royal left. So he kind of felt like he was untouchable, but this just kind of shocked him. So his legitimate son, Henry IV, well, would go on to be Henry IV, he's Henry of Bolingbroke at this time, but he actually had to be hidden in the Tower of London so that the mob didn't get him. We don't know where Catherine was at this time. We know that she wasn't there. We also know that the Flemish people, which she was Flemish, were a big target of the mobs in the riots. There was a lot of ill will between the English merchants and the Flemish merchants. They felt like they were taking their jobs, you know, common thing that seems to go on. And they really targeted a lot of the Flemings. And so, like I said, if she had been there, she probably would have been killed, and her both her children. So the actual Duchess, Constance, she had to flee Hartford, and she went to Pontefract, and she was actually denied access to Pontefract Castle, and we don't know why. Some people have speculated that Catherine was there, and so they thought that might be awkward. But this poor Duchess is trying to flee from everything, and she has nowhere to go, and eventually she's allowed into Knaresborough Castle. So eventually she makes her way to Northallerton. And John of Gaunt, first he asks for Richard II to give his blessing for him to come back into the country. So that tells you something right there, because the fact that he thinks he has to actually ask the king's permission to come back into England shows you how frightened he is. He wants that validity. So Richard is 14. He grants him, you know, safe passage back to England. And John goes to Constance at Northallerton. And so upon greeting him, Constance begged John's forgiveness. Now it's kind of a weird thing, because, you know, why would she be begging his forgiveness when for the past 10 years he's been living openly with another woman? They have 4 children. But she does. And so she knelt down before him, but he actually raises her up, and then he begs her for her forgiveness. So this experience kind of shook them both to the core. And it seems to have kind of brought them together. They did still just have the one daughter, and we don't know where she was during all of this either, but her life by extension was also threatened. So for this reason mainly, John saw fit to repudiate Catherine. So on Valentine's Day, the following year, 1382, he actually signs what's basically a quitclaim to Catherine. It kind of relinquishes his right to any of the properties that he gave her, any of the gifts that he gave her, just basically saying what he gave her is hers, and he's done. And so he publicly says that, he's going to change his ways, and it's kind of humiliating for Catherine, actually. So she doesn't have much of a choice. She goes to Lincoln. And we don't know why she didn't go to Kilford, but it could have been for her safety. So this is what is now known as the Deanery, where the Dean of Lincoln Cathedral lives. But at the time, it was known as the Chancery, where the Chancellor lived. And this building is one of the few extant buildings that you can still go to that Catherine lived in. And it looks much the same as when she would have lived there. So at the time, the deanery was inside the cathedral close, so it was walled, and she actually lived alongside most of the clergy and the dean and the chancellor. So it was a very safe environment, and as I mentioned before, her and John had ties to Lincoln, so we don't know if maybe the religious were kind of paid off to allow her to stay there in safekeeping, because it is kind of odd that a mistress would be basically living in the cathedral close with the religious order, but that's where she wound up, and it seems like it was a safe place, and she laid low for a very long time. But she did continue to receive more grants of land from John and now from King Richard II. So she never really lost that royal favor, and she did reconcile with John at some point. We don't know when. It was probably late 1390s, late 1380s, early 1390s. But they used a lot more caution this time. There's no real record that they're back together. Everything they did was discreet, which is probably a smart move this time around. But during the next 15 years after the Peasants' Revolt, that's really when you see the Beauforts arrive on the scene. So slowly, as they get older, sorry, that's more pictures of the deanery. That is the wooden part. The brick part is the house that she lived in, and you can see Lincoln Cathedral, so you can see how close it is. And then that chapel is from Catherine's time, and that was her private chapel, so she didn't even have to go across the street to go to church. So over the next 15 years, as I said, this is when the four Beaufort children kind of arrive on the scene. And in the mid-1380s, their oldest son, John, enters the confraternity of Lincoln Cathedral with Henry of Bolingbroke and Thomas Swynford. So there's eventual stepbrothers and then half-brothers. Thomas Swynford was, half-brothers with the Beauforts and the Lancastrians. It's a very blended family. There's a lot of different branches. So they continued their ties with Lincoln. That ceremony was conducted at the chapter house, and that is the chapter house. Everything's pretty much still the same as it was in Catherine's time, and you can visit it today. And actually, parliaments have even been held there, so it's a really cool building, but it's kind of attached to Lincoln Cathedral, but it's a separate room. So let's see, at some point in the early 1390s, Catherine enters the household of Mary de Bohun. Now, Mary is the wife of Henry of Bolingbroke. So now she's back on the scene as Henry of Bolingbroke and his wife are beginning to have children and make a family. It seems like she's a governess or some sort of important motherly figure once again. And maybe this was used again as an excuse to keep her close to John, but the ties just continue. And we know that she kept horses at John's houses, enough for her and her children. So they still definitely had a lot of contact. All right, so 1394, Constance dies, and what happens? There's a royal wedding. So this was seismic. Dukes, princes like John did not marry their mistresses. It didn't happen. So everyone thought that he was just going to stay a widow, or that maybe he would marry for wealth a third time because he had promoted himself with both of his first two wives. But no, he announced that he was going to marry Catherine Swynford, his mistress of, at this point, it had been 25 years, off and on, but probably mostly on, and the mother of his 4 children who were now pretty much grown. And this is the choir screen at Lincoln Cathedral. It's made of stone. I don't know why it's called a screen, but it's in front of the choir. And they believe that that is where John and Catherine were married in January 1396. So she's probably about 45 and he's about 55. And they are grandparents and they get married. And this is, if that's not true love, I don't know what is. But the timing is interesting because they didn't get married right away. It was almost 2 years between Constance's death and their marriage. And the reason for this is because John sent for a dispensation to the Pope. Now, why would they need a dispensation? Probably because they're cousins, because everyone's cousins these days, and they marry each other. No, actually, we don't think that they're related at all. It's possible that her dad was related to Philippa, or John's mom, but probably not. The reason why he asked for a papal dispensation was because he had stood as godfather to her child, Blanche, with Hugh, that I mentioned before. And this is the repercussions of him being the godfather. So back then, if you were a child's godparent, you were seen to have a tie with the child's parents as if you're their sibling. So kind of what he's saying is, oh, Catherine could kind of be my sister. We need a dispensation to make sure it's okay. No one would have brought that up. No one probably even remembered that he was the godfather to this little girl. She had probably been dead for a long time, but it was a very canny move because what he's doing is he is getting the Pope's blessing and his seal of approval for the marriage. And he asks for it and he gets it. So, let's see, the Beauforts become legitimate upon their parents' marriage. Now, this is where people sometimes get their history wrong when they say that Henry VII came from an illegitimate line, and that was his claim to the throne. They were illegitimate for a little while, but upon their marriage, there was the papal dispensation, which mattered to some people more even than a lay court of law. But not only that, he went to Parliament and he asked for Parliament to actually officially legitimize the Beauforts. And Richard II, everyone's the same name, did actually legitimize them in 1397. And he had his decision read out in the Parliament of January 1397. So I'll read a quote from it. He says that they should be raised, promoted, elected, assumed, and be admitted to all honors, dignities, preeminences, estates, degrees of offices of public and private whatsoever, as well as temporal or feudal and noble, by whatsoever names they may be designated, whether they be duchies, principalities, earldoms, baronies, or other feats. And he says that this should be done as if they were born in lawful matrimony. So his charter that was read out was ratified by Parliament. So in law, they could inherit the throne, they could inherit land. It was as good as if they had been born legitimately. Where the confusion comes up is, a few years later, Henry IV, their half-brother, takes the throne. And about 7 years after that, in 1407, he adds a little note. It's literally a handwritten note to this charter. It doesn't exist anymore, but there's a record that it was handwritten. And it says, except for the royal dignity. And that is next to the part of the charter that I read out. So somebody penciled in, except for the royal dignity. But this version was not ratified by Parliament. So, you know, between Richard II and Henry IV, who was more popular, you know, okay, he was even the better king, okay. But still, Richard's decision actually held the weight of Parliament and was ratified by them, whereas Henry's little pencil note wasn't. So they did still have a legitimate claim to the throne. All right, so her and John have a pretty decent life for the most part for their short time together, but it only lasts about 3 years, and then John dies. And actually, one thing I forgot to mention was going into more detail about how she was the highest ranking lady in England during her time. So Richard's first wife, Anne of Bohemia, had died. So when John married Catherine, because he was the highest ranking noble, she was the first lady of England. Everyone else was below her. And some people took issue with this at first because she was low-born, she was foreign, she was a mistress, but they seem to have gotten over it pretty quick because King Richard himself actually really respected her, and by this time he's in his 20s, so everyone kind of followed his suit and realized, okay, you know, she's not that bad. And she actually was assigned by Richard to greet his second wife, who was 7, Isabella of Valois, who was actually Catherine of Valois' older sister, interestingly enough. But Catherine was chosen to greet her and escort her to London. So it kind of shows the esteem that she was held in. So, you know, she kind of became almost the equivalent of a queen. But then John died, and she actually went back to Lincoln, and I kind of think of Lincoln as maybe her safe harbor. I think because of their long ties to Lincoln. So she lays low after this, and we don't know what her feelings or thoughts are. Less than a year later, when her stepson invades England because he had been banished by Richard II, and usurps the throne from her cousin, or I'm sorry, her nephew by marriage. She seems to have kind of wanted to just stay out of it, but this is when Henry openly calls her his mother. His birth mother had died when he was only about 1 year old, and as I said, Catherine was the governess and kind of more present than his actual stepmother, so he always viewed her as his mom, and I think probably as a tie to his birth mother. Let's see. Okay, so she died on May 10th, 1403, and she's buried at Lincoln Cathedral. This is her tomb, and that the higher of the two tombs is hers. And the lower one next to it is her daughter, Joan Beaufort. And that's the high altar at Lincoln Cathedral. So it shows you kind of the esteem that she was held in because she was buried in such a prominent place and with a lot of ceremony. And at that time, their second son, Henry, he entered the church, but he had become Bishop of Lincoln, and he was only like 24. So that's a close-up. Her tomb would have been really beautifully decorated, probably with gold and jewels, but one of the Cromwells, either, you know, Thomas and Henry VIII's reign with the dissolution of the monasteries, or the other Cromwell, Oliver, can't remember which one, but one of them stripped all the tombs and did a lot of damage to Lincoln Cathedral, and that includes Catherine. But we are actually lucky that her tomb even still exists. John of Gaunt's doesn't. He was buried with Blanche at the old St. Paul's Cathedral, and that was burned down. But you can still go and see them today and see their daughter, Joan. So I don't know if anyone here is a fan of historical fiction, but if you are, I personally recommend Anya Seton's Catherine. And it's a very popular book, especially in the UK, but also in the US. It was written in 1954, and it's kind of a classic of historical fiction, but it's about Catherine Swynford. And this is how she actually comes to a lot of people. They know her through this depiction. You know, it infers a lot of things because we don't know a lot of the truth, but I recommend it as an enjoyable read. In the background, I think that is supposed to be the Savoy Palace. In the background, the tall white thing, that's probably supposed to be Catherine. And I had to include these other copies of the book because it's like, really? Like, and that's why she was called a seductress and an unspeakable concubine. And yes, 600 years later, she's still portrayed that way. And I don't know if John of Gaunt is about to behead somebody or what's going on in the background, but yeah, go for this version. That's the first edition. So why is Catherine important? As I mentioned, you know, you'll see the Beaufort portcullises at pretty much any palace that you visit, any cathedral. But I was lucky enough to be in England this past June for our society study day, and went to a few different places. And one place I went was Westminster Abbey, and this is the tomb of Elizabeth I and Mary I. A lot of people forget that Mary is buried there, poor thing. And we look up, and what do you know? But that is Catherine Swynford's badge, the one in the center. So her badge is the red shield with the 3 gold Catherine wheels, and those wheels come from St. Catherine, and that was her badge that she adopted as Duchess of Lancaster. So I was like, why is her shield on the tomb of Elizabeth I? Like, this is really a high place for her. So I wrote to someone at the Abbey, and they were kind enough to get back to me. And it turns out that this canopy was erected in the reign of James I, and it includes the shields of Catherine and John and a lot of the Beauforts. And so as early as the early Stuarts, they are harkening back to their roots that come from Catherine Swynford. Same thing happened at Hampton Court. This is in the Great Hall. The stained glass window there, it is Victorian, but even in the Victorian era, they still were paying tribute to John of Gaunt and Catherine Swynford, which is interesting, you know, based on the moorings of the time. So, real quick. So if you want to see the, I have one more slide in here, sorry. There it is, I skipped over it. Okay, so how is she connected to Henry VII? So this is just a summary, but their 4 children were John, Henry, Joan, and Thomas. Thomas didn't have any kids that survived. Henry was a cardinal and probably didn't or shouldn't have had any children. Joan Beaufort, as we heard earlier, she actually had 14 children, and her husband had 8 before that, and she had 2 before that, so they had 24 kids together. And I think they all lived to adulthood. So that's how the Nevilles became powerful. That's a whole other thing. And their youngest daughter was Cecily Neville, who we heard about earlier. She, of course, is the mother of Edward IV and Richard III. So that's how Catherine is the great-grandmother of 2 kings. But again, it is through their first son, John, Earl of Somerset, that Henry VII stakes his claim to the English throne. John, Earl of Somerset, all the Johns, did have several sons. Somehow they all failed to have children. His son John became Duke of Somerset, had 1 daughter, as we heard earlier, Margaret Beaufort. Margaret Beaufort had 1 son, Henry VII. And so that is how Henry VII got his claim to the English throne. And he used, of course, his father's name Tudor, but it's actually through the Beauforts that he lays his claim. And historian Nathan Amin argues that the Wars of the Roses were more between the House of Beaufort and the House of York than the House of Lancaster and the House of York. Because when you think about it, Henry VI was poor guy, but an inept king. You know, whether that was because of mental illness or that was just his nature. There weren't really a lot of actual Lancastrian people out there fighting. It was the Beauforts, and the Beauforts were really disliked by the Yorks. And in the end, it was the House of Beaufort that won and that claimed the throne. So briefly, I just want to tell you, I am the proud chairwoman of the Catherine Swinford Society. So if you're interested in finding out more, I have flyers up here, and Heather said that she will make them available to our online attendees. We have the cool journal that we put out twice a year. We do study days once a year. So please let me know if you're interested. Come talk to me.
I know you guys thought I was going to talk about Holbein, but surprise, we're going to talk about George. So as some of you who follow me online know, I started my master's program. So I'm going to get my master's degree in history, which is something I've always wanted, but it does take up a lot of time, especially when you have a full-time job and you're trying to write and trying to run a publishing company. And so poor Holbein had to go back, you know, to the back of the stove, because I wanted to, a lot of times I think we don't necessarily know all of the extra things that go into academic history. You know, we read a lot of popular history. We watch a lot of popular history on TV, which is informed by academic work. But when you do things in an academic situation, you have peer review, you have, you know, all of these other things that you have to take into consideration in your writing. But also, one of the things that you do as an academic is you can present a paper. So basically, I am going to present to you a paper that I wrote for my British history class. I chose this one in particular because my professor said it was a really good paper, and he does not give compliments lightly. And so I almost had a little mini heart attack when I read that. So when you present a paper, there really isn't room for asides. So I just want to kind of set the scene for you a little bit before I do this paper with you. One of the things that I'm going to talk about, and I posted this on social media, is that in writing this paper, researching it, I actually found I kind of discovered a little morsel of history that I hadn't made the connections to. And it's become one of my favorite research discoveries, because it's never talked about. So as you know, a lot of people who are familiar with the Boleyn family know, it's often said that Jane and George had an unhappy marriage. And one of the things that they use as evidence for that is this manuscript that George had in his possessions when he was executed. And it's now housed in the British Library, and I got to see it, and it was amazing. But it's called The Torments of Marriage. Right. And so we think like, oh my gosh, this is like some kind of funny joke, wedding joke that he received. But actually, one of the things that's left out is that this book is made up of two manuscripts. And one of them is a translation of, it's called The Lamentations of Matthiolus. And that is the torments of marriage. And so in this poem that Matthiolus wrote is basically, he talks about how women are just the most horrid creatures ever. And marriage is like the worst state you could ever find yourself in, because women are changeable and they're sneaky and they're liars and they're awful. And so to give you a little background on this, this was written in the 1300s. And then Christine de Pizan, who some of you may be familiar with, she was also from the 1300s. She read this poem, and of course, it being a woman, it really struck her as very unfair and biased. And she was really one of the first kind of feminist writers who was female during the medieval period. And she went on to influence a lot of women, most notably Margaret of Austria, which is where Anne Boleyn spent her formative years in the court of Margaret of Austria. So she would have been very familiar with Christine de Pizan and her teachings. And Margaret of Austria really ran her court in a similar fashion to kind of the preachings of Christine de Pizan. So Christine, after she read Matthiolus' book, she wrote her own book called The Book of the City of Ladies. And in this, she's having this sort of like fever dream, kind of like Heather had, of where, you know, she falls asleep reading it and she wakes up with this really negative view of women. But then God comes to her and says, I am choosing you to go out and refute this writing. And so she writes this book, which is very kind of similar to Thomas More's Utopia. And it's basically this city that protects the women. And so in the Book of the City of Ladies, she writes all of these different stories about feminist heroines. And so the source for that was Boccaccio's De Claris Maloribus. So she's influenced by this really old style biography. And the connection with this that I find that was my favorite to realize is that you have Anne at the court of Margaret of Austria, and she's learning all these very feminist teachings, right? And then somehow this book that has, so there was Johann de Lefebvre, he was a French writer. He translated the Lamentations, and then he, in the style of Christine de Pizan, who heavily influenced him, he wrote his own similar to Book of the City of Ladies called Le Livre de Lys, which is the Book of Gladness. And so it also is a refutation of this horrible misogynistic poem. And this is the book that George has. So the manuscript has the Lamentations, but it also has the Book of Gladness. So very often historians have left out this second manuscript, which I think says a lot about George Boleyn, is that he actually had very feminist leanings. And I'm going to talk about it in this story or in this paper. But the connections that I'm making is that, you know, Anne, she was kind of, we see her as feminist for her time. And this education that she came also went to George Boleyn, and he had the same ideas and the same passions. And this book, so inspired by the Book of the City of Ladies, which in turn was inspired by the De Claris Maloribus. Now, if you've read Julia Fox's book on Jane Boleyn, which is what my novel on Jane Boleyn is mostly based off of, Her father, Jane Boleyn's father, Lord Morley, he translated Boccaccio's De Claris Meloribus. And there is a theory that the way in which he translated one of the women's stories is in memory of his executed daughter. So those connections to me are just really fascinating, because you're seeing that like Morley also had those same kind of beliefs. And so the union of Jane and George starts to make a whole lot more sense when you see that so many of their beliefs were similar of their families and how they raised their daughters and how they educated their daughters. And so anyways, that was my favorite research connection. So now I'm going to present my paper. On a gray spring morning in 1536, George Boleyn was led across the dew-soaked grass to a scaffold on Tower Hill. Sentenced to die under trumped-up charges of treason and incest, the ardent reformer faced the gathering crowd. After an acknowledgement of his sins, George offered a last exhortation. Men do come and say that I have been a setter forth of the word of God, and one that have favored the gospel of Christ. And because I would not that God's word should be slandered by me, I say unto you all that if I had followed God's word indeed, as I did read it and set it forth to my power, I had not come to this. It made for a poignant, if unsurprising, ending. The courtier, known for his reformist beliefs, chose his last moments on earth to extol one of the movement's clearest tenets. He was indeed a setter forth of the gospel in more ways than just this final speech. George Boleyn's promotion of Protestant ideals via the spread of religious books, his presentation to convocation, and diplomatic assignments abroad served to influence Henry VIII and advance the king's efforts to disconnect from the Pope and establish the Anglican Church. The prior century's advent of the printing press, along with diminishing book prices and increasing literacy rates, enabled religious philosophers to transmit their works to reformers like George more efficiently than ever before. As the middle class expanded, demand for religious tracts in the vernacular grew, and progressive scholars were only too happy to fill the need. As these books and pamphlets filtered out of the cities and into nearby villages and towns, they began to spread across the continent. Religious leaders sought to curb the distribution of what they saw as dangerous, heretical books with suppression acts. But intrepid reformers rose to the challenge, finding new ways to smuggle their goods off the mainland and into the hands of England's burgeoning crop of anti-clericals. Just how these books found their way into the Boleyn Library is unclear. Regardless of its origination, one of the pamphlets entered the king's possession and left an indelible mark. Through Simon Fish's work, A Supplication for the Beggars, George Boleyn encouraged Henry VIII's mind toward the idea of breaking with Rome. History has credited Anne Boleyn for the king's consumption of supplication, but the idea originated with her brother. Martyrologist John Fox recounts George's earnest plea for his sister to share the tract with her paramour. The king was so taken by Fish's condemnation of the clergy's idleness and exploitation, he couldn't bear to part with the pamphlet for several days. Fish argued the church's power was such it did not matter what laws the king made against the clergy. The Pope could simply overrule them. The church wielded control over the people and thus the country. For Henry to reclaim his sovereignty, he needed to weaken the church's influence. Faced with an uphill battle against the pontiff for his divorce, the king welcomed this view as a possible way out of his troubles. George further promoted the cause of the Reformation by translating evangelical works into English for the indoctrination of Queen Anne's ladies, transforming the royal household into a conduit for reform. Your most loving and friendly brother sendeth greetings, he wrote in his dedication of the Ecclesiastes. Paired alongside his translation of Jacques Lefebvre de Top's Épîtres et Évangiles des Cinquante et deux Semaines de l'An, these two sumptuously decorated manuscripts preached reformist doctrine and were meant to be displayed in the Queen's rooms so her ladies could read and take instruction from the teachings contained within. Queen Anne was well acquainted with Lefebvre de Top through her childhood in the French court and emphatically agreed with his view on the saving role of faith in Christ and the evils inherent in the church. Despite increasingly restrictive laws on heretical books, the Queen consistently imported them from abroad for public display. She required her ladies to read and conform. And this is the said book. Beyond the confines of Scripture, George contributed to the progress of English culture by circulating pro-feminine themed books among an inner circle of prominent young men at court. Housed in the British Library today, the 15th century manuscript of Les Lamentations de Matthiolus and Les Livres de Lys still contains traces of its route through court poet Thomas Wyatt and the popular musician Mark Smeaton. Smeaton's inappropriate exchanges with Queen Anne during the weeks prior to their execution supports the assertion that George bequeathed the book as an entreaty for the musician to amend his ways. While Lamentations was notoriously misogynistic, Livre de Lys, the rebuttal by Johann de Lefebvre, argued against women's alleged fickleness and cruelty. Lefebvre was inspired by Christine de Pisan's The Book of the City of Ladies, a feminist treatise that celebrated women's rights to education and respect and their ability to rule. De Pisan's teachings had been deeply ingrained in Queen Anne from an early age. While she taught it in her household, George spread it throughout the ranks of men with the potential to codify it into law. My listeners, note well this point, his inscription urged readers. The new quashes the old way of thought. George's knowledge of scripture and his ability to successfully argue its points as a representative of the king directly aided the passing of the Act of Supremacy. Though it entered the law books 3 years after George's 1531 appearance at Convocation, the legislative meeting of church leadership, it was the courtiers' proposed addendum, as far as the law of Christ allows, that swayed the clergy into submission to the king's supremacy. George arrived at Convocation armed with religious tracts he wrote based upon the king's own work, The Glass of Truth, and the Collectanea Satis Copiosa, which supported the king's position. Both provided divine sanction for the title Henry desired, supreme head of the English church. George's speech still exists as the Rochford manuscript. In this, the courtier served not only as a theological scholar, but also as the king's propagandist. Convocation would not be his only parliamentary appearance. George Boleyn's high rate of attendance during the Reformation Parliament of 1529 to 1536 ensured his input and influence upon nearly every major piece of reform legislation. Indeed, he claimed the second highest attendance for a lawmaker. And amongst his many returns was the 1533 meeting that outlawed appeals to Rome. Additionally, George submitted votes for acts which saw the transfer of authority from the Pope to the King, the right of the Anglican Church to make dispensations, and the investiture of the succession of his niece, Elizabeth. The Act of Succession was a particularly sharp weapon in the king's arsenal. Everyone in the realm was required to pledge an oath renouncing foreign authority, including that of Rome. It also required recognition of the validity of King Henry's marriage to George's sister and the legitimacy of their heirs. To abstain was a treasonable offense that meant imprisonment or death. You know, I had to put something funny in there. Henry VIII used George to evangelize his radical reforms and gather support for them in foreign courts. Throughout the last 7 years of George's life, he was sent to entreat the King of France no less than 5 times. In his first mission to France, the young courtier was attended by theologian John Stokesley, called the Great Enemies of the Catholic Queen Catherine of Aragon by Imperial Ambassador Eustace Chapuis. The pair were told to insert themselves into Francois I's meeting with the Pope. They were also instructed to negotiate with the French universities in their ruling on the merits of King Henry's divorce. George, and later his father, leaned on the Sorbonne to deliver a favorable response, and eventually they did. The success of George's initial foray into diplomatic duty fed King Henry's increasing trust in the courtier, which led to even more influential assignments. In 1533, he was employed to deliver news of the royal marriage and the impending birth of its heir. This was a delicate matter, for Henry had acted directly against papal authority. There would be consequences. Francois I met George with far stronger resistance this time. The French king would not cancel his meeting with the pontiff, nor would he put his name to the letter composed by Henry for delivery to Rome. Using considerable skill that was later remarked upon by the bamboozled French diplomats, George negotiated a compromise in only 4 days. Francois instructed his representatives in Rome to encourage the Pope to void the bull summoning Henry to the legatine court. Francois's representatives were ultimately unsuccessful, but George earned a begrudging respect for his skills of persuasion and his obstinacy. The French monarch sent him home with 2,000 credits for his efforts. George's carefully cultivated relationship with Francois I and his court cemented the courtier's position as Henry VIII's official spokesman on religious matters in France. With the Pope's bull of excommunication in force against Henry, the monarch wasted no time sending his best envoy back to France for assurances against further reprisals. Once again, Francois prevaricated. He would not break with the Pope, as he did not see himself as Rome's ally. However, he would agree to a friendly meeting to discuss matters with his brother and scepter's Henry. Pregnancy threw a wrench in their plans. George was again returned to France to smooth the way. These delicate diplomatic dances show how adeptly George preached King Henry's gospel of supremacy and plucked reasonable compromises from royal leaders least disposed to make waves with the Catholic Church. George's commitment to scripture and desire for reform led him to seek assistance from a group of Protestant princes in his efforts to spread the gospel among his countrymen. This powerhouse band of German Protestant leaders, called the Schmalkaldic League, worked to secure independence from Rome with the ultimate goal of replacing the Holy Roman Empire. In early 1534, George joined a handful of Protestant English nobles in petitioning the League to send ambassadors to their court. They wanted these representatives to convince the king to go further than mere independence from Rome. They sought the wholesale remaking of the church, or, barring that, the advancement of God's glory in the land and among the king's people, particularly those who are around him. George lobbied hard for a visit by one of their leaders, Lutheran theologian Philip Melanchthon. It never grew to fruition, but the mutual admiration was such, the League became outraged by George and Anne's execution, and further negotiations with England stalled after their death. This is, it's the Schmalkaldic League's, I don't remember exactly what is in it, but it is all of the things that you see at the bottom are the seals of the men who were in the Schmalkaldic League. So I believe that this was something that was sent to Henry and proposition of them coming over to England. In addition to his diplomatic duties, George used his appointment as Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports to wield judicial influence over those in opposition to his program of reform. So I have to stop and say this letter is something that I found. I was like Googling, like thinking of George going to camp. He's going off to camp. So I was Googling funny letters that kids send home from camp, and I adapted it. Because this was a letter that George sent when he was down when he would go for Lord Warden duties. He sent this letter back to court. In addition to his diplomatic duties, George used his appointment as Lord Warden of the Cinque Ports to wield judicial influence over those in opposition to his program of reform. The position of Lord Warden, along with the accompanying elevation to Constable of Dover, was one of the most powerful positions of the 16th century. In this role, George exerted control over one of the main hubs of the English realm, and as such could raise muster, summon juries, and hand down criminal sentences. He was known to rule with a heavy hand, going so far as to forbid servants of the port from wearing the heraldry of anyone other than he or the king, regardless of who employed them. So as you can imagine, he made a few enemies. The courtier's influence became such that Thomas Cromwell felt inclined to undermine him on more than one occasion in order to curb his power. Political appointments aside, foreign dignitaries to the English court viewed George as both gospeler and gatekeeper. Recognizing his position as a representative of the king in religious matters, the imperial ambassador Eustace Chapuis stood out as one of George's main antagonists. He often accused the courtier of being more Lutheran than Luther, and remarked in one letter to Emperor Charles V that George often could not refrain from proselytizing. Prior to that, Chapuis described how the courtier maneuvered him out of a conversation with the Duke of Norfolk regarding the legitimacy of Princess Elizabeth and kept him from meeting with Thomas Cromwell. He also referenced George as the king's representative at the executions of 3 Carthusian monks, an event Chapuis found horrifying. Throughout their time together in King Henry's court, the ambassador nursed a begrudging respect for George. While they often did not agree on matters spiritual or temporal, Chapuis viewed the young man as exceedingly clever and charismatic. The shock and disbelief he wrote of experiencing after George's death shows how much influence the courtier wielded. Even his rival never expected George's fate. George made his last stand against the clerical faction in court, where he called into question the king's motives for bringing him down. As Chapuis recounts, George met every accusation so courageously, observers were taking bets on his exoneration. He refused to back down, ignoring Cromwell's directive not to read aloud one of the charges. In the case of the king's impotence, he replied, he could not speculate and risk impugnment of the king's future marriages. George would tumble from favor, but he would leave a seed of doubt regarding the Catholic Jane Seymour, successor to his sister. Despite his bombastic courtroom appearance, letters from the Constable of the Tower during George's imprisonment there reveal a man haunted, if not regretful, of the lengths he went in service to reform. William Kingston wrote of George's preoccupation with the discharge of his debts, specifically money owed by a white monk he saw promoted to an abbey in Cheshire. After some reflection, he reasoned, it did not matter after all, as the abbey had surely been suppressed and the monk dispossessed along with it. Another letter written on the eve of George's execution indicated the condemned wished for, but had not received his last sacramental rites. George had gone far in his promotion of reform, but he was not yet prepared to give up on one of Catholicism's most comforting rituals. Determined to spread the tenets of reform up to the moment of his death, George delivered a sermon containing hallmarks of Protestant belief from the scaffold. He acknowledged his sinfulness, taking responsibility for his faults while looking to God alone for forgiveness of them. He asked the witnesses to act as ministers, to intercede and pray for him. He spoke the language of Zion, urging his listeners to follow the gospel and avoid the vanities and flattery of the court. He would have been spared, he said, had he followed God's word indeed, as he did read it. The idea that gospel governs behavior and dress is thoroughly Protestant, bordering on puritanical in nature. Indeed, as time marched on, the leading reformers of the Edwardian and Elizabethan courts began to limit the extravagance of their clothing. They adopted serious and severe natures, avoiding popular pastimes such as dancing and secular music. Though the interpretation is contrary to George's intent, Ambassador Chapuis adroitly summed up the courtiers' commitment to religious reform. He told his employer that George owned he deserved death for having been contaminated with the new heresies and caused many others to be infected with them. He said George admitted he deserved punishment for his proselytizing, and he recommended all to forsake heretical doctrines and practices, which words on the mouth of such a man as Lord Rochford will be the cause of innumerable people here being converted. Chapuis did not agree with George's beliefs, but he recognized the power of his persuasion. Of all the translations of George Boleyn's scaffold sermon, not one contains the same wording as another. Yet they all agree George was an ardent and diligent reformer who used his talents to advance Protestant doctrines. In chronicler Elis Grufford's version, George said he took upon himself a great labor to urge the king to permit the scriptures to go unimpeded among the commons of the realm. When the full scope of George's efforts is considered, this proves to be true. George sought reform with the books he read, translated, and shared with both the king and leading nobles of the realm. Though his sister often receives the credit, he was in truth far more effective than her by sheer virtue of his gender. Anne Boleyn may have had the superior title, but she was denied access to the male-dominated spheres of convocation and parliament, where doctrine and legislation were created. In contrast, George was boots on the ground and utilized his privileged entry to these circles to influence the law of the land. Once the king was on board, George sought to globalize them in foreign courts. Current scholarly perspective tends to pit Thomas Cromwell against the Boleyns, and it is true he played a significant role in their downfall. Nevertheless, George remained, until his death, one of Cromwell's most powerful supporters. During the faction wars that followed the events of 1536, George would have been the one courtier best placed to negate the anti-Cromwell sentiment that arose in the Privy Council. There were few men that could effectively stand up to the Duke of Norfolk, and his nephew George was one of them. Had the courtier remained alive, it is likely Cromwell would have survived Norfolk's coup. And that's it. Any questions? Yes, Lisa.
What's for speculation from you, but do you think if George Boleyn's trial and execution were rushed, that they either supposedly or others intervened or tried to agree with him?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Yeah. And I think that's part of why it was rushed, because he had a lot of support and respect, even if they didn't necessarily agree with him, like Francois. And I think that eventually, had it dragged out a little bit longer than these people, particularly the Schmalkaldic League. Because as you can see, once he was executed, they were so upset with Henry that they were like, "No, sorry, we're not working with you anymore. We clearly, our values do not align." So I do think that, yeah. Anyone else?
Do you guys have any questions?
So, you think the incest charge was to discredit him?
Oh, absolutely.
You're asking if the incest charge was to discredit him. Also, someone online asked, I don't know if it was for you necessarily, but they asked how old was George around this time? They say because they were astonished at the abilities and education of the young people in the Tudor court, especially compared to today. Do you know anything about that or can talk about any?
Well, we don't know for sure when George was born. So I would guesstimate that he was in kind of his later 20s, early 30s throughout some of these things. But yeah, and then it was actually remarked upon because when he was sent on his first diplomatic mission, that's part of why John Stokely went with him, was because Stokely was really a seasoned diplomat. And George was like, he was young, and it was really remarked upon, you know, at the time of how young he was to be sent on such an important mission. But, you know, he had been at court for quite a long time, long before Anne was at court. And so he had that kind of relationship with Henry, and Henry knew his skills. And as we know, his father, Thomas, was an excellent diplomat, and he was like celebrated for his abilities and sent on really important missions. And so it's likely that George very much took after his father. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think plus historical fiction, you see George Lennon like diminishes the amount of power he actually had and diminishes the amount of right. Do you have any theories as to why he's so often portrayed that way?
She's saying that George is often.
Well, I think part of it goes to, we want to focus on Anne, and we want to make Anne the heroine. And she was, you know, she did a lot of really impressive things for a female at that time. But we have to remember that she was a woman. And so she could tell the king what she thought, and she could influence in her way. But at the end of the day, it was the men who were making the laws and who were allowed to come up with doctrine and legislation and all of those things. And so I think that he gets diminished in our efforts to like really boost up Anne. But I think also we have this idea that George was just this, you know, he was a philanderer and a wife beater and all of these things. And there's simply no evidence for that. So it's a great question, because I think the story of who George really was is far more interesting than this idea of him, you know, and especially why I was so thrilled to find the connection with the Book of Gladness to this really ardent feminist female writer and a feminist male writer. Like, that is even less, it's more unique, right? Because men weren't typically feminist in that era, you know, and the fact that George had that and he was passing it around. I mean, in the book, you see Wyatt's signature in there. You see Mark Smeaton's signature there. He's passing it around to all of these courtiers, and he's like, read this, because this is like really great stuff. You know, it really makes me question this idea that he was like this horrible husband who beat his wife, because like, that just doesn't make sense to me. If he's like telling people, like, read this book, it says how great women are and how great marriage is and how, you know, but historians never talk about that part of the book. They just focus on the torments of marriage, right? Because it sounds funny, but it really wasn't. It was really a terrible, terrible misogynistic poem. So, yeah. I don't know that really answered your question, but
And then something else, someone said if you could say something about the radicalization, and I mean, you mentioned a little bit, but about the radicalization of the court by printing in English and like what it was that they were reading.
Yeah, they were reading these Protestant tracts that really like questioned the things that the church was doing. You know, because the Bible was really sort of only read by the clergy or religious leaders. It wasn't really spread out along, you know, to the lower classes, like just your typical civilian. And so once the printing press was developed and you could print the Bible and you had people who were learning how to read it and they were writing their interpretations of it and they were writing their thoughts regarding what was written in the Bible, regarding what the church was doing. So it just kind of spread those ideas out into the populace, and it started to make them start to ask these questions and explore these changes and interpretations of what was established religious thought. Yeah.
And was George athletic? Did he joust?
Oh, yes. Yeah. He was a jouster. He loved to play tennis and he was really good at it. And he would beat Henry often.
Oh, that's fun.
But yeah, he was.
And I don't know who this is, but why didn't Henry execute Thomas Wyatt? Because of ego, or?
You know, I'm not all that sure why Thomas Wyatt wasn't executed, because of all the men, he's probably the only one who had any sort of close to intimate relationship with Anne. Of course, it was well before she was with the king. And that's still even debatable. Like, we don't actually know if they did have a relationship. But of all the men who were there, he's really kind of the only one where we could say maybe, you know, prior to her marriage. So to me, I would think he would be the one who is most likely executed. But my personal belief is that Wyatt was imprisoned to lend what's the word I'm looking for, to lend reasonableness to all the events. Credibility, that's the word. Thank you. Yeah, I think that he was imprisoned to lend credibility, because there were already like mutterings about Wyatt and Anne, and so it was kind of like, okay, well, this makes sense, right? But there was never any of the same type of mutterings with the other men, because it was all politically expedient for them to be executed. And yeah.
Cool. And then what was Henry VIII really afraid of in regard to George?
Well, I think George had some pretty powerful allies in the Schmalkaldic League and in the, you know, Francis the First. And, you know, I mean, even people like Chapuis, he was like absolutely shocked by what happened. And, you know, he's kind of an antagonist to the Boleyn family. So he had that power, but also he was very persuasive and charismatic. And you know, I think Henry was in his earlier years, but as he became more of a tyrant, he was less charismatic, and he was, you know, and so I think that powerful people are afraid of people who are charismatic and can persuade others. Because could you imagine if George had not been caught up in what happened with his sister? Like, if he just tried to imprison Anne and execute Anne, there's no way that George would have allowed that to happen. He would have done, plus he had connections to France. I mean, I think in an alternate world, like, how incredible would it have been if, you know, George had said, hey, Francis, my sister is like on these trumped up charges and the king's going to execute her. Can you help me get her out of the country? Or can you, I mean, there's precedence for that, because, you know, the imperial faction was talking about spiriting Princess Mary out of the country. And so you know, I think that in addition to George being Cromwell's most powerful ally, he was also Anne's. And he would not have allowed what happened to her to happen.
And then just people seem really interested in George. Do you have any book recommendations on George for
yeah.
I want to learn more?
Yeah. So there is a biography about George, and it's by Claire Ridgway. I think most of you people know her from the Anne Boleyn files, Claire Ridgway and Claire Cherry. And it's called George, it's just called George Boleyn, courtier, poet, and something like the subtitle is, I can't remember all of it. But if you look up George Boleyn, you'll find it. And then also there's a book by Lauren Mackay called Among the Wolves at Court, which is really good as well. And that's about both George and his father, Thomas.
The club's doing it in November.
And okay, so the book club's covering that one in November. And yeah, for all the people online and people here, there's a book club. Check that out.
It's super fun. I've attended a couple of times.
Is that any more questions from anyone? I don't think there's any. Let me just check. There's.
You have a book that you've given to give away. Yeah. Like to draw the name?
Sure. And whoever wins, I did not sign it because I wanted to personalize it for whoever wins it. So just find me after and I'll sign it for you.
All right, here you go. Drum roll.
Or as Mallory says, bum roll.
Bum roll. It's really small. The print. Oh, here, let me see.
Want me to read it?
Naleen?
Naleen. Naleen. You know what? She didn't come. She messaged me. I forgot to take her off. All right, let's try this again.
Sarah Austinson?
Oh, yeah. All right. Sarah. There you go. All right. The thing about why wasn't Wyatt killed in Hilary Mantel's books, she makes it look like Wyatt and Cromwell were buddies. Do you think there's any, that's my question for you, like with that, do you think there's?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Yeah, Wyatt and Cromwell, they were close, and they were, Cromwell had very interesting relationships, you know, because he was also like super good friends with Lord Morley, Jane's dad. And I actually do wonder sometimes, like, would Jane have been executed if Thomas Cromwell was still alive? Because, you know, he would have, and that's not to say, I'm not saying that they worked together to bring down the Boleyns, but he was very close to Jane's father, and he would have come to her aid. And same thing with, and that's another big reason why Wyatt was not executed, because of his relationship with Cromwell.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you, Adrienne. Let's give you a big round of applause.
All right. Well, tell me if you can't hear me, but hello. It's nice to be back. Thank you very much, Heather, for having me back. One of the things that I was just thinking about, like, one of the things I love about Tudorcon, and there are so many, but one of them is that as I'm listening to all these other talks today, and I'm picking up like, oh yeah, and that and this, and oh, I'm gonna mention that too, and oh, you know, and like there are just so many like cool connections that get made, I think, across so many different presentations. And I just love that, because I think that, you know, it's such a cool way. I think that, you know, we can so often get kind of focused in on one or two things that we're maybe thinking about at a time, but it's nice to have kind of that wider viewpoint too. So all right, so we're going to talk today about Tudor gardens and gardeners. And as you probably can guess from the name of my blog, which is Plants and Plantagenets, yeah, history and plants are kind of my thing. So we'll start today just going over how we're going to approach this a little bit. And by nature, this topic is probably going to go back and forth just a little bit. And I'm trying to keep that to a minimum. If at any point, you know, maybe I forget to make a connection, or if you're just like, wait a minute, let me know. Okay, so we're going to start a little bit by talking about medieval gardens just very briefly, so that we know kind of where gardens were building up to by the time we get to the 16th century. We're going to talk a little bit then as well about how the situation for gardeners and the potential for gardens changed a little bit also about the time that the Tudors came to the throne. And yes, some of those things are connected, but some of them are not. We'll talk a little bit about Henrician gardens and talk about some of the messaging that especially the Henrys had to do. Build a little bit off of what Carol Ann was just saying. That was such a great intro. So I'll try not to repeat the same things though. Then we'll talk a little bit about what changed in the middle of the 16th century. And then as kind of a final tour de force, we're going to take a look at some of the specific gardens that were either documented or described or whatever we have left in terms of Elizabethan gardens to kind of get to the culmination of all of that. All right. Now, the one thing I do want to say, I am going to touch on this briefly, and then obviously I'm going to boil this down a lot. And this is not going to be the last time today that I'm going to oversimplify things. So please understand that I'm doing that, in the interest of time and to be able to really kind of pin things on the specific part of the Tudor period that I'm talking about or that we're discussing today. It's, there's so much more to it, but that just, hopefully people can get inspired and go out and look at their own stuff. Okay. Let's first of all talk about the really 5 main categories of medieval gardens. We'll start with pleasure gardens. There are 3 main types of pleasure gardens that are commonly period, again, especially as we get a little bit closer to sort of that late 15th century mark. The first type was an arbor, and really an arbor is essentially a small ornamental garden. And we're talking, think about maybe up to about an acre or so in size. It's a lot, I think, what we would think of like our lawns today. It's basically a large lawn kind of rimmed around with an herbaceous border. So not as big and fancy as some of the gardens we're eventually going to see, but just an area that you can go, be outside, yourself a little bit. A lot of times these were walled, so they're kind of tucked away inside a fortification so that they're safe. You're not meandering through the wilds, but you're somewhere that's contained. And these really can be important in a time where privacy is kind of at a premium in this era. A lot of times these arbors were available for people to just either, maybe sneak away, get a little time with your sweetie, or you just need a little bit of me time. I need to get away from the 8,000 other people that are around me all the time. That would be a good use for an arbor. Orchards are up next. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. Just kidding. I didn't need to do that yet. Orchards, again, another important part. Not only do they provide fruit, but think about these as very carefully planted rows of trees. So yeah, it's great for the fruit. It's also great to have a little bit of an area where you can go walk amidst the shady trees, a little shade, enjoy the flowering fruit trees. It's all kind of a perk. Then we also have 2 different types of parks. A pleasure park or a little park is often what they are referred to. And this is not like a park, but we would think about it necessarily today, but an area that would have been stocked and inhabited by birds and animals that were there for observation. So not for killing. This is not a hunting park. It's a very different thing. This is absolutely somewhere where you just go to observe nature and enjoy it. Now, if you were at the very top of the society, you would likely have all 3 of these types of pleasure. If you were kind of middle, you might have an arbor and an orchard. If you were maybe just like a town merchant, of course, around this time, you're starting to see more folks actually living and working in towns, then, you might have an arbor at most. But, again, we'll talk here in a minute about the types of garden that kind of the rest of us would have. Okay, kitchen gardens. Almost everyone would have had some sort of a kitchen garden. This is going to provide not only food like fruits and vegetables, but also medicinal herbs. That's my study is going back and looking at what are these commonly grown herbs that people would have on hand to be able to treat minor illnesses and little injuries. Going to a doctor or a physician was really not an option for most people. So it was really what you knew how to do and how you knew how to, fix a cough or a cold or whatever might probably learned from your predecessors. Another thing that kitchen gardens would provide were strewing herbs. And you probably heard of this a lot, but essentially what strewing herbs are, It's just a sweet smelling plant that would be spread across the floor, whether it's a dirt, packed dirt floor or a wood floor or a stone floor. And it would do a couple of things. One, it would reduce the amount of bad smells, because when you step on these kinds of herbs, they release a nice fresh scent. So like lavender, if you ever go out in your herb garden, or you're and you lavender or like mint or basil or something like that, and you kind of squeeze it between your fingers and it releases that scent. It's the same issue, but on the floor. So definitely helps to keep the smell down in some places. It can be used for insulation, kind of, like it's like a rug basically between your feet and the cold floor. So that's another reason that we would have that. And as well, they also help to keep the rooms clean. It's a lot easier to just scoop up some, essentially dirty straw, toss it out and replace it, than it is to have to try and get a rug or something like that. And then finally, kitchen gardens really had like a utilitarian kind of aspect to them as well. They could be useful to kind of keep pests under control. As you may know, some herbs and plants are very good at repelling bugs either from people and or from food. So that's another very practical scent. Creating scented infused waters for hand washing is another thing that a lot of homes would have done, especially if you have guests over, if you're serving a fancy banquet. You don't want people to, have to wash their hands in sticky water. Let's make it fancy. Everybody likes a little fancy. I don't know about you, but when I think of European wine production, my brain usually doesn't go straight to England as my first stop. But particularly in the 12th and 11th and 12th centuries, was more common than we might think, because at the time the climate was a little bit warmer, allowing for successful production of wine grapes. In fact, in 1086, the Conqueror, you might be familiar with the fact that he did a survey of essentially everything that he now owned. It was called the Doomsday Survey. It was all that was recorded in the Doomsday Book. And in that book, there were actually 38 vineyards recorded, which maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you think about, compared to the entirety of England, that's not too bad, actually, especially what we would think of now. The other thing to know about this, though, is that, of course, yes, we went from having 38 vineyards to probably, well, I can't speak to how many there might be now, but by the time we get to the Renaissance period, certainly this is not a major form of gardening anymore. Two reasons for that. One, the climate changed again. Okay, so as Europe started getting into the Little Ice Age, the temperature came down, meaning that great weather for grape production was no longer really a factor. And of course, also they just got better sources. So it was easier now to bring wine from places like France and Italy, where they were more suited to actually. So it benefited everybody. So over the course of time, those vineyards either were eventually just abandoned, or a lot of times they were turned into orchards. The monastic gardens. At a monastery, you can pretty much take every other kind of garden there is and say, yeah, we're going to do that as well. But we're also going to add that we want to use this for things like prayer and contemplation and study. So we know that monasteries in a lot of ways do function kind of like a royal house or a noble house, in that they are welcoming guests. They are providing, alms for the less fortunate in their area, all of those sorts of things. So the monastery definitely had a use for all these other kinds of gardens. But again, also, they were an opportunity for the monks to get away for a little bit of solace, a little bit of opportunity to say, yeah, I can really sit with this material that I'm studying, or that, that I'm praying about, and I'm going to do that in a natural setting. And then finally, the peasant close. We don't know a lot about the majority of people who lived in these periods, because there's just not a lot written down. So a lot of what we have is archaeological evidence. And we do have some proof, though, that in addition to spending most of their days working for a more wealthy landowner, a lot of, basically your 99%, right? The 99% of folks are out there working most of their time for their landowner. They're also going to have a strip of land that is set aside basically for their own family's use. They're also most likely going to have a small kitchen type garden that would allow them to also supplement their crops with vegetables, with fruits, with herbs. And again, but this is a very basic kind of garden. This is a no frills. This is certainly not ornamental. It's very, very practical. It might be a lot like, you know, I mean, I'm sure we all have kind of a mix of that in our gardens today. If you have a vegetable garden, you're looking at that for production of food or for, you know, supplementing what maybe you get at the store most of the days, but you can get it fresh and that's always better, right? You know, we might have a little bit of almost an herber now, you know, a little bit of lawn, some decorative hedges. It's great. So in some ways, we really haven't come all that far from what our predecessors have been working on for a long time in terms of gardens. Okay, so we're talking about the Tudors now. So gardens really did start to change in the decades leading up to and after 1500. In many ways, the purposes of those gardens stayed pretty similar, you know, exercise, fresh air, meditation, privacy, but their functions as expressions of wealth, power, and status both changed and also gained importance during this period, particularly with the arrival of the Tudors and a brand new dynasty. So we're going to now look at it a little bit, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, right? But we can see some of the impetus behind those changes. And we know that both continental Europe and England at this time are experiencing a lot of political and cultural shifts. So we'll kind of start talking about how we start to see that in our garden period as well. Okay, and I'm going to go through this quickly because a lot of our speakers today have already referenced some of this. But after 1485 and the Battle of Bosworth, England settled into a period of relative peace. Again, like Carol Ann said, you know, the Henrys had, especially the Henrys, anyway, had, you know, a little bit of fending off to do. But when compared to the chaos of the decades of the Wars of the Roses prior to that period, things actually were a little bit more settled down and the risk of widespread loss of property or loss of life was very much diminished. And one of the things that resulted from this was that there was a shift in the architectural landscape itself, meaning that defensive fortifications were no longer the sole consideration when someone was doing new construction. Yes, those had been important ever since the Norman conquest, but now, as things started to calm down a little bit, royals and nobility started thinking, I would really like to have a comfortable manorial home rather than just this gigantic defensive castle that is not necessarily built for my comfort. So a lot of times new construction would still maintain a lot of those old defensive features, but the designs were more for luxurious gardens set, or excuse me, luxurious homes set within and enclosed by these big gardens as well. And the gardens also no longer had to be kind of tucked inside the wall. Okay, there was much less chance at this point that a marauding army would come running through and destroy everything you just created. So now we can actually enjoy some of that space that's around. It doesn't have to be crammed in, you know, where I can fit a couple of bushes or a couple of plants between walls. I have that space now if I'm building a new place. Political turmoil, constantly putting the world at, those who had money and power and time could start to spend them a little on cultural pursuits. So this is a great time considering that Renaissance ideas were starting to kind of creep into England as well. So people had time and money to devote to it, and they also had new ideas and new things that they could kind of latch onto and start to demonstrate, I guess, put it that way. And of course, one of the ways to strut your cultural stuff, if you will, in front of your peers, in front of your monarch, maybe, we'll get to that, is through your garden. You can show that you have this level of this new learning, you know these new ideas and you value them and you're at the, you know, the very cutting edge of cultural development. And you can do that within your own garden. The other thing to consider here is that we always know that imitation is kind of a sign of flattery, right? But it can also be a sign of loyalty. And again, especially in a situation where we have a new dynasty on the throne, we've got a new family that people aren't, you know, 100% maybe sure about. And this is a great opportunity, especially maybe for those who had, oh, I don't know, maybe wavered a little bit between York and Lancaster, or maybe said, I was over there, but I think I'll go over there. Now that we've got the Tudors on the throne, it was a great opportunity for people who are maybe in that position to say, I'm going to do everything I can to show this new monarch I am on message. I am on brand. We are on the same line. I am falling in line. Everything's going to be great. And as we know, Henry VII was kind of a suspicious guy anyway, not that he didn't have reason to be, but any opportunity that you could take to diffuse some of that that suspense is going to be big. One last thing in terms of lead in here. I'm going to divide, again, I said I was going to oversimplify. I'm going to divide the Tudor period here very briefly into two halves, and I'm going to refer to them as the Henrician era and the Elizabethan era. This is no offense or exclusion meant towards Edward or Jane or Mary. It's just that, you know, with their reigns being shorter and frankly, they had better things to worry about. We'll see them pop up here and there. But again, I'm just for the ease of managing information, I'm going to roughly divide us into Henrician and Elizabethan. Okay. So just as kings and queens had done before, the Tudor monarchs relied heavily on not only showing themselves to the people as they went throughout the country, but also relied on imagery and nonverbal communication to get their message across to their people. And one of the ways that they could do this is actually through their palaces and their gardens. And we know Elizabeth was really fantastic at portrait propaganda, right? But her father and grandfather also knew this was going to be a really important thing to do. We need to, you know, convey not only power and stability, but our might and right in an age before you had something like Instagram, where you can't have, you know, images all of a sudden popping into people's faces at every second of the day. So you have to be very careful and intentional about the way you do this. So we're going to look a little bit here, first of all, at what the message was that each of the Henrys needed to get across. And then we'll go into how he used his royal gardens to demonstrate that. So Henry VII, I'm just going to do this very quickly because we've already talked about this today. You know, Henry's point was, yeah, I'm here. I'm the rightful, legitimate king. I'm strong enough to withstand any challengers. And I'm also, by the way, cultural and continental. I'm not just some kid from the Welsh backwater. I am here. I've got French connections. I know what's going on. I'm good. His son kind of took that a step farther. I'm not only the rightful king, but I'm the best king. He also wanted to demonstrate, again, and Carol Ann, again, sorry, I keep pointing at you, but just thank you so much. You just, like, you know, made my job so much easier. You know, part of the situation that Henry ran into by the end of Henry VII, by the end of his reign, is that, yes, he was very frugal with his treasury. And a lot of people saw that as being very tight-fisted and very greedy and that kind of thing. As we know, Henry VIII was like, that's not going to be me. I'm in control of my treasure. I'm going to use it how I want to. And you know what? I'm going to show that in a way that I'm going to make you think that I am all powerful and equal to any European king, or better. We got better. All right, so let's start here with Henry VII and look at Richmond Palace. Now, Richmond Palace is probably the palace that is most closely associated with Henry VII, and that's with good reason. And you may know this already, but just a super brief history of Richmond. It had previously been the Palace of Sheen, but that burned down in 1497. So when it came time to rebuild, Henry wasn't just going to say, yeah, right, well, let's bring Sheen back up to snuff. He rebuilt it as Richmond in 1501. And of course, that Richmond name comes from the name of his earldom that his mother, Margaret Beaufort, had fought so long to restore to him. And this is an example. Now, first of all, I have to say, this is an image from 1562. It's the earliest existing actual illustration. That's where I'm looking for, image. Anyway, that survived. So, but we can get a sense here that this is not necessarily a super fortified castle, right? It's got some things, sure, it's got a gate, it's got an archway, you know, it's got walls, things like that. But you look at this and I think we all say, yeah, that's something that's made to be comfortable. That's enjoyable, that's pleasant. However, we can see kind of over here on the right-hand side, this is where the gardens were over here. And of course, we don't have, again, super detailed illustrations there, but we do actually have some good descriptions left over from the time. So while we're looking at this, I'll ask you to kind of use your imagination to put detail into that garden over there as to what we might have seen. In fact, you can read along with me with part of it here. One of the descriptions that was a contemporary recording of the Richmond Palace gardens went as such. They're most fair and pleasant gardens, with royal knots allayed and herbed, many marvelous beasts, as lions, dragons, and others of such diverse kind, with many vines, seeds, and strange fruit, right goodly beset, kept and nourished with much labor and diligence. So clearly this was not just oh yeah, we got to do something with the grounds around the palace. This was something that was kept up in a very particular style. And there's a lot of thought that while we don't have, again, illustrations, but the fact that Henry did spend so long in exile in France and had such close ties to the court there, it's likely, or at least it's reasonable to assume, that some of those Renaissance trends that were kind of slowly working their way northward, he would have at least been exposed to them. And so it's very possible that he was copying some of those garden and palace designs that he had seen in France when he was building Richmond. So we know from this description, we've got a knot garden, we've got heraldic beasts in form of statuary, we've got a bunch of edible plants. So, that's something that the early Tudors were very into. They were, like to have that, that purpose for some of their plants. From other descriptions that we have, we also know that Richmond had other features like orchards and bowling greens and archery butts and tennis courts. He even had essentially what we would think of maybe even today as almost like a gaming house where people could play chess and dice and cards and billiards and all that kind of stuff. And it seems likely that a lot of these features were put in, and the timing of 1501 coincides nicely with the marriage of Prince Arthur to Catherine of Aragon. And again, we've talked about this before too. Henry VII was really, really gung-ho about this marriage with Catherine because, as he saw it, this was the Spanish monarch's way of accepting his dynasty. They wouldn't be so willing to let one of their daughters marry some, random monarch that they thought was going to get, overthrown in a few days. So Henry really touted this as kind of like, see, they think I'm legit. I told you, okay? And so having this super luxurious, newly built palace with practically an entertainment complex in the garden, that's going to give Henry the opportunity to play that generous and gracious and most of all royal host. So we know that all of this really would have gone back and influenced, or reinforced, I should say, that message that pleasure and power are one. Even today, unfortunately, there's not a lot of Henry's Richmond that survives, but this gatehouse and part of the wall is original from Henry's time yet. And I think it's easy for us to see even today that if you were to come up on this, this is going to give you a bit of that messaging right away, right? You're going to know, oh yeah, this is something that is, it's sending me a message of power, of stability, of whoever created this has got their ducks in a row, shall we say. And just in case you were wondering or weren't sure who was responsible for it, right over the gateway, Henry's coat of arms is here. And you'll notice in the middle, that's the crowned royal standard of England. And it's flanked on the one side by a Welsh dragon and on the other side by the Greyhound of Richmond. And underneath, lovely, literally underlined with Tudor roses. So again, it was not subtle, but it was very much Henry saying, look, it's the same old English throne. We're just under new, improved, and most of all, rightful management. I'm not going to argue. All right, briefly, before we move into Henry VIII, I wanted to touch on a case study of Thornbury Castle. So Thornbury is important in a couple of ways. First of all, this is, in addition to Richmond, this is another one of the very important transitional buildings that illustrated this shift in England from the highly fortified defensive castle to a more comfortable home that's built for enjoyment. You can see we still have some of the fortifications. In fact, it was owned at the time, in 1510, the owner, who was the third Duke of Buckingham, Edward Stafford, he applied for and received a license to fortify the castle. So he's not entirely putting all his eggs in the peace basket, but he's also creating 2 enclosed gardens and an orchard. We don't, again, of course, have a whole lot of detail surviving as to what it really looked like, but what we do know is that it's thought to have had a quartered design. So again, that's a very old medieval style. So it's kind of bringing in some of those traditional things, but also featured things like knots and fountains that were really influenced by that early Renaissance thinking. So it's a great example of the old and the new. And this actually may have influenced some of the things that we see Henry VIII do at Hampton Court as well. Now, of course, as the only man who could rival Henry VIII in terms of wealth, power, and potential, claim to the throne, Buckingham potentially pushed this a little far. And for a number of reasons, Henry was not pleased about this. So essentially, the Duke ends up on the wrong side of Henry VIII. And in 1521, he is, of course, executed for treason. Now, at this time, Henry basically acquired Thornbury Castle. And it's thought that he and Anne Boleyn had at least a stopover here on one of their progresses later. So again, Thornbury, good example of that traditional style, but also of the need to kind of be careful about just how closely you copy the monarch. All right, speaking of Henry VIII, he needs very little introduction in most rooms, and I think in this room it's safe to say that he needs even less. When I was planning this talk, what I wanted to kind of reinforce here was that message we talked about briefly earlier, what Henry would have wanted to communicate with his gardens. And I was trying to think of how I could do that without repeating the exact same words. And I thought, wait a minute, he's already done it for me. I'm just going to get this mural here. So in the front, of course, we see Henry and Jane Seymour, his favorite wife, but relegated kind of to the background, maybe looking a little outdated, a little tired. We see Henry VII and Elizabeth of York. Now, just in case we weren't getting the message that Henry was like, yeah, they're old news. I'm the new. I'm just the new anything. But he's actually got it inscribed on that pillar in the middle, where he refers to Henry VII as a great man. That's nice. But he refers to himself as greater still. Humility was never his strong point. But, I think it's just, important that we see, yes, we know Henry's message at this point is not only are the Tudors legitimate, but I'm the best ever. I'm the equal to, or really I'm even better than, any of those European monarchs. Francis. And really, hey, he's saying, I'm here, I'm better. And by the way, I am not afraid to spend money. Okay. So that's another issue. I mean, I guess you can argue whether or not he wants to say that here, but we do know that in his actual execution of his palaces and gardens, he is absolutely like, this is one way in which I am not like my dad. I am going to spend the money. I'm powerful. There's no need for me to be stingy. It's all mine. All right, so we'll look at now how he did that in the botanical language. Okay, Hampton Court Palace, of course, acquired by Henry VIII from Cardinal Wolsey Wolsey acquired it and started building in 1514. By the late 1520s is when it came to Henry's attention, or his property, his ownership. We have descriptions of the new or privy garden, which was located right below the royal apartments. So kind of think about, and one thing we're going to start talking about here too, is that most of these gardens were designed to be looked at from above. And so this would have been key placement to say, I'm going to put this under the windows where I can see all of my work anytime I want to. It was designed in actually really simple geometric terms. We tend to think of Henry as over the top and ostentatious in every way, which he was often. But in this particular situation, he kept the design simple. Square beds divided into quarters, surrounded by paths. We've got knot patterns. We'll go into knot patterns here in a little bit, but not even necessarily made up with all that many plants, but kind of ornamented more with colored gravel and sand and other landscaping materials. But he did add a little bit of, I think of it as kind of a personalized touch. Henry added a series of sundials to this garden. And to me, that I think reflects his interest in the new learning. He wanted to be seen as that well-educated and worldly prince. So bringing in that element of science and scientific study into his garden, to me, makes a lot of sense. He built a mount in 1533. We'll go again in a minute. We'll talk about what mounts are. But it was a key building platform, essentially, for people to be able to enjoy the view of the gardens. And at Hampton Court in particular, he showcased a uniquely English and particularly Tudor feature. And that is what we now refer to, or often at the time was described as, the king's beasts. So what these are, and you can kind of see some here. This is a recreation that is currently tucked kind of far away in Hampton Court. There is a recreated Tudor garden there. But these beasts here, they're brightly painted. This looks like a dragon. This one I think is a leopard of some sort, an eagle, unicorn back there. They all are heraldic symbols that are brightly painted, gilded. Most of them have somewhere on there either holding or above or below a Tudor flag. They would a lot of times have the king or queen's arms on them. And again, this is not a thing that we really saw in the Renaissance, but something that Henry was just like, I still want to make you know exactly who I am, where I come from, and what my rights are. So, and if you've been to Hampton Court, you'll remember that as you go up to the main gate, you'll see some larger stone carved heraldic beasts, usually holding a coat of arms as you go up. And those are larger than these, but in a lot of ways, I kind of find these more interesting because with that bright paint and that gilding on it, I think that think that might have been a little bit more what things really looked like at the time, because that color, we lose so much of that color now, but we know that even in medieval and Renaissance times, color was huge. All right. Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the other thing that Henry really utilized were those painted rails kind of along the outside of the gardens. And they're always, of course, painted in that striped green and white, which again, it's Tudor symbolism. Just in case you weren't sure who was responsible for that, he wanted to make sure you understood. Well and good. Nonsuch Palace was another palace that Henry created. He started construction in 1538. It was not finished by the time he passed away, but his goal was to outshine all of the French king's palaces. Again, you can see it in the name. It was built so that there would be none such palace like it. And really his whole goal was to say, I see what you're doing in France. I see Fontainebleau, and I raise you this, okay? You're going to get sick of hearing me say this, but once again, we don't have a lot of descriptions left or illustrations of what it really looked like. But we do know that this garden in particular was worked on by Italian architects and French gardeners. So again, it's reasonable to assume that a lot of that French Renaissance thinking was starting to influence his building here. The other interesting thing about this is that in terms of that increasing Renaissance impact, at Nonsuch, we start to see in the inventories records of marble fountains and antique statues. So maybe it does show Henry moving away a little bit from the wooden statues and railings that we saw at Hampton Court and starting to embrace a little bit more of what we tend to think of as that Renaissance ambiance. All right. And finally, Whitehall. We've seen this portrait already today too. But when Henry acquired Whitehall, once again, he built it up to be an absolute piece of work in terms of propaganda and communicating his power non-verbally. And I want us to look, actually, we're going to take a zoomed in look here. And I want to take a look at the glimpses of the garden that you can see in the background of this portrait. And I mean, there's so much symbolism in this portrait itself, we could spend hours on it, which we won't. But I want to take a look here in that upper left-hand garden, or upper left-hand doorway. If we kind of peer around that figure, who a lot of times is presumed to be Jane the Fool, we can see some of those same heraldic features that we saw at Hampton Court. You can see the green and white rails. You can see the heraldic beasts holding their arms up there, the coats of arms. You can see here too, this would have been the privy garden. Those raised beds, those garden beds would have been made out of red brick, surrounded by all of this heraldry as well. Interestingly, one thing, and we won't really be coming back to Whitehall much, but later, in 1584, there was a visitor who reported that there were still 34 of these beasts hanging around, except that the arms that they were holding had been switched out to be Elizabeth's. So when we talk about what Elizabeth does with her gardens, in some cases, she doesn't do a lot with hers, but she definitely, in this case, yeah, she kept the animals, but she's like, I'm making sure that it's my name out there, not my dad's. All right. The other thing here, there's a quote here, and I won't read it out now just in the interest of time, but it's a great description of what sounds like really a pretty slick combination of a sundial and a fountain. And to me, we don't know who constructed this, by the way. We just don't know. And it's very possible that this actually was done later, but I left it in this section anyway, because to me, the combination of sundial and fountain, it screams like it would be right up Henry VIII's alley. If you think about things that are at Hampton Court, like, I mean, the astronomical clock in the clock court, the wine fountains there, to me, it just seems like it would totally be something that if he didn't put it there, he wished he would have. But anyway, okay, not to beat a dead horse, but again, we clearly see the message of greatness that Henry is trying to send, not only with that amazing portrait, but even just in the smallest glimpses of his everyday surroundings that we see just in the background, and then just screaming his messaging at us. Okay. As we approach the transitional period, I should say, between Henrician and Elizabethan gardens, I thought let's take a quick look at some of the features that both halves tended to have in common. So we know that a lot of the particular fashions and styles evolved over the decades, but there were a lot of those features that really were consistent. In some ways, probably for very practical purposes. For some of these garden features, it would have been very expensive in terms of time and labor and money and all those things to remove what was already there. So they just kind of improved with what they had and worked with that. Let's start looking at some of these common ones. Okay, so I've already mentioned knot gardens. This is probably the layout that's most commonly associated with Tudor era gardens. And what it really is, it boils down to a formal symmetrical design. It's created to look like various rope knots. And then we fill in the rope part with either, blooming plants or aromatic herbs, or even sometimes, those other landscaping materials like gravel and sand. So the purpose of them is not just to have a pretty place to walk around in summer when everything's fresh and blooming, but also to be an escape to the outside, even in the dead of winter. So gardeners had to figure out how to do this when most of the year was not going to be prime time for blooming plants. So knot gardens were generally formed by making the patterns out of intertwined evergreens and herbs. Sometimes you throw in some carpentry and some paint to kind of bolster that up. But you'd use those raised beds put at angles to start creating those shapes repeating over and over. And the knot itself, in a lot of ways, probably kept that kind of green or green-gray shade most of the part of the year. But, again, you'd use the spaces in between, which you can kind of see here. The photo on the right is a recreated knot garden from Hever Castle that I took a few years ago. So you can kind of see where most of it evergreen, but you've got little spots where bits of color would be popped in when they could, or for when they would be available. And over on the left, by the way, is a knot plan from one of the gardening books that we'll talk about in a little bit that came out in the middle of the century. Now, one note, though, about creating a knot garden, so if you decide you want to put in a Tudor garden at home, we tend to think a lot of times that box hedges are what these were made out of, but actually, gardeners at the time despised box. They said it's bad smelling, it kills the bees, it corrupts the air. No. So if you want to recreate one, the recommended list includes a lot of those smaller, denser herbs that we're familiar with and also that we know smell better. So everything from marjoram and lavender and thyme, those are the things that you'd want to create your actual knot garden with. And then you can pop in other things to just kind of make it a little bit more impressive. Okay. Moving on, galleries. Galleries were very common from early Tudor times, and I think that it's fair to say probably these were a little bit of an adaptation from previous medieval purposes as well. They were described in a lot of detail, really, at Richmond Palace in Henry VII's time. Their purpose really was to be very similar to what a long gallery was inside the house. So an area to walk, to exercise, to stand and talk, all of those things. They generally go either around or between the gardens, and they could be covered or uncovered. So here I've got two examples here. The woodcut illustration is from The Gardener's Labyrinth by Thomas Hill, and we'll talk about in a little bit. And you can kind of see, like, down in the lower or in the foreground, we've got, a gardener tending to some of those knot gardens or patterned gardens down there. And then in the back, you see the arches there of probably some sort of wooden pole. And you can see the gardeners kind of working to twine plants around those frames so that when those plants, kind of flushed out, it would create some shade and some shelter in that area as well. The other image here in color, this is a little bit older. It's from about 1440 and it's a Flemish painting. Technically, this might be classified more as an arbor if you want to get really down to brass tacks, but the reason I included it, actually two reasons. One, it's in color and it's just easier to see, by the contrast. Here's where the plants would have gone. This is, what would have been maybe a man-made structure. But the other thing is that it shows us that, there's a century and a half almost between these two representations. So we do see that some of those old features sticking around from the medieval times to show that we really do have, again, a mix of that old and new in terms of influences. All right. Again, I won't read this to you just in the interest of time, but Thomas Hill also, when he was describing, for example, maybe the woodcut that we saw in the last picture here, really just shows that it's not only for the owner or his guests to be able to view the plants and look at the garden itself, but it's also there to be, as he said, a delight and comfort of his wearied mind. And that is, again, one of the big things that gardens were intended to do, was to give people a place to get away from it all a little bit, to process, to be alone in an area that is calming to the mind. I mentioned mounts earlier, and really these are another very old feature that is made new again in the Tudor era. They originated as essentially security measures in medieval castles, and a lot of times these would be kind of near the walls. They're basically just really large hills with a flat top, so you can go up and you can view the landscape around you. So you'd be able to see that advancing army if it's coming to you. In the Tudor era, again, with that increased level of peace overall, they began to really be used so that you can go up and enjoy the view that is, all around you in this lovely knot garden. Usually they were situated in the corners of a garden, and you'd get up them usually by going around a circular path that kind of wound its way up. So for example, here this is a surviving example at lived in Newfield, and I might not be pronouncing that right, but you can see the path kind of winding up and around. From the top, they look like snail shells. So a lot of times you'll hear these referred to as snail mounts. The other feature of that is not only to lessen the grade of the incline. I mean, can you imagine, trying to hike up there and full farthingales and everything? I mean, it would have been uncomfortable, but also when you've got that circular path, you're able to see the garden from every side as you go around. All right. I did mention very briefly at Hampton Court, again, just in case you thought Henry VIII did anything by half measure, the mount that he had at Hampton Court was later recorded to have this giant permanent banqueting house with like onion domes and glass windows and all kinds of balconies, all this kind of thing. So again, anything Henry could do, he would make sure to do it better. All right, the other image here we have on the left-hand side, just to show that this was a fairly long-term development. This is a portrait of Elizabeth Stuart, so the daughter of James I. This was done in 1603. And in that upper left-hand corner, once again, there are so many portraits, you'll see those details of gardens out the window behind someone else. And so that's why, we're trying to like squeeze in as much as we can and be able to see that detail. But you can see kind of the winding path going up, and there's a kind of a snail mount there in the background. And it looks like that's, kind of planted with maybe a little bit of an arbor or something there with some seats there. So again, we know that this was not only, around in medieval times as a defensive fortress, but we're looking at them still being very popular even into the Stuart era. Speaking of banqueting houses, it's not what we would commonly think of, right? We would think of a banquet as being an entire huge meal. It's a feast. It's, many courses, all that kind of thing. At the time, the banquet course referred only to really the last finest course. So your dessert, maybe a wine to go with it. But it's not the entire, the entire feast. This is just the very last culminating part of it. And the other thing to think about is that this was not for everyone. And we can tell this by a couple of reasons. One, this is a survival actually from Melford Hall in Suffolk. And this was a permanent one. A lot of times they weren't permanent. They could be temporary as well. But it's really not that big. So if you imagine the number of people who are often dining at a royal table, they're not all going to fit in there. And there's certainly not room for the kitchens to prepare all of the food for all of those people. So you know that it was really just a select few people who got the invitation to go to the banqueting house for that banquet course. Invitation, that meant you were in very high favor. So got your ticket punched. Let's see, what else is I going to mention about this very briefly? This was an example, as I mentioned, of a permanent banqueting. And a lot of times early in the period, there would be pairs of them. So they would come kind of in twos in a garden. Later in the Elizabethan period, they kind of were, there was more of a fashion for single banqueting houses. And this example, this is, you know, a relatively squat, round version with only about 2 stories. Some of the ones that Henry VIII created at Hampton Court were several stories, more tall and thin, kind of like towers, more than we would see something like this. But again, in some places, people didn't bother putting up a permanent situation. They'd put up a painted canvas or something like that. And it served the same purpose, but it didn't require the same kind of commitment and, and financial investment, I guess you might say. You also might see foot mazes and labyrinths. Now, these are not what we would normally think of at this point. So for me anyway, if someone says I'm going to go through a maze, I'm imagining, you know, like a 6-foot-high creation or so. You know, you go in, you can't see where you're going. There's dead ends. There's all kinds of stuff. The recreations now that are Hampton Court and Hever Castle, for example, are also that very high hedge. That's not what most of these were like early on. And these absolutely were a feature that held on from the medieval period, because a lot of these would be found near churches or religious sites. And it's thought that they were really there to mimic or represent or have you think about either the Christian's journey through life or the path to salvation, something, you know, really an early form of mindfulness. As you go through this labyrinth or maze, there's a difference. If you want to talk about it later, we can. But anyway, as you go through that process, you're taking it in for each step at a time. The goal is not get to the center as fast as you can. The goal is pay attention to every step you're taking as you go. And here again, so we have on the far left, there is a labyrinth from a manuscript with monks or clerics of some sort around the outside from 1425. So clearly this is well known by that point. Again, zoomed in on a portrait detail, upper left-hand side, once again, from the portrait from 1573 of Lord Edward Russell that you can see there. I like this one because it really shows you the contrast between the height of the man and the height of the maze. When I first saw that years ago, I thought, oh, that must be, you know, maybe it's symbolic or something. But no, that's literally what they were like. As you can see kind of here in Julian's Bower and at Braymore, the modern recreations or carryovers, really, you can see that they really are very low to the ground. And your intention was not to necessarily walk always between them, but like at Julian's Bower, you can see, you know, you're going to walk down the middle of that grassy part. Braymore, you're probably going to be following the gravel paths in between. Very briefly, water features. Moats were obviously something that had been around from medieval times for defensive purposes. And this is a great example of homeowners saying, hey, I've already got this thing on my property. I'm just going to use it. So they might have either, you know, fancied it up, connect it with other fish ponds, things like that, to make it into a neat new water feature. So for example, a lot of times they like to almost mimic the styles in those knot gardens by connecting these different things so that you'd have like a whole different kind of water maze itself. They also were handy to keep animals out. So, and of course you can throw fish in them, you know, and then you've got not only entertainment, but you've got a little bit of food supplementation as well. Fountains, Caroline already talked about some of the purposes of fountains here. The one thing I will say about fountains though, is just that early in the period, these were not This was not like the Bellagio. This was not something where we've got massive sprays of water coming out. Early in the period, fountains were focused on the architectural design of the fountain itself. The water would really just kind of be a trickle that comes out the side, but the focus itself would be on how elaborate the fountain was decorated. Also the scale, and you can see over on the left-hand side, that's a sketch of Whitehall from 1544. And there's a fountain over here. And presuming that Wingard is not totally wrong on his scale, that's, compared to the buildings, that's a really big fountain. We do know that there are also two other really grandiose later fountains. Mary I erected a 30-foot one at Windsor, topped with a lion and an eagle, about 6 foot high. You know, they had the arms of England and Spain, celebrating obviously her marriage to Philip. And Elizabeth actually might have tried to one up her sister a little bit after that. Because she built one at Hampton Court in 1590 with, you know, white marble colored stonework, this fantastic figure of justice at the top. And she actually had one of the earlier recorded examples of what would eventually become known as, and forgive my language, but a pissing boy statue. So you may have seen those later. If you've been to Brussels, there's some very famous ones there. That wasn't just a continental thing. Elizabeth actually had a few of them early in her time too, and they kind of came back around and became more popular in Derbyshire afterwards. All right, mentioned some of these briefly, but again, we didn't necessarily have to have permanent structures for everything in the garden. Some things could be set up temporarily to either change according to the needs or just to limit some of your additional output in terms of money and time. So arbors, bowers, pavilions, we have these all the way from medieval times through the Stuart era. They're really there to kind of frame and separate and shelter not only the plants, but also the people who are going through and enjoying it. The great thing about canvas, again, kind of like the field of cloth of gold, is that you could make anything out of it. And it's a lot easier to create a fancy palace if you're just going to, draw it on something rather than having to actually build the whole thing. Also, I would say, not only do you get to also then have like a beautiful blooming garden in the middle of winter if you paint it on, but it comes in handy if you are expecting a last minute visit from royalty and you don't have time to fix it all. Okay, just paint it. It'll be fine. All right. We've talked now about a lot of things that the Tudor gardens had in common across the era. Let's talk now a little bit about things that were definitely changing at the time. We know there are a lot of religious, political, and cultural changes happening in that time. And yes, they actually did impact the way the gardens were approached as well. You might think you can't talk about any topic in the 16th century without referencing somehow back to the dissolution of the monasteries. It really is legitimate in this case. Two things. First of all, when Henry VIII dissolved the monasteries, all of a sudden there's kind of a glut of formerly church lands that in most cases reverted back to the crown. And of course, what Henry then did was to either sell off or gift those lands essentially to favorites. So now there's a lot more opportunity now for people who have, a new bit of land to be able to build a nice, big, luxurious home in this transitional style we've talked about and to surround it by a garden. The other impact, of course, is that it had a real impact on the former monastics themselves. They don't have a place to go anymore. They do have now maybe a different calling in life. Many of them would have been trained in horticultural studies for a very long period of time. Now they had to go figure out what to do with that next. Exploration and trade. Again, huge impacts to the entire world, but in this case, we're really talking about bringing in new plants and flowers. So lots of new species are getting brought into the world, into England from across the world. And all of a sudden, plants are a very popular pastime. And the other big change at this point, and this might be linked to the dissolution of the monasteries a little bit too, but now it's not necessarily that plants are going to what used to be the monasteries where they used to, have people set up to study that. But now the secular world is getting in on this, and they're starting to say, I like this plant, not only because it had like a purpose, you know, it had a healing purpose or a food purpose, but also it's because it looks pretty, and that's okay. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit. This will be available for people who want to look at it. But there are, you know, additional, I'm just gonna talk a little bit. Printing press made a huge difference because now all of a sudden, you know, there's the availability and accessibility for people to get new books in a much easier way than they used to be able to. And people started writing garden books, and we have some really great examples from there. Elizabeth, when she came to the throne, a little bit of a different situation. Less focus on some of those garden features that we talked about under the Henrician gardens. And now we're really talking about, hey, you know, those new plants that are coming around, I want to get those. I want to show those off. I want to show that I am worldly and can afford this stuff. In terms of symbolism, Elizabeth moved away from, you know, some of that heraldic stuff that Henry was really big into, and she started adopting some of the more classical Renaissance influences as well. So like Venus and Diana and all kinds of the pelican, you know, plucking at its own breast to feed its young. Again, that's Elizabeth, you know, feeding her country. So those become more of her symbolism that's chosen. Just to give you an idea, so you know, this page here just shows you, you can imagine with this is just a few of the examples that came in around this time. But with these new plants coming in from around the world, all of a sudden we've got massive pops of color to get through and to add into those knot gardens. This we don't need to touch on very much, but one thing that really changed in Elizabeth's era, as she was going on those Tudor progresses around the country and staying with her courtiers, she was, by the way, absolutely totally fine with letting them spend their money on, you know, improving their gardens. She didn't feel a whole lot of need to do that. Very different from Henry VIII, who was like, nope, mine are going to be the best and the biggest and everything. She's like, you can spend the money. That's fine. That's fine. So again, Carol Ann covered this earlier. I really don't need to. 1575 Kenilworth Castle. This is a recreation. So this is actually there. You can visit it today. You see, you know, she's got, or Dudley at the time had, 4 quartered gardens there, obelisks in the middle of each one. A fountain in the middle, which is just a fantastic view or transition of the influence of Renaissance ideals here. We've got on the base, you know, scenes from a classical Roman play. In the middle, we have these very classical statues. In the top, though, we've still got Leicester's heraldic symbol, that ragged staff. So he can't quite get away from all of that Tudor heraldry quite yet. 2 other very briefly. Cecil, he had a home called Tybalt's House, which had just, the privy garden was so private, just so you know, that there wasn't even a description available of it until 1650. And that's, you know, many years, obviously, after Elizabeth would have stayed there. And this is actually when the crown was the crown was owning the house. But everywhere, this is one of Elizabeth's favorite places to go, because just everywhere was just decked out. This is one of the best Tudor gardens out there. He even had, you know, the Queen's arms set up in, you know, in an armorial knot, essentially. So it really was one of her favorite places to be. And then finally, in 1591, she visited the Earl of Hertford at Elvetham. And this was, what's unique about this visit, first of all, is that, yes, I mean, you know, he created a new garden for this and everything. It's great, fireworks, all this kind of stuff. But afterwards, someone printed a pamphlet that described all of these entertainments that Hertford had put out for Elizabeth. And you can access this today if you'd like to. It's on, in your swag bags, there's my little half sheet there. One of the QR codes goes to my website where I put all my source list and everything on there, so you can go. It's kind of my recommended reading list. I also included a link to both a description of Elizabeth's visit to Kenilworth and also the whole entertainment here at Elvetham, and it's amazing. So if you want to go look at that, you can. But this is kind of the highlight. So Hereford puts on this amazing water pageant. Yeah, she'd seen water pageants before, but not really like this. And the amazing thing was, this is a few years just after after the defeat of the Spanish Armada. So he says, I'm going to basically recreate that on the water. So he has this entire lake dug in a crescent shape. And there's 3 islands out here that you can see. This one over here is kind of, you see shaped like a ship. This is a giant snail mount here. And that's to represent Spain, saying they were so slow. There's another island down here that has the fort, the castle. And in the middle there, on those giant barges, there's one full of musicians. The other one has the Roman goddess of war on it. It's all, very, very fancy. Elizabeth, me sitting over here. It's not too shabby of a viewing platform there. And in front of here, all of these actors portraying the sea gods who rose out of the depths and praised her and her victory. And just, it was amazing. In case you were worried, that we might actually have more use out of this all was abandoned after this one pageant. Who knows? It would be an interesting. I don't know if they know exactly where it is now. It'd be an interesting archaeological find if not. But I guess all I can say is I just would not want to be the next house on Elizabeth's itinerary after this. Yeah, that would be a hard act to follow, I think. So, all right. Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate your time. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Any quick questions? Yeah.
Online, one question was, do you know if this vineyards in England were in the south mainly, like Devon and Cornwall, or?
That's a good question. I haven't gone and actually read through the Domesday Book to actually tell where they are. I wouldn't be surprised.
And then also, Henry VIII, was he like interested in herbs and things like this?
Yeah, actually, yeah, Henry had quite an interest in medicinal herbs, and he had a tendency to want to actually create a lot of his own potions. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there were actually times that he had created his own unguents and all kinds of different remedies that he would use on himself and also give to others as well. Okay. So yeah.
And then were there examples of people using in their gardens plants that were brought back from the New World at this point?
Yes, absolutely. One of the things I didn't get to talk about really very much, but John Gerard was one of the key garden writers of the time. And he published his Herbal, which is kind of one of the most currently referenced books today yet, in 1597. And he actually had the first reference to both potatoes and tomatoes. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there were, and even before that, for example, some of the, there's a slide in there that includes some of the items that had come over. There were quite a few tropical plants that also came from South America.
Okay. And then, was there like Italian influence in English gardens that you know of?
Yes. So the Italian influence kind of worked its way, up north and up the continent, and it really would show in some of those, especially as you get into later gardens in Elizabethan periods, and you'd see especially a lot of statuary and the style of, marble sculptures, that kind of thing. So there's quite a bit of Italian influence there as well.
Okay, and we had another question. Stephanie, are you ready?
Yes. I was wondering, I know that you were talking about how most of the gardens were for visual and some medicinal purposes. But as far as in being able to feed the people within the castle, say if Henry and his court were there, where did they keep the gardens that would supply the vegetables and, things like that? Because I know Henry had a very impulsive appetite. So I was just curious as to how far away were they within the walls of his personal gardens, or were they outside with the peasants?
Yeah, that's a good question. So she's asking about the location of what essentially would be like kitchen gardens that would provide extra, fruits and vegetables. Unfortunately, I think that's really, it would depend on, the layout of each particular home or castle that they were at. We don't have a lot of surviving evidence to show that, hey, this exact little corner here was for, vegetables and this over here was for fruit. Some of those plants were used, especially like in an orchard situation, you'd have fruit trees that would be used to be part of the decoration in terms of the regular garden. But the functional garden, I think, usually would have been kept separate from the ornamental garden, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay. And then one more question. I'm not sure if I'm reading it right or they typed it right. Are the cannas we plant today descendants of the ones in the picture you showed?
That's a good question. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'm not an expert on, varietals, unfortunately. But yes, it's when you look at the descriptions at the time, at least the core like Latin family name is the same. So I think that, yes, it's very fair to say that what we grow today is very similar to what they would have grown at the time.
All right. Okay, well, thank you. That was great. I learned so much. Thank you. Yeah, and make sure you check out your handouts. And for the Zoomies, I put it in the group. So you can check that out to get the PowerPoint and all of the stuff. So you guys, I think that's it. For today, not forever, just for today. Yeah, thank you. If anybody needs their ticket for tonight for the Renaissance Fair, let me know and have fun. It's rain or shine, and I know it's gonna be a little thunderstormy later, so go in and get it in before, or bring your wellies, or I don't know, an umbrella or something. But have fun. I can't wait to see pictures and see how it went and everything like that. And for the streamers, the link now, I posted it in the group for Michael Ratty's The King's Legacy musical is live. So you can start watching that at your convenience. And that is your entertainment for this evening. So thank you guys so much for coming. Thank you for being here. Have a great night. And I will see you bright and early tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk to you for another couple minutes, real quick, just to kind of wrap things up. You good at that?
Oh yeah, sure.
So do you want to say anything? You're good.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, cool. Well, I will talk to that. So that's everything for today. If you guys want.
Okay, right there we go. So this is where most people start. Most places go to town with this part of the story, and why wouldn't they? So just for the record, Adrian got us all on the very academic aspect of it. These are my slides. Again, yeah, but so I am going to try to convey this full story. This is, because I went looking, the earliest photographic reference that I could find to try to put Elizabeth and Robert Dudley into the same room. And Becoming Elizabeth really did a good job with that, because they understood that this was one of the most formative relationships. But their relationship went back a lot further than this, because remember, royal children were brought up in the context of an entire household. And people who were important in the court would, shove their children in there to be brought up with the future monarch. And Robert Dudley was there, as was little Edward Seymour and a bunch of other people, and Jane Grey and Guilford and Elizabeth. We know that this happened by 1541, when Elizabeth would have been 8. And we know this because years later, Robert Dudley, we have a quote basically saying that was when Elizabeth originally said, "I'm never getting married." And that was in response to Catherine Howard's execution. So we can peg that at 1541. So moving forward, because this ended it, after Edward died and Mary seized her throne from the usurper, Jane Grey, Robin ended up in the Tower. 6 months later, everything switched. Wyatt's rebellion landed Elizabeth in there as well. And I'm going to go to town just a little bit on this, because did they meet in the Tower? We have no idea. Likely not. Okay, but just indulge me for a little bit. We have a story that a 5-year-old boy, a cook's son, used to bring Elizabeth flowers that he had picked on the ground. And one day, the council got convinced that Edward Courtenay was sending Elizabeth the flowers, and he was another prospective heir to the throne, and they wanted to shut that down. And the little boy supposedly said, "Lady, I can bring you no more flowers," which is, could the flowers have come from Robert Dudley? There are people who believe that. I like to think that that's one of them. It's fun to see the possibilities. This is the Tudorverse. There's always another story or a possible other alternative explanation. The other possibility is we know that the Constable of the Tower used to invite high-ranking ladies and gentlemen to his table to eat. We know he did it with Jane Grey, Guilford Dudley, and Tracy Borman. Even though she didn't say it in her talk yesterday, it is in her book. Elizabeth was absolutely invited to eat with him. The Dudleys would have been invited to eat with him too. Could it have happened that the two of them were together? I don't know, but I don't know. I have this whole image in my head that Robin beat the constable at cards one day and got him to agree to that. I don't know. It could have happened. It's a big stretch, but whatever. Regardless of whether they met or not in the Tower, we do know that Robert Dudley sold lands to give Elizabeth money during this period before she came to the throne. And that was something she never forgot, and something that she rewarded him and made up to him very much over the years. So she didn't forget when she came to the throne. Ooh, but before I get there, we have to back up a little bit. Robin was married. He married Amy Robsart in 1553 at the peak of his father's power. During Edward's reign, obviously. Edward and Elizabeth were both at the wedding. It was held the day after Robin's oldest brother John married Lady Anne Seymour, Somerset's oldest daughter. That first wedding was definitely a political match. Robin's was said to be a love match, although when you look at the words, it's mainly called a lust match, but let's put that aside. Here's the reason that I really want to mention this, is that he would not have been eligible to marry Elizabeth. He was a third son. She was a king's daughter, king's bastard daughter, but in the line of succession, there was no question that he would ever have entered his mind or hers that they would be allowed to marry. And their relationship was therefore built on courtly love from the very beginning. And I think that is really the key to understand their lifelong relationship, because it worked. So okay, back to the story. Elizabeth's accession is the time at which most people start the Elizabeth and Robert story, mainly because they got hot and heavy really quickly and stayed that way for quite a while. A little bit of context on his role and how Elizabeth rewarded him and brought him into the closest circles that she had. She didn't do it politically, which is key. Now, you would think that, to bring somebody in, you would put them on the council. No. Mary had a huge council. She had something like 50 people, which was completely unworkable. And the reason she did that was because the first 20 people that she appointed to the council were people who helped her militarily take her throne. Then they turned around and said, "Oh, we don't really know what to do." So they added 20 more people with experience. And then once you have 40 people on the council, the 10 or so people that were left off, come on, you come here too. So Mary basically had everybody on the council, which meant that she only listened to Spain. But Elizabeth decided to have only 16 people on her council. That was the number that her father had. And at this point in her life, and pretty much all points in her life, let's be fair, you could never go wrong imitating Henry. Nobody would ever tell you you were doing the wrong thing. 16 people, that was the right thing. So obviously, Robin was not going to be on the council. And I keep on calling him Robin, and I'm going to keep on doing that, basically because there are other Roberts. That's what she called him, and that's what I call him. So sorry about that. So he can't be on the council. What is he going to be? Master of Horse. Perfect position. It is the third dignitary of the court, attending the monarch almost every day, more if the monarch loved to ride as much as Elizabeth did. They're usually also good-looking, athletic, witty. Fun fact, not one, but two Tudor ladies, widows, married their Master of Horse. Frances Grey was one, Dowager Duchess of Suffolk, and Catherine Willoughby, also Dowager Duchess of Suffolk. Coincidence there. Most of you will say, wait a minute, no, Catherine Willoughby married her husband's gentleman usher. He was also Master of Horse. But so anyway, this particular position allowed Robin to grab her. Okay, that's why I chose this slide, because he was touching her legs, her waist, they were getting close. This is exactly where he wanted to be. Okay, there's a lot going on in this slide. Robin played tennis, as many men did of the day. George Boleyn, all along. And we can still visit Henry VIII's tennis court at Hampton Court Palace. Elizabeth loved going to watch him. And when she wasn't there, she would sometimes hide when she was going to watch him, because then the men would play in just their shirt sleeves. And in order for her to do that, she would take one of her ladies, and the two ladies we know who would go with her in disguise or quietly to go watch Robert Dudley play tennis were Douglas Howard and Lettice Knollys. We'll get to that in a little bit. For now, we're just going to focus on the basics. Robert Dudley, handsome, charismatic, athletic, which was a problem because the world wanted Elizabeth to marry, but they really didn't want her to marry Robert Dudley. Okay, first, there was the fact, beyond that he's already married, there was, before I do that, quick question. How many people hate the Dudleys? No one? When I asked this in the first Tudorcon, I said, who here hates the Seymours? Every single hand went up. Do you people really like the Dudleys better than the Seymours? Oh my God. No. Okay.
It sort of depends on which Dudley and which scene we're talking about.
The point I was trying to make, Robert Dudley came from a family of traders. Really? And you still like them better than the Seymours. They came from a family of traders. His father, his grandfather were executed for treason, his brother, we'll get to that. Plus he was only a third son, plus he was said to be arrogant. Yes, he was married, but paradoxically, that was the one saving grace, because everyone figured, okay, we got to get her married. We'll get her married fast, and she can't marry him. So the question of the day was, who should she marry? Okay, so threshold question, foreign or domestic? These were her foreign options, some of them. Not really a great bunch. Let's see, we got Philip of Spain, no. The country rebelled when Mary married him, not a real choice, to say nothing of the whole Levitical problem. Philip of Spain would be the last person that Elizabeth would marry. You know, he's sort of, and get a papal dispensation. Yeah, right. We know how that goes. Archduke Charles of Austria. Actually, he was the third son of Holy Roman Emperor Ferdinand I, actually viewed as the best of the foreign matches, but he wanted to be able to inherit the throne if Elizabeth died. That was the deal breaker, even more than his Habsburg chin. Then you had Eric of Sweden, who tried to marry her during Mary's reign as well. Good looking, intelligent, artistically skilled, rich. He almost boarded a ship to court Elizabeth in person, but his father died, so they missed out on that. By 1563, his rule became arbitrary and marked by violence, and he actually went insane. So not a good choice. James Hamilton, Earl of Arran, 4 years younger than Elizabeth, in line of succession to the Scottish throne. For a while there, it seemed like the Scottish lords would depose Mary Stuart and take him, so she would have been able to unite the throne. She actually met him in Cecil's garden. Obviously didn't work. P.S. He went insane too. And while I'm at it, even though it was never proposed to her, Philip's son, more insanity. So again, this is the Tudorverse. There's always another story going on. You got to kind of wonder. But so these were the foreign options. You had Henry VIII, 50 years older, but Catholic, chief peer of the realm, so she couldn't insult him. He did try to bribe her attendants. And so you had a bunch of her ladies all being given like little jewels, and then they turn around and go, "Oh, didn't he say a smart thing today?" And so they did that a bunch. That didn't work. William Pickering is in the middle, about 11 years older than Elizabeth, but he was the bookie's favorite. A Protestant who was described as the finest gentleman of his age for his worth in learning, arts, and warfare. The Venetian ambassador said he was of tall stature, handsome, and very successful with women, for he is said to have enjoyed the intimacy of many and great ones. Yeah, that he actually around this time said as well, because he had grown up with Elizabeth, that she intended to die a maid, so he didn't believe it. And then here's another possibility, unlikely, but there was a little bit of talk. Charles Howard, Effingham's son, who would later become Earl of Nottingham, he was about 3 years younger than Elizabeth and her cousin. He had Catholic creds, even though he was a Protestant. She set him up with little Kathy Carey, daughter to Henry Carey, son of Mary Boleyn, and they had a very long and successful marriage. So is it any wonder that Robert Dudley looked that attractive to her? And when you think about it, it was the perfect setup because it legitimized delay. Elizabeth did nothing quickly. She would think about something and then just try to allow the problem to die out on its own. So to be able to have her cake and eat it too, and to just have this wonderful relationship with Robert Dudley where she couldn't marry him, that was absolutely perfect. It's also at the time, the people kind of understood it as what her grandfather did in a kind of like a weird way. Henry VII waited to marry Elizabeth of York to establish himself and his right to the throne on his own. So people would have seen this as her establishing her rule, her right to rule, and separately from any man that she was going to marry. So people were okay with delay. And it also allowed Elizabeth to stabilize the realm by giving her the perfect the ace up her sleeve, actually a pair of aces up her sleeve, because if anything happened, she would just threaten marriage. Spain wants to threaten her, fine, I'm going to marry France. You know, France wants to bother her, I'm going to marry Scotland. I mean, she always had this way of stopping aggression. She used this to her huge advantage, and it was a bit of a deal when she had to lose it when it was over. But in the meantime, things got a little scandalous. Amy was known to have a lump in her breast. And so it was known that she was going to, or expected that she was going to be dying soon. And Robin took full advantage of making sure that he'd be ready. In that moment, he would visit her apartments. They would play cards until 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, Elizabeth had one of those schedules. That is what she did all her life. She played cards late, woke up late. It was scandalous enough that Kat Ashley remonstrated with her. One night after he had left, she just, you got to stop doing this. You really got to stop doing this. And Elizabeth did not react well. She said, well, if she had been gracious to him, he deserved it. She reminded Kat that she was always surrounded by ladies, that nothing could ever happen. And then she proved that she was Henry's daughter. And she basically said, but if I wanted to, there is nothing you could say to stop me or anyone else. So that was Henry. Nobody could stop her except Amy Dudley. And not a living Amy Dudley, but a dead Amy Dudley. That was what stopped her. September 1560. The circumstances were suspicious, to say the least. She fell down the stairs, but there were only 3 stairs. Her headdress, her coif, was not even knocked off her head, and there was nobody there to witness or help, because Amy had insisted that her entire household go out to the fair that evening. So why? Was she planning to meet someone? Was she planning to kill herself? Pure coincidence? Who knows? Robin, of course, was the prime suspect, even though he was nobody near. He was nowhere near when it happened, and he didn't have the motive, because, as we all know, this ruined his chances to marry Elizabeth. So who did have the motive? Far be it from me to point fingers. Many people believe that Cecil could have been behind it, if only because he is the one with the motive. He did not want Elizabeth to marry Robert Dudley. This is what made it impossible. Hey, this is the Tudorverse. There's always another story. We have a wild story that Cecil told the Spanish ambassador 2 days before this whole thing happened, that Amy was dead or dying this week or something like that, and then it happened. I personally don't believe it. I do believe that Cecil was a pretty straight up guy. And nowadays we know that breast cancer can soften or leach things from bones. And so, yes, she could have fallen down. She could have died that way. But at the time, it was one of those, as we know, we've been talking about this for 500 years. He could have done it. In any event, Robin is sent away. A full inquiry is made. In the end, the coroner ruled accidental death and exonerated Robin so he could return to court and pick up where he left off. Not really. I know I used this photo, but she was much more discreet after this. All of the liberties that she had given him, she really kind of pulled back and was much more responsive to public opinion than she had ever been, because now there was a possibility. It was one thing when Kat Ashley was on her knees saying, you can't do this. And she was saying, you're always with me. I haven't. This time the rumor was just, you have to really worry about it. Even so, shortly after she returned, she decides that she's going to make him an earl. And she went so far as to draw up the patent, and it was given to her to sign, and she's got the quill in her hand, which we also learned about, that didn't have any feathers. But instead she tears it up. And kind of have to wonder how in the world did she justify this to him and what pushed her? And one of the things that may have pushed her were a bunch of snide comments in response, including one from Mary Stuart that, ooh, I think kind of sealed Mary's fate when you got right down to it in the end, which was, the Queen of England is to marry her horsekeeper, and he has killed his wife to make room for her. So I don't know. So speaking of justifying, how did she deal with this? She also flirted with other men during this period as a reaction. Christopher Hatton, she met him at a masque at the Inner Temple in 1561. He was one of the players, and she thought he was really handsome, and she had him brought over. They danced. He actually gradually rose politically and became Lord Chancellor in 1587. Elizabeth liked good-looking men. While she was flirting with Hatton, she came up with a crazy idea. Why doesn't Robin marry Mary, Queen of Scots? Brilliant, right? It was a crazy move, but surprisingly astute politically, because it would solve a lot of problems. It would give Robin a kingdom when she wasn't about to. It would give him a chance for sons, because come on, think about it. This is like, their relationship was kind of like Anne Boleyn and Henry, 7 years going, I want sons, but the roles were reversed. And it would give Elizabeth safety, because two reasons: any other marriage that Mary might make would be dangerous for England. If it was a local person, if it was a foreign person, anybody could try to claim the English throne. To sweeten the deal, she did make Robin an earl then. That's when he got Leicester. Mainly to try to make sure that Mary would marry him instead of Darnley or somebody with a claim to the throne. And yeah, that didn't work. Bit of a spoiler, Mary did marry Darnley. But let's face it, Elizabeth really didn't want Leicester to marry Mary. She didn't want to lose him. And so we have her doing all of this weird stuff, like while she's promoting Robin's suit, sending Darnley up to go tend to his father's estate. So now, in her defense, Mary and Darnley had met years before when Mary was at the French court, and there was no rumor of any kind of sparks between them. Darnley was, nobody really liked Darnley at all. And to his credit, Robin did not want to marry Mary and made it clear to her. It was a crazy situation. But now, back to this. Now you have Robert Dudley with an earldom. And now he's got an earldom. He's kind of eligible to marry her in a way that he wouldn't have been. And time is moving on, and he's still no closer to his goal. So he gets all romantic at Christmas 1565, asks her to marry him, and she refuses. He sulks and leaves court, more shades of Anne Boleyn. She tries to show that he can't push her around. She starts flirting with Thomas Heneage, another handsome boy toy. And Heneage also would continue to be favored for a long time. But after a few months, she started missing Robin, please come back, please come back. Everything works out. They were close, he comes back, but things were just a little different. Like other women, we have no doubt about two other women. The first, Douglas, Lady Sheffield. Remember her from the earlier slide? There was actually a rumor that he married her or pretended to, but they did not marry. We do know that they slept together, and we know that because we have a little Robert Dudley. In 1573, Douglas Howard gave him a son, out of wedlock, but a son. He was not eligible to inherit the earldom, but he was able to inherit money, and that is the way it worked. Robin was a really good dad. He loved his son, brought the boy to live with him when he was around 2. Elizabeth found out a couple of years later, around 1573, and I say this because we have an ambassador who reports that she visited Robin at his home, ostensibly because he was sick. And that was one of the tricks he used. Whenever he had bad news for her, he'd always get really sick and she'd be worried and he'd deliver his bad news and it would be okay. Some people think that he might have revealed something more upsetting, but I think this waited till later. But the other upsetting thing would be, his marriage to Lettice Knollys, the ultimate slap in the face to Elizabeth. Lettice was the daughter of Catherine Carey, the granddaughter of Murray Boleyn, which made her Elizabeth's first cousin once removed. But there had always been a rumor that Henry was Catherine Carey's father, which would have made Lettice Elizabeth's half-niece. You know, again, this is the Tudorverse. There's always another story. Either way, the two women looked a lot alike, which was really annoying for Elizabeth because people would always say, oh, she looks like a young version of you. That was really not the way to get on Elizabeth's good side. But let's back up. Elizabeth paid several visits to Kenilworth. We heard about one yesterday, this final visit, which took place in 1575, which was designed to be his last-ditch proposal. The whole thing, there were, as you heard from Carol Ann, there were symbolism everywhere, but the visit was supposed to culminate on the final day with a play called Zabetta. You get the thing about one of Diana's favorite nymphs faced with the choice of virginity or marriage. And of course, she chose marriage. It was going to be performed outdoors. And that was when, in front of the entire crowd, Robin was going to get down on his knee. And this was going to be it, sink or swim, yes or no. And then it rained. And instead of allowing the play to be moved indoors, instead of waiting another day, Elizabeth left. And that was her ultimate answer. She was 45 at this point. She was never going to take a husband. And it was soon after this that Robin married Lettice. Nothing changed because it was kept secret. Well, as secret as something could be at the Tudor court. They worked hard at it. They married in front of only 6 witnesses, Francis and Richard Knollys, Lettice's father and uncle, Robin's brother Ambrose, and his 2 friends, the Earl of Pembroke and Lord North. The officiating chaplain remarked that the bride wore a loose gown, which is an informal morning dress, but that has triggered modern speculation that she was pregnant. She may have been, we don't know. We do know that their son was not born for another 2 years. Unfortunately, that son would die, so they did not have any children of their own. The secret spread in phases. The French ambassador, we know, we reported it only about 2 months later. Elizabeth did not find out until the following year when there were plans for her to marry Alençon, and she was backing off a little bit. And that is when the French ambassador let it out for her. And that kind of, regardless, Lettice was banished permanently from court. But still, things went on. Mostly. This was the point at which it was clear Elizabeth was never going to get married. And this was the point at which she lost her pair of aces. And this was the point at which the world came against her. You had your conflict in the Netherlands, you had conflict with France, you had conflict with Spain and the Armada. It was a tough time. She tried to send Robin to the Netherlands. That didn't really work, but everything, it worked out in the end. Spain came against her, and Robin, who had always known how to help her with appearances. It was Robin at her coronation that suggested the peacock blue carpet that she walked across, that then people went and hacked into pieces, and thousands of people had a little piece of Robin's egg blue carpet. And things like that. And he was the one who suggested that she come to Tilbury to address the troops that he had there. And it gave her a chance to make the iconic speech and to really step into her own as a warrior queen in a way that she hadn't. Unfortunately, he died very soon after it. They sent the army home because the Armada got, the great winds came, and he went, because his stomach had been bothering, he went to take the waters, and he never arrived there. It was too soon. She was devastated by this. She locked herself in her room for 3 days, kept his last letter to her by her bed for the rest of her life. So, quick question. Who sees this as a love story? Did anyone notice the question mark in the first slide? Who sees this as another Dudley trying to steal the throne? Because this is the Tudorverse, there's always another side to the story. Robin was arrogant and vain. He didn't kill his first wife, I don't think so, but he did abandon her when she had breast cancer, was in pain, and needed him the most. He owed everything to Elizabeth, money, title, and always wanted more. He courted her for more than 15 years, during which time she was flirting extensively with other men. He must have known that marriage was impossible. He must have resented it, must have gotten annoyed over time. And by the way, his son by Douglas Howard, he tried to marry her to Arbella Stewart, another potential heir to the throne. He also chose to marry Lettice. Yes, she looked like a young Elizabeth because they were family, but defined family. Some believe, again, that Lettice was the granddaughter of Henry VIII. Was he trying again to get close to the throne? Then we have his stepson, Lettice's son, Robert Devereux. Essex took Robin's place as master of horse. He took his place playing cards with her late at night and dancing with her as a favorite. But he never gave her the respect she deserved. He literally turned his back on her during a council meeting, and she went, hey, and he almost drew his sword on her. He also, when she sent him off to Ireland, and a few other times when he went down to Cadiz to attack the Spaniards, she kept on saying, don't make knights, don't make knights. Knights as in knights with swords, not nice as in kind. She did not believe in making a bunch of knights because she wanted to keep that, she wanted the title to mean something. And a commander who made knights in the field created men who were loyal to him more than the monarch. And Essex did that a lot in Ireland. He got away with it for that, but he did end up rebelling against her. Would he have rebelled if he didn't think that he had a chance to steal her throne? No. The night before he rebelled, by the way, he had the players of the Globe Theatre put on a special performance of Shakespeare's Richard II, the one where Richard's cousin takes the throne to become Henry VI, and he had them include the banned abdication scene. So there was no question that he was going for the throne and that he believed that he was somewhat entitled to. Okay, but just like I did with William Cecil, I'm going to stop rabble-rousing now. I actually do see this as a bit of a love story gone wrong. And he really was there for Elizabeth until the day she died, when you count his last letter right there, even after marrying Lettice. But in the end, Lettice did get a bit of the last laugh. She got to write the inscription on Dudley's tomb, which says, he gave back his soul to God, his Savior, in the year of salvation, 1588, on the 4th day of September. His most sorrowful wife, Lettice, daughter of Francis Knowledge, Knight of the Order of St. George and the Queen's Treasurer, placed this monument to her best and dearest husband on the count of her love and faith as his wife. Question?
Yes.
I have a question. Yes, I love how you read that part about these authors when I was in England. And I love how she's in the end, she outlived Dudley. Her tomb, she's up than he is. And I just think this up. She got the last word.
She did. She was the last person standing, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, good job.
We actually discussed last night in our hotel room that we think of this book as narcissistic personality disorder, but let's do that. But Karen has narcissistic personality disorder. But we think that Elizabeth took Devereux into her fold as a favorite to replace Dudley to get back at Lettice for taking Dudley. Basically, there's no finger Lettice.
Yeah, you kind of wonder whether Elizabeth did not want to execute Essex. She really didn't. She really didn't want to execute anybody. She would dither and take months to sign it. She did not have a choice with Essex. She really didn't. There were, I think, 50 men arrested with him, and she pardoned basically all of them. The one that is the interesting one, she did not pardon Christopher Blount, who is the man who Lettice married 6 months after Leicester died. Now, admittedly, Christopher Blount rode side by side with Essex through the city, so you couldn't really avoid it. But she didn't try not to. She didn't hesitate on that one. And it was she made a couple of nasty comments about Lettice remarrying that quickly, but she also took back Kenninghall. Took it back. He's got debts to me. We're going to pay it back. You can go live with your son. You're not living here anymore. I bought this. You don't own it. Oh, yeah.
Another Earl of Essex question. I heard that part of his delusion about securing the throne was that he was beloved by the people as a warrior, and was he as beloved as I've heard it portrayed, that actually fit his drive?
Yes. He was one of yes, he was. He had that reputation, even though he didn't really deserve it. So one of the big things that he did, there were twice that the English went and raided Cadiz and essentially destroyed Spanish ability to war on England for a really long time. One happened way before the Armada, and then Essex did it again. You wouldn't think that Philip would have been so stupid as to leave the ships in the same place. You know what I mean? But he moved them for a little bit, but he moved them back to Cadiz. And so Essex went to Cadiz and destroyed a bunch more ships. Although, to be fair, he didn't destroy the ships. The Spaniards, there was a bunch of treasure, about 2 million ducats worth of treasure, and the Spaniards were like, well, we're not going to let him get it. So they sank their own ships. So he gets credit for really destroying Philip's army, and he doesn't deserve it because he went to try to sack the town, and he got like a little bit of loot while he allowed the other ships to be sunk. And so he didn't deserve the reputation that he had, and he certainly didn't deserve the reputation after he messed up Ireland. But people, I don't know, people did love him, but they didn't support him the same way they didn't support Jane Grey. It's like, you know what's right, and yeah, you're handsome and everything, but no, you can't have the country. Yeah.
Excuse me, did Elizabeth really say Dudley's name before her death? I mean, I need to be there.
We don't, I have not heard that. There are a lot of legends about what happened on her deathbed, including the idea that the Earl of Hertford, should he be, not the Earl of Hertford, but his sons, should they inherit the throne? And she was like, no, they're vile traitors. And no, we don't know. We have a bunch of great stories, but I haven't heard that she said his name, but she kept his letter right there. It's the most poignant thing that she wrote, his last letter, and put it right there with her most important possessions. So.
And then she put something. Oh, did Dudley ever invest in the New World?
Yes. Oh, he loved that stuff. They all loved that stuff, and they tried to get her to finance ships and all of that. But yes, he invested in the New World. He invested in I'm going to call it piracy. It depends on what he invested in people who wanted to go harry Philip of Spain's ships, which, depending on which side of the fence you're on, was either piracy or just smart political action. So.
That's it from online.
Oh, wait.
Any other questions?
Yep, we got one more.
Did someone in her advisors would have been forced to marry with him?
Christopher Hatton never married.
When we someone that her advisors, when they saw her nosy and flirting with him, put it towards her about marrying him.
She was flirting with everybody, and she. One of the things that was really important was for her to basically say, "This is just what I do." You can't say that I'm going to marry Robert Dudley, just as you can't say that I'm going to marry Christopher Hatton. These are just people who love me because I am the queen and I am Gloriana. And so that was really the aspect. The courtly love side of it was once again where that's where she lived. She lived in the courtly side and kept that up all her life. And as she got older, she just wore, more bling.
You have a gift that you're giving away as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I discovered Tudorcon in 2020 when the pandemic hit, which is, kind of appropriate. So it was just such a lifeline and so full of life. And I've been watching it every year, and I'm like, oh, they're missing writing. Writing would be beautiful because of the era. And I'm sure in your research, you come across it all the time. And I'm like, in a guild, I'm on the board of directors of the Colleagues of Calligraphy in Minneapolis. And we very much keep this alive. There was a huge revival in calligraphy in the 70s. And the Colleagues of Calligraphy was a great big part of that. And they had the first international conference in Minneapolis at St. John's University. And they flew in top calligraphers from around the world. I have Donald Jackson's book back there for you to look at, and it could still be purchased online. So that particular guild has a really great heritage, and I'm proud to be part of it. But I also have a big kind of a commercial art background. Like I was in the lettering department of American Greetings, but I learned calligraphy and typography at Cooper Union, New York City. So I got kind of a range, and it's been a little bit, I've been busy. So I mean, with the pandemic, I did leave corporate, and I'm finally like, okay, I need context for my my career and my craft, which I'm so proud of. So this was a great opportunity for me, and I thought, you know, I could share it with you. So I would like to start out by saying, I thought, oh, like this little sliver of time, that is wonderful. Tudor era, no problem, 118 years. And then I found out it's this massive, mighty crossroads for the letter arts, for calligraphy, typography. And I was just like, I'm still picking my jaw up off the floor with the stuff I learned putting this together for you. And it was just where late medieval ends and early modern began, where formal calligraphy met the printing press. And then another interesting tidbit where the profession or craft went from the monastery to the mainstream. So it became a viable career for people. And I never heard that put into words, because as calligraphers take workshops all the time with different experts. But I mean, I wanted to connect some dots, and boy, did I ever connect some dots. Okay, so let's get going. Okay, so as a calligrapher myself, or letter, Photoshop as well, I am more immersed in the emotions of being an artist. So that's why like the innovation, the persistence, the time pressure, how many things, you know, develop organically because of deadlines. I mean, scribes had them, the pressure of if you make mistakes and fixing them. But most of all, I do love being in a scriptorium, or, you know, part of a well-oiled machine of an art department, which is wonderful. So even though I might be gushing over the aesthetics of the things you'll see, most of all, calligraphy and writing is useful because it helped build out the whole economy that was taking off at the time. Okay, so Tudor handwriting is both beautiful and fascinating. And the more we learn, the more we appreciate the scribes who painstakingly produced all of these documents that people love so well. And it's really a debt to human hands. In fact, when I say that, I almost feel crying, and hearts and minds. But so much of it is experimentation and trial and error, and it brought us to this point. So here I go to early modern Britain. And this is my favorite bullet point of the whole presentation. The monarchy started Henry VII consolidating power over the feudal system. Now that's like a little innocent bullet point, but 90% of the people lived on farms. 90% were rural, and this was the start of the change to the city. That was massive upheaval. Then when they come to the cities, it's frustrating, disease, lots of turmoil, and it was a gigantic shift. They're losing their lands to public domain. And I was impressed with actually the Tudors' administrative sense and their ability, of course, lots of it is through tax collection, but to, you know, start, you know, having that vision for what the society could be. So that to me is like major. Then I have always heard about France being, you know, kind of like a thing. And they only had the fifth of the population. And I was just like, that is so interesting because France was huge. And then education for the people was haphazard and short. The Reformation mentality was starting to take hold, and the commercial class started to rise. Now, when that happens, people are going to need more things, entertainment too, but they're going to be more educated and in those urban areas. So this was like majorly exciting from a distance, especially, you know, it must have been hard to be there. So scriveners, or professional scribes, or copyists, as they were called, were often students, which I thought was very interesting too, because they needed a way to get through their lives as well. And also to, I like to mention only 25% knew how to write their names, but they have been analyzing that, and I will circle back and address that later. Okay, so what I'll be talking about is there was like a heritage of book hands and then document hands. And again, it's very interesting in the research. They're like, this is only a book, and oh, wait a minute, it was documented. Like, it depends on who you're reading, and it is just, it's like a kind of a moving target all the time. So you have to read a lot of people to kind of really see what they're talking about. But manuscripts were so mature and beloved, and the illustrations were lavish. So that was like a fully mature scribal culture. And then, you know, as we needed more deeds and contracts and various things for people, they had to develop out of that. So most things happen out of necessity. So where our story begins is with the hand called Anglicana. And this was unique to England, which I find interesting because everything else is like kind of crazy and overlapping. You know, because like, all you need is like one person to visit with a friend who has a copybook, and like the right person grabs it, and then you have a whole nother tangent. It's fascinating. And that's really how it works, actually. But Anglicana was like the start of their needing to go a little bit faster. They shortened the ascenders and the descenders. It was still very upright. So you could tell the pace of life is slower. You can tell right there. And it was written for Latin. So, you know, again, it's a different class of people, you know, using it. Not everyone can read Latin. But we're just starting to get a little bit of speed. So they're not 100% sure if it came from France or England or maybe a mixture, but then Gothic cursive secretary was introduced. And that's when everything took off. In fact, books became more affordable because they could be reproduced faster. And again, it went into the mainstream. So you've heard of court hand, correct? That is what Anglicana actually is. And then secretary kind of started being the hybrid, and we're working our way towards italic, okay? But what fascinates me about secretary is it was still both spiky and loopy. And I'm like, as a writer, I'm like, wow, I mean, how could they go fast and keep the spikes, which I love, and then the loopiness, which is so expressive. And I'm just like, this is amazing. I always loved it and wanted to look into it. Okay, so I want to do a little survey and show you some of the range. I'm not going to show you a million things, but I'm sure you see them all the time in your reference. So, but I look at this, I just love it so much. And I like the crashing. I like the crashing between the lines because the person writing this is so confident. They're so confident you can read it and this is it. And that has a lot to do with kind of how you take it in. But to me, it looks like a bird running across a piece of vellum. And what is a quill? A bird. Yeah. And I was just like, anyway, it just gives me shivers. And you know what? This is just from one little, like, you know, parish, you know, something out in the boondock. I mean, and we're looking at it like, oh my gosh. So I'm just like, I wonder what they considered a good letter form. I wonder how they looked at it, because we are looking at this with totally modern eyes, totally modern. That's why, I mean, what I like about this project too, you have to slow down and question everything. And that's wonderful. Now, this is an inventory of Henry VIII's estate when he died. And you could see they brought in like one of their, you know, very controlled people. And to me, this is also beautiful because you get more of the thick and thins, which I love. It doesn't have to crash. It's just so, like, again, so personal. And it's very clear. A lot of it has to do with interline spacing. This is, again, this one is really idiosyncratic. And I find it interesting because in that body of the paragraph there, it's kind of crazy, but it's consistently crazy. And that is the key to calligraphy. I think that was the hardest thing for me to learn as a student, is that the letter forms didn't have to be perfect. I'm like, why not? You know, right? Isn't that the whole goal? They're like, no, but as long as you're consistent with your imperfections. And I'm like, that took a while to wrap my head around. But if you look at this, the spaces between the words are like sometimes gigantic. But even though it's like random, it's kind of always random. So again, this is like why I love pattern, And when I worked in American Greetings, I also did wrapping paper, which is fantastic because I like paragraphs versus headlines, but I've done them both. But there's something about the pattern that it forms that I find fascinating. And we will come back to this little document later. This is a page from a piece called The Marriage Contract Between Wit and Wisdom. I believe it was like a comedy of manners, and it was important culturally. And I just wanted you to see something different that was like truly just dashed off. And this is a typical, very typical scribal secretary hand. And to me, that is just absolutely gorgeous. It just, now, but when you look at it, not a lot of contrast between the thick and thins. But what it's doing, it's still got the upright, it's just different. And every time you look at something, you're like, the individual is so important. This is my last in this batch, and it is in the later Elizabethan period. And it's more about the idiosyncratic caps and very thin, but it's just so elegant. I just had to show it to you because it's like, takes it to the far end of maturity. Now, this is our exemplar from a copybook called Arrighi's Operina. And it was very early on, and it tried to, control it and show, an alphabet with optional letters. This is very important. The fact that they could engrave or print these things by carving them backwards for the, to me, that was also amazing. And I don't know where these people, I guess they had done seals and stuff like that, where that's where the skill set came from. But my gosh. So secretary is more angular than and italicized than Anglicana because they did angle the nib of the quill. And that's part of the secret. I still would love to go back and see someone writing it fast, but so it retains the spikiness and loopiness and more joined letters and ligatures. And I don't know if you know this, but there was only 24 letters in the alphabet because I and J and U and V were interchangeable. So you got to be kind of careful. That said, there were other types of characters like thorn, which was the Y that represented TH. So when you see ye old in, it's really a TH. And then yo, which is the GH, and then the long S, which once you get used to that, you can get over that pretty quick. It's really interesting. It's just like an F with no crossbar. And ampersands, of course, are so expressive and wonderful. And you just wonder if that's where they used to express themselves and really, show off a little bit with the ampersands to make it more personal. And then, of course, I threw in the pound sterling because as you're reading documents, you got to, not everything is what you might think. It's really kind of fun if you have time. So the public now is growing more literate, and they did jump from Latin to English because more people needed to write and understand. So again, Anglicana was for Latin, so secretary was perfect for English, but it was also used for Welsh and German. So then also too, the Italian hand or italic came in. So these two were always next to each other in their evolution. Now, Italian hand was lighter, and I guess more for the ladies, which, I'm like, but what was interesting too is that since secretary, which was taught to men, was heavier, if they had a note or I'm not like, they didn't have pictures, so you wouldn't be captioned, they would do that in italic, but that's where we get that tradition of, the lighter hand underneath to support. So that was really interesting. But a lot of women did bookkeeping and helped run the family business. So, even though they keep trying to make a sharp division there, women are always doing stuff, always doing major contributions in that respect. Okay, so here is a sample alphabet, capitals on the left, minuscules on the right. And this is just one writer, and you can see how many variations. And again, we're so steeped in our standardizations, it's hard to imagine that, oh, I could capitalize that if I feel like it. That's kind of the world we're in here. But what really interests me is that they would just write proper names all different in the same document, like Elizabeth. They would write, and I don't know if that's because they use nicknames a lot or is that a sign of familiarity, but they would just write the name Elizabeth all different ways. The actual word, not just even the look of the word. So I'm like, fascinating. Then I'm like, I like breaking rules, so this is going to be good. So these were the difficult letters when you first come up against a document. It's like the lower A. For me, the real tough one is that C because it looks like an R. So when you have CR, it's just like, oh my gosh, it just doesn't read at all. But I love that line of Ks. I just think it's just fabulous. So yeah, these are the ones, and the lowercase e, which is such an important letter, it really can get lost because they just break it up a lot. So you have to familiarize yourself with that first. Also too, and we were just actually talking about it at the breakfast thing, the minims, the straights, which come, I mean, you've seen them in the Gothic, but here it's just really a straight pull. And it's hard to differentiate. They didn't have the spacing we have too. And if you and the descender, it's hard to kind of read it fast. So sometimes you have to back up and look at the whole word. And then two, you have to look at the context of your document. I mean, is it a legal realm? Are you talking about a textile thing or just an inventory of someone's home? So if you know more about the document, you might be able to, guess the word easier, and that helps. So again, this was a fascinating kind of area too. I'm like, okay, then I'll do abbreviations and then I'll do punctuation. Well, you don't really need punctuation because it was just, again, haphazard and kind of not really needed because they really did put a lot of work into abbreviations. I mean, it's kind of amazing. I mean, there's like pages and pages. And what is interesting too is that any educated person across the continent would recognize that the thing. So those became standardized because they were always trying to save parchment because it was expensive. So, I mean, that's where it started. And I guess maybe punctuation then had to break away from the abbreviations, but they're really kind of beautiful. It's the way they did. Like they were just like, if the word ended with ION, they would just put it on top of the last letter. I mean, it's a whole language unto itself, and I'd love to like step back and study those. And here's a page of just, but there was a lot that you could look at. And I hope you do. I hope you do go out and look because I have some good websites at the end of this for you. But it's just beautiful and ingenious. So does anybody want to take a stab at reading that? Because I didn't want to dumb it down. Yes, inks, pens, and surfaces. Thank you. Whoever. Sorry. I was going to write the translation about them because no, they'll get it. But again, this is like the sir, and then that C, it throws you. Okay. Okay. Now I came across a writer who just wrote a list of these birds. And I'm like, oh my God, it's like, why would I just set type? I'm going to show these birds because their tools were like alive. I mean, it was just, and so these were the choices like vulture, goose, pelican. Granted, that was a bit exotic, but it was on the list. Duck, peacock, crow, turkey, raven, and swan. Those were the available birds. And I thought, no, I'm going to make this page memorable because that is like amazing. But you know why? Because I'm sitting in my house and I could reach like this and grab something plastic, and I'm just like, and that's fine because we love consistency. And a thing will always work in the exact same way. So yeah, there's a trade-off. But, I'm just in a nostalgic place and I want to just, give homage to these past tools that we have used. So here, I found this reference of the inkhorn, the bag of pounce, and the quill cutting knife, which is super important. And I just love these pictures because they look like they were taken in England. Obviously they were. I mean, it just has a certain light and like a heaviness to the metal. And I'm just like, God, it's just wonderful. And a note here, Queen Elizabeth preferred swan quills, even though they were stiffer and harder to use, they would outlast a goose quill, which was the most popular, 50-1. So she was such a hard nose. I love her. So also the quill dipping was something you had to take in. It's just like a totally different thing that, you know, if you're in the times, you get used to it. But I guess it depended on what you were using it for and how much you depended on it. People do this quite a bit, and I have a diagram. I took the text off and I'm like, oh, this is the IKEA version. But you know what? You would never figure it out. You need the text, and it's from Donald Jackson's book, The Story of Writing. So yeah, I had my little moment, but I just thought, you know, it is art itself. It tools to cut those is an art. Okay. Have you heard that, like, these are the Hollywood quills and these are the real ones? So if you come away with just that knowledge, we will be happy. I speak for my guild. No, this is Harry Potter, Captain Hook. And this is someone who's writing seriously. In fact, I have one here from my colleague Barb Makala, and I would like to pass it around. I also have a bunch in the back, and I would love you to try writing on some of my swatches as well. So there were sets of copybooks and manuals. Now, manuals would show sample alphabets, you know, for students, and the copybooks would have blank pages for people to write in and copy the samples. So in this kind of crossover period, what I found interesting was there was encouragement to have blank pages and for people to write in books. Of course, in this type of book, but others as well. And I'll mention that in a few minutes. But yeah, it was a real thing people had to start learning all this to get on the same page in society. And like, I love this picture. It's from the Yale Library. And I love how it looks so touched and used by somebody. And it just has such an integrity to it. Plus the letters are gorgeous. Again, they call it chancery hand. The word bastarda is thrown around. I mean, you really have to stay steady and remember who you're reading and read other people to kind of get a focus on exactly what you're talking about. But again, I think this is a whole genre and art, and would love to do a talk on this someday. Okay, so these gall inks were used for 1,400 years. That's how good they are. They were waterproof. Actually, I have a gall stick. These are galls. And I'd like to pass that around. In fact, you know, I was out for a walk with another colleague, Janie Weston, and she stops and picks up a bigger one. She's like, oh, this is a gall for making ink. And I'm like, oh my God, like, what else don't I know? It's like right outside my door, literally. I'm just from an oak tree. But I also have the Elizabethan ink recipe, just one. It says a quart of wine, 5 oak galls, 2 ounces of copernus, 2 ounces of gum arabic, preserve with bay salt, and to make extra black, add lamp black, which is a carbon base, and then water down with vinegar if necessary. Now, this is dangerous because it's like Leonardo experimenting with fresco. You know, it's like you're just trying it. I mean, is it going to last 100 years? Is it going to last 500? So there's many manuscripts that are eaten away. I didn't want to put any in this because they're not gorgeous. But it's a warning, because there was very strict actually recipes for this, because they knew they wanted these documents to last. So they really had stringent, in the courts and the royal court, stringent recipes for people to follow, which was really important. And you know, that's so cool that they were so far seeing. Oh, yeah, okay. Actually, too, I do have a sample. I ordered some dipping pen ink from John Neal, where we get a lot of our supplies. And it's really watery and has a different viscosity, but the color's there still. So there are still places that manufacture this if you are interested. Okay, this page always makes me hesitate because it's a vast topic as well. Vellum, and I do have a sheet, and again, my friend said it's not sanded. Make sure you tell them it's not sanded. I'm like, I don't think they're going to be that particular, but I did want a really nice sheet of vellum to show you. I don't know if you come across it much. But again, I'll tell you this, vellum is calf skin and parchment is sheepskin, and it has a hair side and a flesh side. Not sure how many people know that. The flesh side is lighter and the hair side is tighter and easier to write on. So there's give and take. Also too, when you take the skin of an animal, I don't know, vegetarians, maybe close your ears on this one, it wants to curve back into the shape of the animal. I know, but I warned you. So when you're making a book and you're stacking these skins, you have to be aware of that and calculate that into what you're doing. So I'm just like, my God, these people who were purchasing and planning the materials for the scriptorium, that must have been such an incredible specialty. Just amazing. And my quote at the bottom says, "No wonder the monks could remain celibate when they were writing with quills on vellum, because it's more of a sensual experience." And actually, that's from Sheila Waters, one of our esteemed teachers who passed away last year. But I love that quote because it explains something. Okay, the paper is like, again, one of my favorite topics. And this is a nice thick paper one. It's called rag paper. Not sure if you've ever heard that term in Tudor. And that's where we get rags to riches, the quote, which I thought was super interesting. And I don't know if it was just meant rags to selling the paper, and then it spun off into, you know, Cinderella story and so many other things. But in this research, I found that it also increased the speed that you could write, which, you know, I mean, even though, okay, vellum is maybe more, you know, profound of a substrate, paper was good and it was cheaper. And I did read where someone said, you know, was it really expensive? Because sometimes you hear that. But what happened was when they started, they were getting imports from other countries that already had it worked out. And it wasn't until they got the tariff thing under control, you know, added tariffs to imports, that the English industry could take off. And then they had to get their supply chain figured out. But also, too, a lot of things were based on, like, say, a printing house would have to order huge quantities. So it looked like paper was a lot of money, but they're just ordering in quantity. It's not like somebody who's just doing it for letter writing. So what they found, though, was like a lot of letters. Do you ever see them when they're all folded up from that era and stuff? When you open them, there's a lot of blank areas. So, I mean, if it was that expensive, would there be? And there's even rough drafts of letters. So they're thinking, if it was that precious, would you be able to have that luxury of writing a rough draft, basically? Also, too, just a note, it's more fragile and harder to survive from 500 years ago. Okay, here's a little personal dot. Gutenberg. I always heard like everyone has Gutenberg. And I thought technological breakthrough, we had to have it boxes checked. Well, it's really more complicated than that. I mean, he did it. Like the other people, Chinese do everything. They were experimenting with this quite a while, but Gutenberg was a goldsmith and he knew metal. So he knew how to come up with the right alloy for the movable type itself, because most of them were too soft for the repeated impressions that you needed. So he came up with that. Then he came up with this perfect oil-based ink recipe that worked. And I also learned that printing is called the black arts, which I didn't realize. And this, and the printing press, let me get to that, which was based on like kind of like a wine press. And that gave them more control over the evenness of the plate. So these, it's like he brought everybody's ideas, and his right-hand man was a trained scribe from France. So he brought everything together. And he ended up actually being taken to court for not paying his last. And it's a sad story, but what I like is that historians rally around like, no, it was him, not the guy who won the court case. You know what I mean? It was who was his assistant, because they thought he was taking too long because he was such a perfectionist, which I can see where that would happen. Now, that was his font there, just the first font, but he kept it really close to manuscripts, which I thought was interesting because he's trying to kind of take the copyists out of the whole procedure. So I always heard about the Gutenberg Bible, and I'm like, okay, fine, you know, maybe the first book or close to it. But the Gutenberg Bible was an amazing artistic achievement. I mean, the thing is beautiful. And I found a really high-res copy, and I was like, oh my gosh. And it was the success of it artistically that really kept this whole thing going and got this thing started. I honestly thought it was the breakthrough. But if you think about it, if you have a scribe beautiful calligraphy, and then you have this machine that copied it. At first, people didn't know what it was. They were like, oh, those lines are so neat, I don't need my glasses. I mean, that's not like a major breakthrough, right? I mean, that's just like, what is this? And then if you bring 200 books into someone's office, you've never had 200 copies by hand in the same room, really. But it takes a little while to dawn on you what is going on. But to be really clear, what was cool was that this is the first time like a scholar in Germany could be looking at the same book as a scholar in, say, Spain. And it's the same exact thing. There's no hand, you know, like someone got tired, there's a line on the next page, someone made a mistake. And that is like mind-blowing if you think about it. So when books started, and you know, I'm happy to put this into layman's terms because I never had it kind of, you know, put together. They couldn't really compete with manuscripts as far as illustrations. So they had a ways to go. They figured out things with woodcuts and blocked them in and stuff. But so, you know, there was a period of overlap where, you know, the two were grafted together, but it was truly the birth of typography. And it's interesting to hear how it affected people. Now, what was interesting too is 10 years later, there was presses across Europe, and 20 years later, it got to England. So I thought that was super interesting as well. So again, many books were interleaved with blank paper, and those were mainly almanacs for people to write notes and stuff. And legal forms need to be printed. And of course, the writing manuals inspired people. So with the birth of printing, writing became even more important. It's kind of counterintuitive, right? I mean, you would think it would almost knock it out. There's something else I want to say about that. It was just very exciting to do that. But the one downside of Gutenberg that we have to thank him for is that the main thing they printed was tax forms. No. It was super important. And it was based on the millions of indulgences that were sold prior. That was the template they used for the tax forms. So tax forms, thank you, Gutenberg, was what he kind of, well, yeah, let's tack that onto the story when we give the 2-sentence synopsis. Okay, I just wanted to do this real quick because you will come into contact with genealogy and you're looking into your relatives' histories. So, of course, I chose this. I don't know how clear you can see it, but I think you're going to get a copy of this online. It's a beautiful example of secretary hands. And this was a guy who was impressed into the Spanish Armada and left on the Irish coast. And they do a thing called an examination, which kind of, debriefing, like find out everything he knows, because it was going to go to, the head of Ireland and Sir Francis Walsingham. So he knew the state of the ships of the Armada. So I'm like, first of all, I'm just trying to look at the lettering. Then I'm like, this story is amazing. Like, that was really kind of cool. I love Walsingham. So anyway, it's a basic testimony. And what they do is they put a number on every line to be very strict. You create an alphabet, you go in, how is my writer doing his capital A's, his lowercase a's, and you assemble that. And if you like that kind of work, it's very fun, actually. And then, it's about the government and the military. So those are the terms that you're going to kind of be like, familiarize yourself with. And then there's going to be little, tweaks, and there's plenty of stuff online to help you. But I like this glossary. It's like for the narrow seas, they mean the English Channel. So you got to know their lingo as well. But the transcript, that's what they got. But when you see brackets, that's when there's been an abbreviation and you fill it out yourself. So you bracket what you are adding. So you always have the exact transcript. You don't want to translate it. You just want to do it as close exactly as you can. So I found this interesting too, that the history, the study of historical handwriting is called paleography, which I'm like, I had a hard time remembering that because I think scriptology, why couldn't they call it something? Because paleo has been kind of ruined with diets and, dinosaurs, diets and dinosaurs. So I put it in secretary hand so we could remember it better. So again, the OED is a great resource because it has, historical and obsolete spellings. And it really does, a lot of the heavy lifting. So there you go. And then you could read it. But I highlighted check and recheck. I know that seems kind of mundane, but when you're working in, like I was in, the party industry, and it's so high pressure and fast and deadlines and turnaround and what's new and you got to do something next. And to have the luxury of being to check and recheck, to me is less amazing. And then, are my footnotes accurate? So I had a good time helping me transition as well. And again, I don't know if you would have come across this kind of stuff in your Tudor studies, but the money, pounds, shillings, and pence, standard phrases, abbreviations, numbers, Arabic numbers were not used until the 16th century. It was always Roman numerals. I mean, you got to know that stuff. But the important one here to me was in 1752, that was the first year England used January 1st as New Year's Day. Up to then, it was March 25th, Lady Day. So if you're looking at a document prior, you have to add a year because of that glitch. And I was just like, 1752 doesn't seem that long ago. I kept going to my calculator, really? That recently? Kind of amazing. Okay, so as promised, I'm circling back to that that signature thing, because what I learned too is as a society becomes more literate, it's more important to be able to sign a paper, write your name, than read, which I thought very interesting. But less than 25% could write their name. Someone did a big paper on, let's look at what we consider literacy. you know? I mean, doesn't mean they're dumb. I mean, there's a story of a hayrick, a yeoman or a farmer was noticing that his hay was disappearing. And he's like, what is going on? So he had his wife put these little strips of paper all in the hay with his initial on them. And then later on, he would go walking around. Sure enough, he saw them in front of somebody else's horse who was eating hay. And I'm like, that was not a dumb person. I'm sorry. It's just a person who doesn't have time. So what they did was go through documents about 100-year span, and they found signatures and then initials. So it was like a hierarchy of skills: icons, crosses, circles, and then one stroke, multi-stroke, and indistinct. Now, by far, this is a little misleading because it looks like, oh, there was all equal quantities of these types of signatures. One stroke was by far the goose quill of this category. But I found it interesting what they said crosses showed pen competency. If you could handle a pen and hit that two intersecting deliberately, that was like a sign of pen competency. So what he found was about 97 or 98% of people, had, that level. So it was a different way of saying they couldn't write their names. Also, to the horn book, I think Heather even did a podcast on a horn book a while back. The fact that everyone got exposed to the alphabet on the horn book, they could recognize letters. You didn't necessarily have to write them. So if you are there witnessing a document being signed, or you can identify somebody else's signature, that helps the court system. Then you could start building a society. Signing documents is, like we said, a huge bit of it. So back on this, I had grabbed this. And then I noticed, oh my gosh, there's two marks on it. Now, I immediately thought, oh, that's a husband and wife, because I always look at indentures and there's always usually the two signatures. But then I was like, wait a minute, is that a multi-stroke and an icon? And I'm like, is that curved icon a rainbow or is it a bridge? But then it's a guy named John Clitheroe. And I'm like, is that a J and a C? Because that's what it kind of looks like. And the fact that they're so far apart, but it takes up a big piece of the bottom, I think is really interesting too. So we got to save the best for last here. Okay, I write secretaries and signatures because we're into senior management level. So they're going to delegate. They're going to have a staff. And it gets a little squishy on who did what. Now, I personally care about famous people's handwriting. I mean, just because some of them may have had a knack for it or appreciation, but they're never going to be the pro. You know what I'm saying? So I find it interesting, but again, I don't like to dwell on it. But of course, with Elizabeth, you got to make an exception, because on the left is like an original, but it's like a running hand. It's not secretary and it's not quite italic yet. And she seemed to me kind of trendy. She would go for the Italian hand. And also her tutor, Roger Ascham, was a teacher of what he called the running hand. And his looked more like secretary though. But that could have been anything. I look at her more as a scholar and a thinker. But on the credit of this, they say artist, Elizabeth I. They call her an artist on this, which I loved. And also too, again, her signature, it's such a understanding of branding and image. It's just, maybe they invented it. I don't know. Got to give them credit though. So here's I think the only surviving letter of Catherine Howard, the other queen who got beheaded, the rose without a thorn. And she was super young. Again, so I'm not sure she wrote it herself. I don't know when a monarch says I was alone, if that means they only had 3 courtiers with them rather than 23. I don't know that. And I'm just like, I don't know. So if I go in with that mindset, I think I'm good. But this is like her famous letter to Culpeper that incriminated her. But I just found it interesting in 1541. Then Edward, you see, this is definitely a scribe from the court writing this, but his signature on top, reminds me of Elizabeth's with the curlicues. And I know they overlapped, I think, with Ascham in tutoring when they were, even though there was an age difference as she was older. But it looks like it's similar to hers where, they were both, hey, let's try this, or she showed him. It's just, that's kind of interesting to me. But here's something in his own hand when he was trying to write the devise for the succession. And there's your picture of your failed coup. No, it wasn't a failed coup. It was a failed transfer of power. A glitch. So I'm like, oh, lots of parallels to 2023. Yeah. Here's Mary with from the prayer for pregnant women. And the queen that made everybody tall and red-haired. Love her. Henry with just dictating, you get the emotion out of that. This is where he's calling for an abbot to be drawn and quartered. And of course, the stamp. And on the left, there is one of the love letters that's in the Vatican, by the way. I took that one because I thought maybe he had actually written a love letter in French. I wouldn't put it past him. And then that sample in the center is Anne of Cleves' actual handwriting, which I thought was interesting too. And we wouldn't be here without Lady Margaret Beaufort. She's fascinating to me. Sample of her writing, and one of my favorite portraits of all time because of the look in his eye, Henry VII, because he did write his signature and a personal note at the bottom. So how it started and how it's going. There was the first printed book, all the way to Shakespeare's will, which was secretary. Yeah, that goes out of our 118 year a little bit, but I just thought it was a fitting ending. 1485, 1616. And certainly the art of writing is the most miraculous of all things man has devised. Yeah.
Do you mind taking a couple of questions?
Oh, sure.
Is that okay? There's a couple online that I'll get to real quick. With paper and writing materials pretty scarce, how would people practice, like Elizabeth, for example?
I don't think Elizabeth would have an issue getting materials, but in the copybooks, there were blank pages. And like I said, as time went on, paper became more and more accessible. Just because the demand, number one, and then I'm sure there was competition, and they figured out rag paper pretty quick.
And then,
so I'm a lefty, so handwriting was always a little bit. Did you ever see evidence that things written in, historical handwriting?
No, but I will look. Actually, that's super interesting. In fact, I want to teach handwriting, and I have to do this whole left-handed thing. Yeah. So yeah, it's definitely special circumstance.
Yeah, and online, someone wondered if they had like quills for left-handed people, or if they them to go right-handed, or
if you're right-handed, you get the front flight feather from the left wing of the bird. If you are left-handed, you take right front flight feather from the wing of the bird. It has to do with the curve of the shaft. Do you have a question?
First, I wanted to say that I think it's awesome that you're teaching this, because I'm actually working on getting my master's right now, and my classes are all surprised that so like something that's not, you have to specialize in it. So, for instance,
someone's mentioning how they're a graduate student in typography or something.
Oh, thank you.
So she's saying how great.
Yeah, I do like spreading the word, trying to be an ambassador of some sort. I do. And I will have, there's like references here. And once you start Morgan Newberry in Chicago, the Beinecke Library in Yale, and of course the Himmel Library in Minnesota, where St. John's Bible is. And you can get a tour of the St. John's Bible and go into their vault with the director if you make an appointment. I believe it's free. You just got to go book it online. I highly recommend that.
And so I was going to ask also, because I actually over the last years I've been fighting very seasonal, and there's been a couple of things that we haven't been able to decipher. So I was going to ask if there was a way that I could get with the behavior completion or some of the pictures.
I think Heather makes it available. Isn't the presentation available?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it's available.
Perfect. Thank you.
No, thank you.
The question is about
making quills. You made them yourself because it was such a like to my hand. I've never heard of like a quill cutter. Maybe, I mean, you might need a knife or something, but I think it was just so everyday of a task. Some of these things were just so common. It's like boiling water. Didn't even write down how to do it. I mean, but I think quill not like rocket science. I would think Elizabeth would have scriptorium, although with her, I always know, I think she'd want to. So I don't like to make assumptions, but I would like to study more on the royal scriptoriums and Anonymous was a calligrapher in a way. I did find that there's one scribe from the late medieval called Scribe D, which they all know about because he did a Gower, copied a certain writer. And I was just like, oh my gosh, Scribe has a name, Scribe D. So that was also kind of fun to find out. But it's just amazing, like that book I showed you, the new book with the manual, that's anonymous. I mean, it was a whole produced book. How could they not know who or where it came from, So again, since a lot of things didn't last, it's an interesting puzzle to put together.
It's a little harder to be factor, but we go say how we want to make our own things.
That could be. There's a diagram on the back table from the story of writing. I had the one slide where I said I checked the words off. It's all step by step. If you get that one book, that will explain a lot from much earlier than Tudor times as well. If you're interested in the history of the alphabet, and who isn't?
Would they do anything special to prevent forgery? So is there any particular tools or things or whatever?
The question is about.
No, but forgery was an issue because everything was a copy. I mean, because copying was how you reproduce stuff. So I'm looking at this letter Anne Boleyn supposedly wrote in the Tower, and they're like, this is a copy found amongst his documents. So I don't know what they did, but it's funny you bring that up because one government agency was putting in a paper order and they said, we want the cheap parchment with just the flesh side because we can see the erasure marks. And I'm like, so they ordered this grade of parchment, which was cheap, and they just wanted the flesh side because they could see the markings on. So again, it's like a nuanced thing, but I have not heard a lot about forgery. And I'm like wondering, how did that work with so much copying being the way you did it, right? Unless, I mean, like that first sample I showed you, it looked like bird running across the page. Probably kind of hard to really copy it. I don't know. It's a whole nother, see again, I want to do that talk.
Two questions. When is paper kind of more readily available? And then also like how much work did it take to make like a sheet of parchment or
there was a lot of steps in that, and they had it's called liming, L-I-M. Yeah, and they had to like move like a lot of the follicles and stuff and stretch it. I don't know the time frame, but I do know paper kept evolving. Like it had to be treated with size. And that was the thing. Rag paper was super absorbent. And I do not know the timeline on the paper for that person, but you had to treat it with size afterwards. And then after you wrote on it, you had to throw sand on it to have that ink dry quicker. But they eventually figured out how to mix the size right in the pulp. So that was a big change. But the sizing was a big step early on.
Do you know if Gutenberg was Catholic or Protestant?
Oh, that's a great question. No, I do not know, but I know that the printing press enabled Martin Luther's Reformation to get traction and take hold.
And so his points were printed, or his, do you know, or just sort of the subject was more easily disseminated?
They say printing allowed the Reformation to spread and take, and take firm hold. Another interesting thing too is that they say, someone said the Bible, the printed Bible helped standardize the language, but someone said, no, it was the prayer book, because they were required by law to read from that every day, the common book of prayer. So then everybody was on the same page. And then, then it kind of naturally picks up. But I just like thinking, oh my gosh, that's so funny how, like the laws, and then what you have to do that one thing, and next thing you know, that connects everybody. It's just so many parallels to today, like with the internet and stuff, because we went through our own revolution. We went through a few. Are we getting enough credit for that? No, we are not.
And then just last thing, people asked about like the Italian influence on all of this development. Do you know anything about that?
You know what? That's an interesting point to end on, because the Italians, another thing I learned was the English Renaissance. Sometimes that term makes historians cringe because it was not linked to the Italian Renaissance directly. It was more about writing and prose and music. So it's more like the spirit of the Renaissance, let's say. But the real Renaissance was designed in Florence by a group of humanists. And what happens through all the evolutions of calligraphy, the italic became the humanist hand. And what we had done here is gone from the stiff court hand to the hybrid secretary hand to the humanist italic, which is based on everything that we use today. So that is the evolution, and I'm proud to end on an Italian.
I wanted to say one thing before we all applaud for you. Everyone online was saying how infectious and wonderful your passion for this is. And they said if history teachers were like you, no one would be bored of it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. That was awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, Zoom friends, we are going to break for lunch here. I'm not sure, I'll stand in front of the thing. And thank you. Friends here, we are going to break for lunch. So a couple of things here. There's the table that Patricia has in the back with the information, more information. And then the Renaissance Reading Group wanted me to announce they also have a table. If you didn't sign up, back in the very back on the whatever side that side is left. My left, your right. They have a table back there if you didn't put information in last night to learn more about them. So that's two things.
I have a brief announcement.
Okay.
Real quick.
Yeah.
There's people online who are also letter writing or something, graduate students, and they wanted to connect with other people if there's more out here. So I suggested they post in the Turning Tudor Learning Circle. So if you are interested in connecting with more typography people, there we go. Yep. Awesome. I love that. So lunchy folks, it's downstairs.
Good morning, Tudorcon and Internet Tudorcon. I think, am I blocking things if I have like that, or are we good?
It's okay.
We can move it more. I should have gotten here earlier and adjusted this over here. Sorry. Okay, how's that?
That's good.
Hello. Okay. So welcome to my talk. my name is Rachel Dixon. As Heather mentioned, I've been here since the beginning. Basically, I emailed her in 2019, like, hi, can I volunteer to help you any way I can? Because this sounds amazing. And she just sort of let me stick around. I am a trademark lawyer, and actually, quick personal thank you to Tudorcon and Heather, because my participation in Tudorcon the last couple of years has actually led to some really great career changes for me. I've been a trademark attorney for a while. I got pretty restless and bored with it and wasn't certain what to do. My mother called me up one day and was like, you know that you've been giving lectures for fun for years. Have you thought of teaching? In retrospect, this was very obvious, but that was a good realization. And I am now a visiting assistant professor at Suffolk University Law School. So thanks, Tudorcon. May not have realized that this was something I really loved until then. And I'm building the bike as I write it because I started a week before classes started, but I love it and I'm very happy. I am also still a trademark attorney on the side because professors are not paid as much money as law firm lawyers. And my husband really wanted me to emphasize that. I am still practicing trademark. But today we're talking about patents. I know the program said patents and copyrights, but I did what I did last year. I was going to do Tudor IP and then I got too into the trademarks and I had to cut out patents and copyrights. And it happened again this year. The patents were so interesting, the copyrights got cut out. Sorry. But yeah, we're going to get started. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to put my water where I won't inevitably knock it over. Thank you. Okay. Just a little more. Sure. Okay, all right, so intellectual property, basically, in modern times, identifies intangible creations of various types that can still be owned and in part benefit to the owner. We have very formalized systems and meanings for all those things now, but in Tudor times, it was much more informal, far more nebulous, very nascent. In fact, the concepts I'll be talking about today would not even have been thought of as either intellectual or property. It was just a right given to you by the queen. It wasn't even a right, it was a grant. So that I'll be starting out by defining modern concepts of patents to enable further comparison and discussion of the differences. This is just a review of some items. This is a very large topic. If I leave out your favorite Tudor invention, I'm very sorry. All right, so to start out, modern patents. A patent in modern times, and I'm talking about US law mostly, but UK law inspired US law on this, so they're very close. It's an exclusive right or monopoly granted for a novel, useful, non-obvious product or process. In order for an invention to be patentable, it must be new and not the subject of a public disclosure more than a year before your patent application filing date. So if you put it on the internet a year ago, you got to get that patent in today or you can't get protection for it, essentially. An invention is not novel if it was known to the public before you invented it, if it was described in a publication or used or sold publicly more than a year before you filed. You also cannot patent abstract ideas, physical phenomena, literary devices, dramatic, musical, or artistic. Oh, there's a thing happening. The 21st century did present itself.
Let me fix that. Shall we?
That is
let me get rid of the 21st century.
Just to the people online, we can't see it. So yeah, driver update trigger automatic.
Then I want you to go away.
I feel like we should like Tudor hold music in the time.
Yeah.
And that nice magical.
I don't know past times in good company. Sorry, I say that.
There we go. Sorry about that.
Rewind. Okay. To repeat what I last said, you cannot patent abstract ideas, physical phenomena, literary, dramatic, musical, or artistic works. That would have been the copyright I forgot about or left out. And inventions which are not useful. So like a perpetual motion machine is one of those things they consider not useful. In return for disclosing the information about the new technology to the government, which helps with technological development for the future, you get 20 years to exclude others from making, using, selling, or importing this invention. It's basically, entire modern patent law is based on the idea that people should be able to financially benefit from the time, effort, knowledge, and innovation they put into making something new. That an inventor has rights to their intellectual property. It's intended to benefit the economy as a whole by encouraging innovation. If you weren't able to protect something you put that much time into, it could potentially prevent you from trying at all or lead to, like, I don't know, gang wars, because trade secrets are complicated. And then when you're applying for a patent, the invention must be described clearly in enough detail for another practitioner in the field to be able to recreate it. So to give you a terrifying example of that, this is a modern patents language example and why I am not a patent lawyer. My husband is. I tried to find a very simple invention just to give you an idea of what, this is just the summary. The actual patent description is over 3,700 words, but this gives you an idea of exactly how much detail you have to put in to describe a simple invention to get patent protection these days. I'm not going to read all that, but you get the idea. In contrast, we have medieval and early modern patents. The entire word patent comes from letters patent, which is just a legal instrument providing a right, property, or title to the receiver. Patent, this literally means open letter, or letters that lie open, so called because they were addressed to the public and the seal hung at the bottom of the document and did not have to be broken for the document to be read. These were really big seals. I actually got a recreation from the internet. Thank you, internet. So just imagine this with like a very large document above it. Can y'all see that? Ludicrous. I'm gonna put this on my wall later. But like it's like my hand size to give you an idea. But yeah, to this day, the UK refers to legal instruments granting an office, right, title, or status to a person as letters patent. So if you're given a knighthood, you're given letters patent that say that. Patents of invention, which is a very anachronistic term that I'm going to use throughout to distinguish them because there's so many different types of patents. But I'm only talking about the invention and industry ones today. But those patents of invention originated in Venice, particularly in their glassmaking industry. The Venetian Republic had glass they were really, really proud of and intent on keeping away from other people. Like they ended up putting all their glassmakers on one island, they banned them from leaving the country. There are actual recorded instances of when glassmakers left Venice and went to other countries to provide those glassmaking secrets to other people, of assassins getting sent after them, which is one of my favorite historical facts ever. Class assassins, assassins. I could do a whole talk just on that, if I could read Italian. But in any case, that's where the patents of inventions came from. The first known patent to incorporate exclusionary rights, which is the right to keep other people from doing the thing you're doing, was granted by Venice in 1416 to a Greek man for a device to turn wool into felt. And then they also put in the first statutory patent system in 1474. So actual laws with a formalized process for how you get it and the circumstances under which it's granted. So both the customary patent system, which is much more subjective, and the statutory patent system, which is more objective, ran through Venice for centuries. Glassmakers who survived the assassins did leave to go around Europe and sell their secrets. And they brought that patent knowledge with them and often used it to bargain. Like if you give us protection and if you give me rights to use my knowledge for a couple decades, then I will bring the secrets of glass to you. And yeah, it spread to Europe and then to England. So yeah, these vary over time. They were not standardized throughout the time I'm talking. And invention, franchise, industry patents, as I'll sort of interchangeably call them. Basically, they're grants of a specific rights to a person to encourage the creation and sale of useful technology. Those may not actually be novel inventions as we think of them now, because invent at the time had a much more expansive meaning. It meant to discover, to originate, to bring into use formally, or to found, establish, institute, or appoint. So an awful lot of the things I'll be talking about today were not invented as we think of it. They were brought from other countries. They're also kind of hard to find out because they were not distinguished in any other way from other royal letters patent. So there's just lists and lists, and you sort of have to dig them out. And I have no idea if my numbers are completely correct. I'm trying, but it's hard to go through like every grant issued by the Tudors. So yes, patents of invention at the time often combined elements of what we think of in modern times as contracts or licenses and regulations. They often acted almost as joint economic enterprises between the patent receiver and the monarch. And in England, those who wanted that protection had to individually petition the monarch. There were no standards, there were no particular requirements, and it was entirely at the discretion of the monarch. Each deal was completely different based on what the monarch wanted at that time. So the monarch had to sort of balance all the interests involved, what benefits it offered, what effects that had on industry. And again, there were no concepts of actual rights to your intellectual property. So they denied it. Like monarchs did deny protection at times. And over the years, this completely discretionary nature led to abuse of the system and accusations of special privileges, which sort of resolved into a lot of things, including a civil war. But that's post-Tudor, and I don't have to talk about it. So, start off, there were a couple common elements. There was generally no requirement of any in-depth description of the invention or development, although sometimes you had to go and demonstrate it to the monarch or the council. There often were recitals of utility to persuade the monarch, like, yeah, no, this really is useful. There often was a lot of protection for strangers, was the first way patents came about in England. There unfortunately was a lot of xenophobia, discrimination, and violence aimed at non-Englishmen coming in the medieval and Tudor periods. So the earliest patents didn't necessarily include monopoly protections, but just, yeah, you can come and settle here and we'll try to keep you safe from all the apprentices, rioting, etc. It's a bit unclear how much these promises of protections were enforced. They definitely did fail at times, but they were there. And then often there were working clauses with time periods, quality, and price requirements. If the patentee didn't put the invention into practice within a certain time, it could be nullified. If they didn't comply with the quality or the price requirements, it could be nullified. Even if it wasn't explicitly in there, it was expected that the patentee would, get to it and start up the industry imminently. Non-English patent holders often had to employ English apprentices and teach them the trade or teach anyone who asked for it. And the Crown had the power to revoke a patent pretty much at any time if there was proof of inconveniency. And occasionally the patent holder had to pay annual rent. So the first English patent relating to instruction in the new industry was granted in 1331 to John Kemp. This was one of those without exclusionary rights that we had to wait a little while for that. John Kemp was Flemish, and his company was given a general promise of protection, not just to them, but to all foreign weavers who settled in England and taught their textile arts to others. Flemings were known for having a very high output of fabric, so it was considered beneficial to England to have that there and to have them get those protections. But this is unfortunately one of those cases. The Flemings were harassed by English weavers, guilds, and individuals for years. And there actually was at least one massacre against them. It was very bad. Okay, but here in 1449, we got the first English patent with exclusionary rights. This was given to John of Utenham by Henry VI. And I sort of got the actual language and tried to sort of parse it out into the different elements so that we can have a look at them. So there's the protection granted to him and his family. There's the recital of utility. He makes colored glass, which is specifically going to be used to make the windows of Eton College and the College of St. Mary and St. Nicholas in Cambridge. And then there's the working clause, which doesn't explicitly say we're going to take it right away immediately if you don't do this, but it's kind of implied, and it specifies like what you can do. You can get workmen and laborers, you can put them to work, you can get all these. And there's a line in there about committing people to prison that I'm not entirely certain what that means, but it sounds ominous. I tried to find a picture of the Eton College stained glass, by the way, but I discovered the chapel itself was never finished due to the War of the Roses. And almost all of the stained glass in the chapel was destroyed in World War II. So this is an example of vaguely contemporary colored glass at the time instead, from the Holy Trinity Church in Long Meadow. So continuing on with the same patent, he's given the right to sell extra glass, not used for the politics. He gets an exclusionary right for 20 years. This is the first time he gets that, which also notes that he plans not just to teach about glass, but other arts to Englishmen. So, yeah. Yes, and then there's a penalty for infringing on the exclusionary right with fines, and sometimes you could throw people in prison if they violated your patent. But yeah, so this was the first example, patents with exclusionary rights. And here are the sort of a breakdown of the Tudor patents of industry and franchise. You may notice Elizabeth was a fan. As I did notice, it's a little hard to determine exactly which patents constitute under this category because they're not actually set out in any way, shape, or form. And Elizabeth granted a lot of patents over time that could be potentially defined under this that I did not include because they're more like taxes rather than control of an industry. I tried to only include the ones that are like control of a process or an invention or an industry in here. But I guess I should also read these numbers. Henry VII and Henry VIII just sort of seem to have, you know, their own stuff going on, and they didn't really get into patents of an invention industry for the purpose of encouraging the economy. There's maybe one under Henry. We know someone did write to Cromwell asking for that sort of thing. I don't think it was granted. And then Edward had one, which I'll talk about in a second. Mary had one, and then Elizabeth had 55, which decreased over the years because they became more and more unpopular and onerous. And yeah, we'll talk about that. Elizabeth was really smart about it though, because she was often broke. So she rewarded her favorites often with patents, like you can control this industry, or things that I don't include in this, like the rights to gather taxes on various industries, or importation, trading exemptions, that sort of way. So the first actual Tudor patent of invention that I think solidly counts was granted by Edward VI in 1552 for Normandy glass. As best as I can tell, this is broad glass from cylinders, which were split, reheated, and flattened into square sheets. They brought in non-English craftsmen who were expert in this, and then taught Englishmen. It was specifically granted to Henry Smith. They have to instruct others in it, and then there's 20 years of exclusionary rights and penalty. If I recall, we'll see in a second Normandy glass come again because the glass was just apparently pretty hard to make, so they kept trying to get this made, and I don't know if they actually succeeded in Tudor times with this. I will give you all these slides later for the record. There's two of these, sort of listing out the subjects of different Elizabethan patents of industry and invention, just to give you all examples. It does not add up to 55 because several were about the same thing or were reissued over several years, but I tried to sort of parse them out so you could get an idea of the variety of subjects covered by these. I'm not going to read them all, but you get, like the very first one was for like white soap, like that from Castile, which apparently was better, if I recall, it was better about cleaning the skin than clothes, and English soap was like not as good at some of those aspects. You get saltpeter, you get lots of dredging machines and like draining water machines. I guess England was very wet at that time. Probably still is. And you know, ovens, furnaces, sulfur oil, special leather from Spain that they didn't know how to make. Lots of salt patents, just so many salt patents. The Normandy glass came back again, and just a huge variety. A couple different types of cloths that pretty much you could get them in other countries and they wanted to make them at home. And then you get the ones that are a little more suspect. You're like, okay, so you gave 2 people the rights to mine all of these big English counties and no one else could do it there. Okay. So variety of benefits here, both to Elizabeth and to the people involved versus the economy. Some were definitely more beneficial to the economy than others. One of my favorites is number 25, earthen pots to hold fire for seasoned meat. There was a note saying that the patentee learned this art while a prisoner of the Spaniards, although given the time, it was probably the Portuguese. But I really want to know what happened when he was a prisoner that he learned how to make fireproof earthen pots. I think prisons are different now. And then 29 is interesting. I couldn't find more details about this in the short amount of time I had, but method of domestic heating by a system of flues connected with a central furnace, which does not sound like the 1500s to me, but it was. Here's another page. We did, drinking glasses. 31's a fun alchemy one. They did not succeed because you cannot actually transmute iron into copper or lead and antimony into quicksilver. And this was given to a whole group of people, including Robert Dudley, Earl of Leicester, and William Cecil, Lord Burleigh. So there's some fun ones in there. And there's just all sorts of really interesting notes you can find about this, like number 41, buying of linen rags and making of white writing paper. We think it was the result. Someone had given Elizabeth a petition a couple years before saying the French were buying up all the linen rags so that no one else could make the nice white writing paper. I have so many questions, but I will look into that later. And then you also get 34 sackbuts and trumpets. That was given to her personal, one of her personal trumpeters, I believe. And then you have starch. That was pretty unpopular because ruffs were becoming more of a thing. You needed the starch. And then, yeah, a whole bunch of ones, which I'll get into some of these. There's no way I could cover them all, but I kind of wanted to just give y'all an idea of the breadth of subjects here. This is possibly the first one for a true novel invention. It is hard to tell due to the varied definitions of inventions at the time. This is not a drawing of the true invention. I couldn't find an example, but this is sort of an illustration from later in time. These were patents for various grinding machines powered by water wheels to James Acontius, who was also called Jacopo Aconcio, and he was from Italy. William Cecil specifically recruited Acontius along with other Italian engineers to improve England's fortifications. Acontius was very Protestant and seemed to really want to get out of Italy for reasons. He actually wrote a lot of Protestant works as well. So it's possible he pursued this career particularly so he could get out of the Roman Catholic country and get somewhere where he was a little more safe. He did a ton of stuff over time. He began a project to try to drain 2,000 acres of marshland along the Thames, which was pretty successful until flooding messed everything up and someone else took over. He was granted an annual royal pension of £60. He became an English subject in 1561. He initially petitioned for the patent in 1559. It was not issued until 1565. A little unclear why, but he gave us one of the greatest early arguments for property rights in an invention. And as he said, I have discovered most useful things, new kinds of wheel machines and furnaces for dyers and brewers, which when known will be used without my consent except there be a penalty. And I, poor with expenses and labor, shall have no returns. Therefore, I beg a prohibition against using any wheel machines either for grinding or bruising, or any furnaces like mine without my consent. So this may be the first written argument we have for property rights and inventions articulating exactly why, like, yeah, it's not fair for someone else to get the benefit from my work. I'm going to get into a couple of refused patents of invention now, because these are illustrative of the priorities Elizabeth was working with. So William Lee invented a knitting machine capable of operating at 6 times the speed of a hand knitter. This picture is the Worshipful Company of Framework Knitters' coat of arms, which supposedly is inspired by the story of William Lee inventing the framework machine so a woman he was courting would stop knitting at stockings and pay attention to him. Unclear how true that is, but it's a great story. But the machine is at the center, and it actually is a pretty good replica of it. And you can actually find YouTube videos of these sort of framework knitting machines in use today. I mean, they've been updated since, and they're bigger, but the still basic ideas behind it actually were in use for centuries. It was pretty revolutionary. It was capable of producing fine, patternless 12-gauge stockings at a rate of 600 stitches per minute. It had a seat for the knitter and pedals to control the knitting bed, which was bolted onto the frame. Elizabeth really liked stockings, so I think William Lee thought this would sort of be a slam dunk for him, but she actually refused it, saying that it could hurt the existing English knitting and hosier industry. He actually was refused once, made the machine even better, and then was refused again. This quote from Elizabeth is everywhere. I couldn't actually track down a primary source for it, but it is a really interesting one regardless. Basically, thou aimest high, Master Lee, consider thou what the invention could do to my poor subjects. It would assuredly bring them to ruin by depriving them of employment, thus making them beggars. It's also possible she was influenced by members of the Hosiers Guilds, because lobbyists existed then, even where the term did. And eventually, Lee did move to France with his brother, taking 9 workmen, 9 frames, and he got a patent from Henry IV of France. Didn't get to benefit from it very well because France had some issues at that point. Yeah, but there are some really great YouTube videos of framework knitting machines at work if you want to see them. Pretty fun. This is another fun one. Tudor toilets, y'all. Sir John Harrington, who was actually a godson of Elizabeth, invented a flushing lavatory that would make unsavory places sweet, noisome places wholesome, and filthy places cleanly. He built one at his own home, and there was one built for Elizabeth at Richmond Palace. It was described in a political satire, because of course it was, called A New Discourse of a Stale Subject, called The Metamorphosis of Ajax, which was from 1596. It was mostly a fierce satire, which I think just made fun of the Earl of Leicester most of the time, which naturally got Harrington banned from court for a while. But it did also include discussion of the actual invention and some great pictures of it. Supposedly Elizabeth refused a patent for this on grounds of decency, but I have had trouble finding a primary source backing that up. But it is such a fascinating invention, I had to find a way to squeeze it in here. We do know he didn't get a patent for it. We do know she definitely knew about it. So it's very plausible that this was the case. So this is an actual picture from the Metamorphosis of Ajax. And these are more pictures because I think every patent drawing should have a couple like saints hanging out demonstrating things. And this picture on the right is of it's supposed to be God and the devil talking while hanging out with the Ajax, which is just a whole thing. Oh, and Ajax was supposed to be a pun on the slang for Jakes, which was pretty slang then. So I just had to make sure y'all knew about that. This was one patent that was granted for shorthand. This is an example of shorthand from a later period. I couldn't find Tudor shorthand, but the basic ideas are the same. Timothy Bright developed shorthand, and the patent gave him the right to, sorry, I'm losing my face. He basically gets the right to teach it to other people, but he also gets the right to publish books for it, license books for it, sell books of it. So it almost has a pseudo copyright in here as well. You get the idea of that. And, oh yes, he gave Elizabeth a copy of the Epistle of Titus translated into shorthand to help encourage her to grant him this patent. Over time, all the patent grantings ended up annoying people, particularly some of them. Like, some of them obviously made sense, some obviously did not make sense to the economy. There was a 1594 patent, a franchise given to Richard Drake, granting exclusory rights for the production of aqua composita, aquavitae, and vinegar for 21 years. Aquavitae is a solution of ethanol. So basically, this is what you needed to make ale. And so Drake had, his petition to Elizabeth had alleged that unscrupulous vinegar makers were using corrupted ingredients, corrupt, noisome, and loathsome stuff. And basically said, if you give me this monopoly, I'll regulate it better. I'll ensure only the good stuff gets out. Those were probably lies. And he just proceeded to license everyone who was already making these items the right to make those items if they could afford it. They just now had to pay him 4 pence a barrel for the privilege. He also was further charged with the suppression of all vinegar sold in casks not bearing his own trademarks. This was really unpopular. Lord Burleigh tried to rein it in before Elizabeth gave it. There were a couple limits on it, like Wales was accepted from the grant. It sort of reserved the rights for manufacturers who employed wine yeast in the manufacture, together with those of the makers of vinegars for domestic uses and charitable purposes. But it caused a lot of trouble. Another really bad one, in 1598, exclusionary grants were given to Edward Darcy for 21 years for the making and importation of playing cards. This one was unpopular because playing cards were apparently pretty easy to make on your own, even if you didn't have a printer, and then sell them. And a lot of people had been making them for years, didn't know why this was granted. He did try to enforce it in the courts, which was kind of the opportunity the courts had been looking for, because the common law had kind of always held that these sort of monopolies were not okay, but you can't challenge it until it gets into a court. So the court ended up ruling the grant void and against the common law, pointed out that he had no skill in making these cards, and those subjects who had engaged in the street before the grant were greatly damaged by it. This is often called the case of monopolies. It was the first complete judicial enunciation of the common law principles concerning monopolies. Basically, this is bad. Why did you think this was a good idea? It didn't really change the law much because they had always had this idea, but it was at least on the record now that, like, yeah, no, this is against the common interest. If he hadn't tried to enforce it in court, he probably would never have gotten ruled void. So basically, Barbara Streisand affected himself. Those objections continued. There was a recorded objection in 1571. Robert Bell in the House of Commons complained, by licenses a few were enriched and the multitude impoverished. Everyone still really believed in the divine rights of kings at this point, so the Privy Council scolded him, and the Queen Elizabeth basically said, her prerogative royal may not be called in question for the validity of the letter's patent. Came up again in the 1597-1598 Parliament. Concerns over monopolies were referred to a committee who drafted a petition, who presented it to Elizabeth, who was very angry. She again basically reiterated, I have the right to grant these monopolies. She did claim she had started to review some of the more offensive grants, but I'm not certain there's any proof that that actually happened. But over time, just more and more people began to challenge her absolute prerogative over the validity of her own grants. Yeah. Yes, sorry, so moving on to 1601, a declaratory bill was introduced in Parliament. They argued about it for many days. The Queen finally sort of backed down and was like, okay, I will overturn some of these grants and we can start challenging them in the courts. Like people can start actually challenging them. We will deal with this. She did give up her right to determine the validity of her grants. And then later, after she died, James I did issue a declaration banning monopoly patents altogether, unless it could be shown they were true novel projects of invention. That was formalized in the statutes in 1624 in the Statute of Monopolies, which formalized patent requirements under statute. Charles I later ignored that statute, which led to a war, among many other things, but you know, he contributed. So those are patents. And here are some of my sources. Some of them are very old, but very, very good sources. And yes, thanks you all so much. I hope you enjoyed this.